53 watts.
Oh,
I think on the box
stream.
it'll say the top TDP is 250, but
Heads up, it started the stream.
I didn't know it was going to start the stream. I thought I was priming the pump there, but she just kind of took off on me.
That's all right.
I just figured I'd let you know in case you started just dropping like the C and the F bomb over and over again. And then
we gotta wait a minute, right? We'll wait.
All right,
you know how I am.
Here. Oh yeah, dude. You guys should hear this guy when we're not streaming. Dude's over
like
here
a sailor.
Like a sailor. Like, oh my god, just all the transphobic and racist and oh my god, you even created a new category of
a new category. They haven't even named it yet. I'm so offensive.
You created a new one, dude. It's a brand new catery.
Hey, what's up, Yorkshire Tech Gamers Unite? What's up, everybody? Mace window.
It's Mace window.
It's Mace window.
Oh, it's Mace.
It was an S. It's an S.
What's C taken?
Whoop.
What's C taken?
Yeah. Number one, restful Saturday. Woo. Actually, I got a lot of work. I got a big list of stuff I want to knock out today. So, this is my rest for today.
We'll get you out of here in time, boss. I promise.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, the ladies aren't here or nothing, but that's why. I try and jam out.
Enlighten us while we're waiting for people to come in here. What do you got planned today? If you can talk about it, like if
let's see.
And choking yourself.
There's some no. I'd leave that for
the ladies aren't around, so I figured I'd do it.
I got some hardware we're painting some hardware, like the handles and stuff on some cabinets. I'm really just finishing the kitchen. And then let's see, there's some boards that I need to paint because my lady moved her office up to the loft, and
you guys are playing musical chairs with everything, aren't you?
Yeah. That's why I'm taking over the office, the main, that's my terrible background and stuff.
Awesome.
So she doesn't like seeing our banister, right? The little wall that it's normal. If we didn't pay for it, it'd be just like a half wall, right? Just like you see in apartments and stuff. Yeah. But the railing, you can see through it, right? It's just like these metal rods for the railing, and she doesn't like seeing her cables, so I got to paint some boards. I got some 1/8 inch.
I use the same trick for hiding the cords.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna attach those to the rail so that it's black. It's gonna look like the rails anyway, and then you can't see the boards.
Yeah, there's actually a really cool trick here. Let's tell people about the epic trick, okay? Because you obviously use it too.
Sure.
And that is if you paint a board black, right, or even just the same color as the wall. That works actually really well too. Just get yourself like a piece of plywood, paint it the same color as the wall, and you basically just put it flush up against the wall. Like if you have your TV mounted up on the wall, you don't want to drill holes through the wall and run wires. Just paint the board like the same color as the wall, or black, which also works good because it blends in with the TV. And then you just run all your cables down behind the board, and the board just floats out away from the wall like a 1/4 inch or a 1/2 inch. And you don't even notice it. It like disappears in camouflage. You do the same thing behind desks. Like if you got shitloads of cables under your desk and it looks all messy, just stick a piece of plywood right against all the cable, run them all behind the plywood, paint the plywood, and just stick it behind the legs of your desk. And now if you look under your desk, it just looks like you're looking at the back wall. But it conceals all the cables. I've been doing that for like years and years, man. That's like an old school trick.
Let's see what else. Clean the shower, clean the toilets.
Oh, you got to fish all that girl hair out of the shower. I know how that
goes. Honestly, it's me. It is. I'll admit it 100%.
That would be you.
It's me.
Dude,
it's me every time. I mean, some of it is the girls. My lady and hers. I don't do the kids' bathroom. That's on them.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's got to be a hairball, man.
But yeah, in our bathroom, it's totally me.
I had a sister growing up. I had a redheaded sister who had really long red hair.
Oh,
nice. So there's no way she could pin it on anybody else. It's like she's the only redhead in the house, right? So you go into the bathroom and you literally like stick a chopstick down the drain and rotate it and pull it out. And it would just have like the gnarliest chunk of red hair you've ever seen in your entire life on it. Man, and she'd still be like, it's not mine. It's everybody else's hair just mixes with my hair color and it looks like it's mine, but it's not mine. It's like, no, it's yours.
Honestly, I'm surprised. Like the drain in the main bathroom, like our ensuite, it's like a 2.5 inch pipe, like right in the bottom of the freaking shower. It's like this. And if I don't stay on top of like, pulling it out, because it's just a grate, like it's just a standard little thing over the drain hole. If I don't stay, I should every other day or so just pull out the wad that gets caught. But if I don't, like it takes maybe 2 or 3 months, it starts slowing the flow. I'm shocked that like this junk plus all the other goo and grossness that like goes down that drain. It's like the drain. It's the main.
Yeah.
It's practically the main pipe. You know, I know the bigger one, the main ones that actually fall down through the wall are 3 inches usually. But like
it gets bad here too. Like we've it doesn't happen all the time, but it's gotten like this. How I know when it's time to clean the drain. I get in, I turn the shower on, and then I feel my feet get submerged.
Yeah,
I'm like, why is the shower basin filling with water? And then you turn off the shower and it's draining super slow. Like it's filling faster than it's draining. And then you're like, oh crap, time to get the liquid plumber out.
Yeah,
by the way, liquid plumber works really well. What's that?
You get this. It's a black jug. I can't remember what it says on the jug, but it's lye. It's liquid lye.
So is liquid plumber. Liquid plumbers.
I guess so.
They all use the. What is it called? It's like
it comes in a bag,
like the killer jug, acid or something. Yeah. And I know
jug comes in a hefty plastic like zip bag.
Oh,
and
it's different.
And
okay,
it's
like a powder or something. Or?
No, it's liquid. It's liquid lye. It's you look on the thing. But it's like, don't get this on that scene out of Fight Club where he pours the shit on the guy's hand and starts eating away because it's super basic. It's not an acid, it's a super base.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, don't get this stuff on you. And if you do, don't use water, right? You're supposed to use like vinegar or something acidic to get
you have
shit
to
off.
Neutralize it. Yeah, it'll like soak into your skin.
Oh man, this is the best stuff, and I love it. Lie in a bag seems like no. Jug. Big hefty duty plastic bag goes around the jug, and I think that's because like if it leaks. Also. Yeah, I think that's like if the jug leaks during shipping or whatever, they don't have,
that would make sense.
Chemicals going everywhere.
Yeah, because I was like, dude, they're putting something that caustic in just like a Ziploc bag or whatever. I was like, what the shit? No, but that makes sense. They're putting a bag
powdered. I think you can get powdered lye. Like
you can. You can get stuff killer.
It's like a garden thing. You can like get it.
Yep.
I think my dad did that. My dad did that because he was trying to grow some grass. But the pine needles make the dirt super acidic. And so you get lye, you pour a bunch of lye all over the ground to help balance the pH out. That's right. I remember him doing that. And they ended up growing ryegrass. It was really neat because that shit will grow anywhere.
It's sodium hydroxide. It's sodium hydroxide is what it is.
Lye.
Yeah. Yep. Oops. Yep. As a matter of fact, I think that's the same thing as Stump Killer. What is in Stump Killer? Because I'm pretty sure
it just melts. It melts organic stuff. It's super caustic. Or not, I guess caustic is the right word. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it looks like they have something called was it trislopyr? What is it? Triclopyr? TRICLOPYR. I've never heard of that.
Mm-mm.
And then it has a sodium metabisulfate, potassium nitrate, and Epsom
copper,
salt.
Man. Just get copper spikes and stick them into the stumps. You're trying to get rid of stumps.
Dude, I've never heard
it takes a while. Seriously? It takes longer. What?
No, how's that work? No, I didn't know that.
Oh, copper. That's old school, man. Unless you're gonna make dynamite and blow them up like old farmers and stuff. But copper spikes.
Now when you do that.
No, you can get copper. I think you used to be able to get copper nails, like big long 9-inch copper nails. But
you still can't for roofing.
But people, you stick a dozen copper rods spikes into it like helps. I think it's because it oxidizes.
That'd be so expensive now.
Oh yeah, but I think it's because the copper oxidizes and helps speed up the rotting of the stump. It'll make it like super soft and stuff.
Did you learn that from your bro?
I have no idea where that information comes from.
Because your bro does the tree brain stuff, right?
My brain says this is it's an older fact. It's definitely an older fact than my brother.
It was your bro that came out and did my backyard to drop the tree, right?
Yeah, him and Adams too. Yeah.
Yeah, that was so cool. That was so cool. He did that.
But yeah, that's an older fact than him doing.
I have no idea. Hey, in chat, did anybody?
But it's a thing.
Just pound copper stakes into a stump and kill it over time.
That's old hat. Or you get those guys who'll do you take like a hole bit, right, for drilling 2-inch holes or whatever. Drill a few holes into the stump, fill it with diesel and fertilizer, and then blow them up.
The ammonium nitrate, yeah. Yep. Fertilizer and diesel.
I can't in good conscience recommend. Don't try that at home.
Actually, isn't fertilizer and diesel what that guy used to like blow the building up?
It's Timothy McVeigh.
I actually remember his name. I didn't say it because I thought I had it wrong. It was Timothy McVeigh. Okay.
And that's actually it's really difficult to get. Well, not difficult, but it's not as easy to get fertilizer with ammonium nitrate in it anymore.
No, as a matter of fact,
You
I
can
know
it's
from
farm
experience,
supplies and stuff like that, but I don't think like
they
Home
card you.
Depot and
They
stuff
card
will-
you now, and you can only order up to a certain amount.
Yeah.
So because I got
Monetized,
I got a bag of it like for like a
Oh,
couple
nice.
years ago to do the front of my yard. And I
Yeah.
went in and the limit was you could only buy 2 bags, and they
That makes
got
sense.
they got my license. They
Yeah, that
actually
makes
they
sense.
take your license, write your name down in a little book and your license number. Just like they do for
Damn.
Suicide now. Yeah, because they're like because they don't want people like taking that shit and building bombs out of it. Because you can,
Yeah.
like, you don't need a ton of it. Like, apparently, if you just take like straight up ammonium nitrate and you just mix it with diesel oil or any kind of, it doesn't have to be diesel, it can be any kind of fuel oil.
Yeah, just something
just,
hot.
It just explodes. You just got to put it
Or,
into something that will contain it. Otherwise, it burns. Like if you just
What
set
is
it on
it?
fire, it just burns. But if you put it in a sealed container, it explodes. Or something. Bomb tips.
What is it? Oh, well, hold on. It's there's something else about thermite.
Oh, thermite is super easy to make.
It's
dude.
super easy too. It's that's another. It's like it's another some aluminum something.
Dude, all this
or
is
other
aluminum and iron oxide. That's it. It's rust.
Yeah, that's the
just
stuff.
Rust and ground up aluminum, and you have thermite.
And it just,
Yep.
Or
now the thing people don't know is to start it, you need a really hot flame.
Something really hot.
Like not even a torch. You can't even start it with a torch. You have to use like a sparkler or something that has magnesium.
There you go.
In it. Like you need
Really that's it. That's it. Volkswagen, the old Beetles. There was a year or two, I think it was like 2 years model of Volkswagen. The entire engine block is just a solid lump of magnesium.
Yep, there's another Volkswagen where the wheels
That's insane.
are too. The wheels,
That's insane.
They make their wheels out of magnesium.
Like I've heard stories of guys like.
Did you hear that from Burning Man?
I don't remember. No, my dad would tell me stories about guys taking old VW engine blocks and putting them in 55-gallon drums and just burning them, and it's like a rocket.
So
it's so fucking hot.
Where I heard it from, it burns at over 3,000 degrees C.
It's insane. It's like, it'll melt. Magnesium's no joke.
Metal known to man, it'll melt carbide. Like it's like the hottest.
Yeah, it's bonkers.
Flame. I don't know if it's the hottest flame. I think that if you like mix it with like pure oxygen, you can get it even hotter.
Oh, I
but
bet.
As far as just temperature you can get from ambient air, because I believe it creates its own air, doesn't it? That's one of the things that makes it super hot. Is I think it burns underwater.
I can see some crazy shit going on. It's man. Because it's that and what is it else? It's magnesium and phosphorus. I think that you can. That's why like certain flares you can do underwater and stuff because
magnesium creates its own oxygen, so you can burn magnesium underwater. I've done that before. I've actually lit a magnesium strip on and stuck it in a swimming pool, and it just bubbled. It was awesome.
Crazy, man. Stuff like that. Lithium too.
We used to do that shit in school. Do they even allow you to do that in school anymore, like in science class, or have they like totally dumbed it down now?
Teacher is really cool. Yeah, they'll show you that kind of stuff. Like taking a lump, like you take a little, just a tiny blip of sodium, and you drop it on the water, and just
or an entire tablespoon, and put shotgun-sized holes in the panels at the top of the roof and set off the fire alarms and have to evacuate the whole building. That's what happened when I was there. I wasn't in there when it happened, but I was in a class across the hallway, and it literally sounded like a shotgun. Like it was like,
I believe it. I believe it.
Boom, and you heard the alarm go, woo-doo-doo-doo, to get everybody to get out because I guess the fumes or whatever, they were worried about it. And so I went to science class later that day, and there was like freckled holes in the ceiling tile. Like you could literally see where it just went straight up and just peppered the whole ceiling tile. And so for all we knew, they had to call the fire department because they were worried that the magnesium was up there burning still somewhere, and they didn't want it like starting a fire up in the false ceiling. But no, it ended up completely evaporating like this, because I guess what a kid did is they keep it in a bottle with oil. Because we did it too. They would let us take a little bit out, and you'd take it and drop it in the water, and then it'd fizzle and pop. And you see a little fire and a little flash. It was kind of cool. But some kid literally grabbed a whole freaking chunk out of there. He didn't just like smear off a little piece like you're supposed to. He grabbed a whole chunk and just hucked it in a bowl of water, and it just went boom, and it like shattered the glass too. So sodium's no joke, dude.
Yeah.
But the thing is like,
love that stuff.
Thermite is one of the easiest things to make. Like thermite, all you need is where do you get aluminum from? Everywhere. It's in everything. Foil, like cans. You can literally just ground up cans. Matter of Cody's lab just did a video.
Oh yeah. That's
where if you just take iron oxide, just take iron oxide, mix it with ground up aluminum, just run it through a mill, and neither one will burn by itself. Like you can, the rust, you can grind it up. The finer it is, the hotter it burns, and the faster it burns. So you just take the two, you grind them up. But then he was like, wait a second, I wonder if you could get a can to light on fire, because you just have to get it hot enough that the aluminum will ignite, right? And so he's like, well, a can is just one big molecule, right? So you just need a lot more energy to get it going. So he figured out that if you take the thermite, you put a little bit in a can, and then you smash the can around it so it's compressed, and then you create a whole bunch of those and put them in a pile and light them on fire. You get quite the thermite fire pit. And, and it literally, like, it was burning the cans, like the cans themselves, without even being ground up, were burning. And so, but yeah, to create thermite, it's like all you need is rust, right? So just grind iron and it'll literally oxidize in air. It'll turn from the shiny metal to just literally red in a matter of minutes when you grind it that fine. You can use a ball mill to do it. Like, that's what Cody did, is he basically just used the ball mill with big stainless steel balls that were just mashing it. Yeah. And then you just filter it out, and then you just got a pile of iron oxide, you got a pile of your ground up aluminum, mix them together. Oh, it's the wiener dog. Mix them together. And but the thing is, people are like, oh yeah, no, be careful not to ignite. You, dude, it takes everything to ignite this shit. Like, you can literally rub it together. Like, you can create thermite, stir it together, rub it against itself, smash it with a hammer, drive it with a car. It's like, no matter what you do, it will not ignite. You have to put a damn sparkler in it or hit it with like an oxygen torch. Like, I think an oxyacetylene torch will set it off. I think that's hot enough to set it off. But like a MAP gas torch, no. I've seen people take a MAP gas torch and just hold it up to thermite, like a pile of thermite, and it will not ignite. And you're like, MAP gas gets pretty damn hot. Not hot enough to weld. Not to like. Wait, Nathan said, did I get suspended? No, you're still here, bro. We still see you.
No, we were talking about the school thing.
Oh, the school thing. Okay, never mind. No, I didn't do it. First of all, it wasn't me, so I didn't get suspended. The kid that did do it, though, we never heard if he got suspended or not. I don't think he did. They would have told us if he did. So yeah. I didn't know the kid who did it because he was like 2 grades ahead of me. So
we did have a couple super chats.
Oh, dude, okay, hold on.
Blue Varo $10 says, "Hey guys, this past week started doing AI art. I've been using an app called Zedge to make phone wallpapers. It's taking a bit to learn how to prompt, but it's been fun. Zedge is old school phone wallpapers and stuff, ringtones, things like that too. I've used Zedge for years.
What is Zedge?
An app that has all kinds of cool wallpapers, ringtones.
Well, if it was from years ago, then it's definitely not AI.
I'm sure they've updated. I'm sure
the number one phone personalization app in the world that helps you make sure your phone reflects you. Oh,
I've used that for a long time. Yeah.
Wow.
And I'm sure they've added some capabilities, because I mean, why would you not? And then another 10, he says, I tried getting it to work on my AMD GPU, but it just wouldn't do it. So next week, Texas should be here. I'm getting a 4070.
Hell yeah. Dude, the 40 cards are nice.
One moment. I got to make sure my dog's not pooping someplace.
No, go ahead. Man. Go ahead. No, the 40 cards are absolutely nice. I've been absolutely loving my 4090. I've been dealing with a lot of shit. If you guys are one of my patrons, I finally created a jitter after 2 months. I've been having a rough go. I'm not going to go into it here because I don't want to get all emotional and end up like running off. But I've been struggling with some shit with streaming. That's why you guys haven't seen me on Twitch at all over the last 2 weeks. But I'm working on it. I had a good therapy appointment 2 days ago. It's helped me out quite a bit, and I'm working on getting back on the horse. But the goal is to actually create content showing you guys a lot of the cool AI stuff that I found. But I've got to get over this stupid mental crap I'm dealing with first. But once I do have plans of creating YouTube content, like showing you guys some amazing AI stuff that I've been doing with RTX 4090. And virtually everything I've done, you can do too. Like, you have to tweak some settings and stuff because lower VRAM use and stuff on the lesser cards, but it can all be done. Like, with everything back to like even a 20 series, anything that has tensor cores, you can do the stuff that I'm doing. Even without tensor cores, you can do CPU. It's just way slower. Like, for instance, LM Studio on a CPU with the heavy hitter models that are like, 16 gigs or bigger. Those ones you're probably going to get like 1 word every 10 seconds on a CPU, whereas with a GPU, you'll get like 47 words a second. So with a 4090 and then everything in between, but CPU is ridiculously slow, but it will do it. Like, if you don't mind the time, you can do all the voice cloning stuff I'm doing, all of the face swapping, the deep faking video and images, the text to speech using somebody else's cloned voice, the speech to speech where you can take somebody talking and make their voice into somebody else's voice while keeping their inflections. Really, really cool tech. It's all free. This is all in the public domain under a GPL license, or even just a free open free for all license up on GitHub. And so I will tell you right now, GitHub has become my one-stop shop for looking for anything. Because anytime something pops into my head and I'm like, oh, I want to do something, I go to GitHub and look before I do it myself, because I'm like, 9 out of 10 times I find something. Like, I'll give you a great example, right? The other day, I was trying to download a file from, it was like one of those online file sharing sites that they want you to pay like, you know, so much money a month to be able to download from. Otherwise you get like these super slow speeds and you have to do all the shit. And I found an app on GitHub that's a downloader for it that actually goes and gets it goes there, sits in the 30-second line for the you know, slower version, and then it does the CAPTCHA, right? And it goes through the CAPTCHA, and it does that on like 5 different proxy servers. And then each of the proxy servers, it downloads a different segment of the file because it basically lies to the server and says, oh, my download stopped, resume at this byte. And so it has 5 streams downloading, which gives you like the full speed you'd normally get if you paid for the service. And because it's doing it through 5 different IPs, because it's using an open proxy server list on the internet that just gets updated every now and again, it basically works. You just drop out the command line, you pass the URL to this thing, hit enter, and you're done. And it does the CAPTCHA and everything. And so I was like, holy shit, somebody already created this. But the cool thing was they didn't just create it. They forked from another project that forked from another project. They just kept adding functionality. It's like the first guy created a program that could answer CAPTCHAs. Then the other guy created a program that could, like, you know, go to the site and do the countdown and start the download. And then another guy created like a component that could do this other thing. And then one guy just said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to write like 20 lines of code. Well, it's more than that, but like 100 lines of code to take these 3 other projects and put them under one hood. And now it just does everything. You just basically type the name of it, pass it a URL, and it just in the background just downloads and then tells you when it's done. So it's like YTDLP, but for those file download sites that make you do the countdown, and then you got to click on the thing, then you got to answer the CAPTCHA, and then it downloads it like, you know, 5 kilobytes a second. But instead, it uses a bunch of threads. And the cool thing is because all the source code's public, you can see exactly how it works. Like you can peek under the rug and be like, oh, how's this thing working? Is it doing anything bad? And the nice thing is like people, because it is open source, it's like, yeah, people could upload projects that do various things, but people figure it out immediately. Like if you're using a project that has a ton of downloads and a ton of stars and stuff, you don't have to worry about it like capturing your data and doing bad things, because the community would out them immediately, because these are all source code people that are on there. They're all looking at source code and they'd find it immediately and they'd run you out of town and you'd be banned. So I think the tool is called what is it, like K2S Downloader? If you guys want to try to find it, I think it's called K2S Downloader. But the cool thing is it had a secondary effect. So it creates a file when you first start it that I just noticed. It just showed up in the folder, and it took forever to create it. Like it literally, this file probably took 10 or 15 minutes the first time I ran it. And it's like evaluating proxy list. I'm like, where are you getting this proxy list from? Because proxy servers aren't super common anymore, right? Like SOCKS 4, SOCKS 5 proxies and stuff. People usually use like VPNs now, right? They use virtual private networks, VPS and stuff like that. They don't really use the old school proxy servers much anymore. But it turns out there's still a lot of people who use proxy servers. There's a lot of people who use proxy servers without putting username and passwords on it, because this list, it basically goes to a site and it even tells you the site. Here, let me look in the source code here. If I open up the source code and I scroll down, it'll give me the URL to, and it doesn't even need to create an account or anything. There's literally an API online that will just go and download a gajillion freaking proxy servers. And okay, so this works with a site called, what is it? Tez Files, FBoomMe, Fast Downloads, K2S, and Keep2Share.cc are the domains that it works with. I can't remember which one was the one that I got the file from. But it was but it was basically, it was one of those files that said, oh, you have to click the slow version. It downloads at like 5 kilobytes a second, and it kept failing. I tried that route like 3 times. That's why I went and looked for the tool in the first place. It wasn't because the download was slow. It was because it kept stopping. And so this thing automatically resumes too. So it got the whole file. But yeah, this API, it's called let's see here. So HTTP, where's choice at? Choice. Okay, it's in a different folder because it gets fed in from another file. There's three Python scripts in here: main, K2S, and urls.json. Is it under there? Let me look. So URLs. No, that's not it. No, oh, those are the URLs that downloaded. Anyways, if you look through the source code, I don't know which file it's in, but I looked at it earlier. It gives you this site that has an API that you can call, that when you go to that URL and you basically, put in the arguments and the little URL, I think they call them like attributes or whatever. It pops up a list of like fucking, I don't know, how many is it? 2 here. Let me go to the end. It's how many proxies are in this file? It just gave me 275 open proxies. And it updates constantly. Like every time you query it, the list is different. So, and it just gives you this list of just open proxies that are on the internet. So somebody created a service that you don't even have to create an account for. You just query this API and it just gives you back a shitload of, now they don't all work. They die constantly, but the guy knew that. So he wrote in the program, it tries one. If it doesn't work, it tries another one. If it doesn't work, it tries another one. It just rolls through the whole list. And then it scrambles
Nice.
the list so that it gets a different one, and then it grabs a bunch of it's really an interesting program. It's not written very well. I could probably spend like an hour and make this thing infinitely better. But I was just surprised that some dude was like, you know what, he had the same problem I did, where it's like he just wasn't getting good download speeds, he was getting corrupt files. And so he just wrote this thing. It had next to no documentation. I literally was going by like the name of the project. I just looked up like the name of the site and typed downloader. And that's what, you know, whatever you're trying to download, space downloader. This popped up as like the first link under relevance. I clicked on it and I was like, how is this? It hasn't been touched. The code hasn't been touched in over a year and it still works. So I was shocked.
That's good code.
This is great. But dude, it happens all the time. I'll go to GitHub for the most obscure shit and search for it and find something that does it. Like all the voice cloning stuff I did. I literally just went to GitHub and typed in voice cloning and voice text to speech AI. And it gives you back like a bajillion results for both of those. And you basically just sort them by relevance and just start picking through them. And you know, the ones that have more stars, obviously, are the ones that are more updated and people are working with more often. And usually you grab like one of the top 3 ends up doing exactly what you want it to do or getting you really close.
Yeah.
And so I was like, and then the cool thing is with AI now is you can take that project just by URL and just pass it to like OpenAI, like through Bing AI. You can say, look at this URL, say, you know, because now they can query the web, right? So you say, look at this URL and alter this project to have this feature or to add this thing. And it'll actually go over there, look at the GitHub page, go through all the source code or whatever, or you can download it as a zip file and upload it as a zip file, and it'll unzip it and look at all the code inside of it and say, these are the changes. And it'll give you like the blocks of the code, tell you which files to put them in and everything to add the feature that you're looking for. Dude, it's like everybody's a software developer. So I actually posed a question on Twitter this morning. By the way, that was an automated post. If you guys didn't guess, I was sleeping when that happened. I literally scheduled that yesterday because I didn't want to post at like 1 a.m. I keep posting like 1 a.m. when nobody's around. So I post the question and here I'll repost it for you guys. It says scrolling on down. No, we're gonna talk about Grok here in a while. Let's see here.
Q.
Where's the we're gonna talk about and why is Elon naming his Grok with a K when there was already a Grok with a Q before him? It was already like working on a project. That was kind of sleazy. And Grok with a K, you know, Elon Musk's version of is if you ask it, what are you based on? What is your source code based on?
Oh yeah, I saw you do that. It eventually
gets
to 3.5
over and over. What is that based on? What is that based on? Guess what the final answer was? Oh, you got me. GPT 3.5 from OpenAI. So they're literally so Grok is not Elon Musk is completely lying. It's literally just an early copy he got his hands on, probably because he was involved with OpenAI. So he probably had a backdoor deal where dude slipped in the code or the database from an old trained version, and then he trained it with Twitter data that was inaccurate as hell, that broke the alignment. And now it just gives you nothing but false answers. But the funniest thing was, I asked it because if you go to Grok on Grok's page on Twitter, when you have to pay premium to use it, right? It says that Grok is a unique AI that's better than every other AI because it's the only AI that can query Twitter or X, right? So you're like, and it even says in there, you can query about any information or any analytics on X and it'll tell you about it. Posts, analytics, trending, it'll tell you in real time about all of it. So I asked it the simplest question I could. How many followers does Elon Musk have? You know what it said? 150 million. He has 171 million in reality. But you know what's even more embarrassing? I went to both ChatGPT 3.5, Google Bard, Llama, and Mixtral, which are the Facebooks and then the open source one that's local. All of them said 170 billion. So why, you know, basically in the ballpark, they didn't say like to the exact number, just said 170 billion. So why is it that every other AI can tell me how many followers Elon Musk has like today, but his own AI that says that it's querying Twitter, like literally when you ask it the question, it's like, oh, you know, formulating query for Twitter. And then it gives you the answer. It's completely wrong. I even asked like, what's his most famous post? It's wrong. I asked him what post got the most views. It was wrong. I was like, how many views did he get last week? It was wrong. I asked it how many views I got last week. It was wrong. It answers the question and gives you a number with absolute confidence, but it's nowhere even remotely in the ballpark. So it just hallucinates its ass off, right? Oh yeah, sorry, I keep doing that. Mo World made a good point. It's called Google Gemini now. So I keep calling it Bard.
Oh yeah, well,
name.
okay.
Gemini is what it's called now. That's the official
whatever. Name. That's so dumb. I mean, it's funny you say that when I was just thinking about a thread of like all the weird different Google products and all their different names and stuff, and it's just
they're almost as confusing as Microsoft. Not quite. Microsoft has the habit of reusing the same name for every product. And by the way, if you think like so Microsoft, what do you think of when I say Microsoft Surface?
Well, two things. First, that big ass table that they made that was supposed to be multi-touch input thing first, but then now, of course, the tablets or laptop tablet things.
Did you know that they were going to call the laptop tablet thing, right? The one that runs Windows. Did you know that before the Windows Mobile project got shut down, they were actually going to call the little tablet phone that ran Windows Phone, not the Windows, but the Windows Phone operating system, they were going to call that the Surface. So they were going to have a Surface laptop that ran Windows 11 or Windows 10 at the time. I don't know. Do they still? No, Surface Pro X is still out. They still sell that today. So yeah. So they have a Surface that runs Windows 11. They were going to have a Surface that was a phone that ran Windows OS and a Surface that was a giant table that ran their proprietary operating system for like corporate venues and stuff like that. Ugh. I was like, dude, how many times can you reuse a name? What do they do the same thing with? Xbox. So now you have the Xbox. You have the Xbox One X. You have the Xbox One S. You have the Xbox One. What the hell? Yeah. Like, okay.
And then the Xbox One X Series S or whatever.
S. Like, it's like, what the shit are you guys thinking? It's like, how does anybody come home with the right product?
I don't know what the fuck's going on. Nvidia dropping Quadro from their professional cards and then doing this whack ass shit with the Nvidia, the supers and the TIs and the TI supers, and it doesn't make any sense. Like, what?
So ask my friend. They bought a 4090.
Pattern. They had a pattern. They had a way that made sense, and like they just decided to just fuck it all. I just
want to know what the benefit is. Like, what is the benefit of the confusing naming convention? Are you hoping that people just buy like a lesser card and think it's a good one because it's a good deal, or
because so
check
weird.
This out. It's like I don't know if they still do this with the 40 series cards, but I know with the 30 series cards, like the 3050 or 3060 had like the CPU from like the 2080 or something like that.
There was a set that was still
not all of them ran the same generation.
Older architecture, the A95 or whatever it was, because like I think some of them are on the it's like 105 or something now. I don't know, but I know what you're talking about.
To do it though is the unified driver architecture.
And it was from the 20 series, and I think they did that. That was just like they were scrambling early on with the 30 series because of like chip shortages and the pandemic, and like and they were selling out left and right and things like that. That's why they pumped out the what was it, the 1660 Ti. It was like kind of a hold. Oh shit, we got all these funky chips lying in a bucket somewhere. The
YouTubers had a field day with that one. I remember that. Like people were like, "What in the hell are you doing?"
It's so weird. It's just
what really sucks is Nvidia like literally leads the market, not by a little, but by a shitload.
A lot. They
huge. Own the GPU market, like worldwide.
At the high end,
why do they have to do those games? Like they already own the market. People will buy the shit.
It's so weird.
If you call it the highest possible number you can put on and charge $3,000, they will still sell every card.
Well, yeah, why did they get rid of GPUs? Like the Titan thing was cool, and now it's like the 90s. Like you have these whatever XX90 cards.
Yeah, and that was it, right? Because they had the 1080. I remember they had the 1080, and then they had the Titan X, and then the Titan XP with the little p, the Pascal versus
that. That was like again kind of a stopgappy sort of a deal. That was like a refresh.
But that was confusing too, because it was like the Titan Maxwell was like the previous generation. But the Titan
that was the 1080 Ti basically.
Which was like the next generation. So it could do, because I had a Pascal Titan and I remember it could do ray tracing. It did it shittily, but it could do ray tracing. And you're like, wait a second, Nvidia says that the 1 series cards can't do ray tracing because they're still GTX.
Right.
But the Titan XP was new enough and had the new enough architecture that it technically had tensor cores. They just didn't advertise it at the time, right? So it could do some RTX stuff. You can install like open Tensor RT. And do Tensor RT. You can't do that on a 1080, but you could do it on a Titan XP. Yeah. And it's super duper confusing, man. It's like, but my friend just bought one. So he asked me, he calls me, he's like, hey, what card should I buy? I showed him the AI shit, blew his mind, right? He couldn't believe it. Like I showed him Stable Diffusion, how to set it up with a couple plugins. And he was like, his mind was blown. He was sending me pictures he's still sending me pictures. I keep getting pictures. He's like, dude, look how real this is. And he's like sending me pictures of like a guy with a gun standing outside the White House. And it looks totally real. And he's like, dude, I just created this from Stable Diffusion with like a prompt, and I used this training from Civit AI or whatever, the site where you can download the models that I showed him. And he's like, dude, it's slow as shit. How do I get this faster? I was like, you got to buy a GPU. He's like, which GPU to buy? I was like, well, if you want the best, go get a 4090. So he comes back and he's like, I got a 4090. I was like, oh, which one did you get? He's like, oh, I got the 4090 OC something. I'm like, what the fuck is a 4090 OC something?
That is MSI, I think. That would be an MSI AIB, right?
So it's like, so you got a 4090, then you got the 4090 Ti, you got a 4090 Super.
Did they make a 4090 Ti? I don't think they did, or they did a 4090 Ti.
Maybe, did they? I thought
I think they did.
sure
I think they did a 4090 Ti, but I don't think they did.
So they have a TI,
Ti Super.
They have a Super. So how do you know which one's the Super is the newer card? So does it mean the Super's faster? Or is the Super slower?
Somebody actually recently did a thing.
Titanium or Superman?
They explained it out. Well, and see, that's the problem. That's the problem, right? So from the I want to say from the 900s. Actually, I want to say it goes as far back as the 700s, because I think there was like a 780 Ti. But at least with the 900s, there was a 970, 980, 980 Ti. And then there was a 1080, 1070, 1080, 1080 Ti. And 2020, right? 2070, 2080, 2080 Ti. Like they had a pattern.
Didn't have TIs though, right? Like some cards didn't have TIs, others had TIs.
I think at least with the 700s, there's always a Ti. And there was the there was a 2080 Ti.
Okay, you're right. Okay, there's a 2080 Ti. Was there a 3080 Ti?
Oh yeah, I have a 3080 Ti.
You do? Okay. What's the difference between the 3080 Ti and the 3090?
So that's where things changed, was with the 3000 series stuff. There was a 2080 Ti, and then there was a Titan XP, the little P.
Yeah.
The Pascal. Because there was an XP.
How confusing was that too? Yeah, big P and little P, like literally on the packaging, big P or little P. It's like how the shit, man. It was a big difference.
P was for Pascal. XP was Pascal. The black, right? Yep. They did a bunch of Titan mix-ups right around that same time.
Way slower though. That was the funny thing. If you went to a store and you looked at the boxes, looked identical. The boxes looked identical. The cards looked a little different. Like they changed the styling on them a little bit.
Our Titan couch was little P boxes.
That was the little P cards. Yeah, but the boxes themselves look similar from the outside. Exactly, and the only way you could tell was the capital P or the little P.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the hell? Like people, you go to the store. It's like
I'm sure people fuck that up a lot.
People don't say capitals when they tell you how to spell shit, right? They don't go, use a capital P or a lower P. It's like you would just look at it, go, that's an XP. There can't be another XP. That'd be like you buying a Ford and you go buy the Ford Cortina or whatever. And it's like, okay, do you get the Cortina with the little C or the big C? Like what the fuck are you talking about? Like it's spelled the same.
And then with the 3000 series, they dropped that's also, I think, when they dropped the Quadros from the professional cards.
I didn't even know. You told me right now. I didn't even know Quadros were dropped.
It's just RTX 6000, RTX 4000, and it's like,
wow.
You're not going to at least.
That decision I understand. I do understand the decision slightly, and I'll tell you why. Because the RTX is an important thing, because RTX implies ray tracing and tensor cores, right?
Sure, that's fine. And
you're right. It should have been RTX Quadro, like it should, because Quadro is the professional cards, right? That's what differentiates. It
was a brand. You had a distinction.
Yeah,
right. And so they dropped the Titans. They dropped the Quadro name. And then they released these 90s, which are basically, and again, I've pointed this out too. Like, people say, oh my God, the 3090 is so expensive. Oh my God. And it's like, if you compare it to the Titans of old, they're perfectly in line with the normal spread of cost.
And to be fair, performance was greater gap in the later generation cards. So like the 3080 to the 3090 was a bigger performance gap than the previous ones to the Titan. Like the 2080 to the Titan was way less gap. So I would argue that you're getting more performance, even though they're not using the Titan name anymore. But the thing is, the Titan name meant something.
But that was your in between. Like we're giving you the pro status VRAM, because like if you need that big bucket, you'd have to jump to a Quadro. Even like low end Quadros have outrageous VRAM. But we're a little wink and a nod that is still a gaming.
It's ECC memory too. I noticed that the 4090 has ECC memory. Did you know that?
Didn't.
So if you open Nvidia, I just found this out like last week. I opened up Nvidia control panel, right? And I was like, okay, this is weird. The very first box, if you click on it, there's a new option that says, do you want to enable AirCheck ECC RAM or not?
Oh yeah, holy shit.
So you can disable it if you want. It gives you slightly more performance, because to do the ECC check, it does take some processing. But they allow
you can change the state. Yeah, that's funny.
If you guys don't know what ECC is, that's something that the Quadro cards had, because it allowed you to make sure that the memory couldn't corrupt a bit. Because in professional work, if a bit gets corrupted, that doesn't mean it's going to crash. It doesn't mean that it's going to necessarily stop. It could just literally corrupt a pixel or corrupt some minor piece of metadata or something that you don't notice at first that could cause a cascading problem down the road. So usually professionals like to use ECC memory on their graphics card and on their motherboards for professional applications. And that way, if a bit does get corrupted, it can correct itself. So like live as it's going, it'll look at the parity on the memory and say, ooh, this bit isn't what it's supposed to be, and it'll change it back to what it's supposed to be before the next computational operation occurs. And that way, if a cosmic ray hits your computer or whatever and knocks a bit out of alignment, you never end up having an error, right? You're never going to crash your computer or have a busted bit or something look wrong. And so ECC is a big deal. But again, the 4080 doesn't have it. The 4090 does. And I thought that was really weird because, again, the Quadros, the professional cards had that. So I was like, this is another feature. The other one was NVLink. NVLink, what in the 30 series cards, they've gotten rid of it, I think, altogether now. But
I think you can still do it with 4090s
because they don't have the edge on them anymore. They don't have the little connector anymore. So do they do it through PCI bus or something now?
I think I know that there's been talk with PCIe 4 and 5 is fast enough to make memory pooling, but it's a software thing. Like you have to write your code, and it's still like not best practice. It's weird.
Yeah, because here's the interesting thing.
That is the plan. I think that's the plan.
I had two 2080s in my computer original. That was like the original configuration I had when I upgraded from my Titans, right? I went from Titans to 2080s, and I had an NVLink bridge, right? Between the Titan 2080s. However, the 2070s and the 2060s dropped NVLink.
Right.
Then in the 30 series, they dropped the NVLink for the 3080, but they kept it for the 3090. So the 3090 still had a bridge. Now in the 40 series card, there's no bridge anymore, but the 4090 still technically supports it just through like the PCI bus, but the lesser card.
Something like that, memory pooling and things. Yeah.
So it's like they keep doing this weird thing where it's like you're still within the generation, you're just going up in numbers, but the features completely change.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like the one thing
again, it just highlights that the 4090s or any of the X90s are supposed to be that bridge sort of between the consumer and the professional cards.
You know what feature they dropped I was really pissed about, though, that I honestly wish they would bring back because it's still infinitely useful, is do you remember the 2080s or all the 20? I think was it just the 2080? It might have been the other ones too, but I know the 2080 that I had, the two that I had a USB-C port on the graphics card.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you could run Thunderbolt out to a screen or even daisy chain them. You could have multiple.
That was for Thunderbolt displays and things like that.
But you know what else was cool about it that nobody really knew about is that you could plug an Oculus headset or any of the VR headsets that just had a USB-C that had a hub. You could basically take the hub out of the loop, plug it right into the graphics card, and it still worked.
Yeah.
And the thing that really sucks now is that if you guys haven't heard, Sony announced officially, I verified this, that the PSVR 2 is going to be supported on PC.
Yeah, so that's going to be rad.
Sony is going to themselves, not a third-party hack, they themselves are going to release a driver that will enable you to use your PSVR on a computer. Now, this is a big deal, and I'll tell you why it's a big deal.
I think that'll be fun.
PSVR has a really nice field of view, like really nice full field of view compared to a lot of the VR headsets. That's one thing about it. It's really light, so you can wear it for like ever and a day, right?
Nice.
It's all operates through one USB cable. It doesn't have the breakout hub with like DisplayPort and all that shit on it. So you have to have a computer that has GPU pass through Thunderbolt. So it has to support the Thunderbolt with GPU pass through. And if you had one of those 2080s, you could literally just plug it right in the graphics card to be good to go. But now you have to have a computer or a laptop that has that Thunderbolt pass through. Like it can't just be what do they call it? Firewire or not Firewire? What the fuck? How old am I? Because there's like two standards.
If you're on if you're on anything modernish now, it's going to be USB 3.2 / Thunderbolt, or the 4th gen or whatever plugs.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it's called because there's two things. There's USB-C that doesn't support video, and then there's USB-C that does support video.
Yeah,
you have to have the USB-C that doesn't just support video, but has to support video pass through of the GPU.
Oh, geez.
So like you have to be able to plug it into your motherboard, but still have it route the graphics through the GPU and then back through it. And I guess not every motherboard does that, or at least the older ones didn't. Probably the newer ones do. But I was like, man, that's going to make it so a lot of people can't use that card. And if they had just kept the USB-C port on the damn thing, everybody could just plug this VR headset right into it and just rock and roll.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what I love about the PSVR headset. Okay, this is something. It's not doesn't have super high resolution. Technically, it's lower resolution than like a Quest 3. However, the field of view is amazing. The screens that they use, the screen technology, the micro OLED or whatever screen technology, fantastic. I have never had a screen create light the way that these do. Like it's convincing to your eye, makes you feel like you're seeing the sun. It's weird. It's like you're not looking at a screen and you feel like that, almost that warmth of the sun. It's very bizarre. I can't really describe it beyond that. But when I'm playing like Gran Turismo, on PlayStation 5 and I'm driving at night and it's like dusk and a car comes up behind me with its headlights on, I can feel the light coming from behind me. Even though I'm looking at the light emanating from screens in front of me, it 100% convinces my brain that it's coming from behind me. I've never had another VR headset do that. Like no other VR headset has done that. So I'm pretty excited to be able to use the PSVR on a computer, even though I do have higher resolution like this right here. This is a Vario Arrow. This thing's basically like, I think it's 39 PPI, which is freaking insane. Like this, like literally you could just do computer work and set up a million virtual displays, small virtual displays, and still read the text. Like Flight Simulator, you can read every tiny little text on every single control without zooming in or getting closer. It's fantastic. You know what I don't like about it though? The field of view isn't that great. The field of view is it's better than the Apple Vision Pro, but it's like, you know, you're definitely like this, whereas on the PSVR you're more like this, and it makes a huge difference. One thing that's really hard to explain to people if they've never used a bunch of VR headsets is the field of view, because it makes a huge difference to the experience. Huge difference. And this is why a lot of people are really divided on the Apple Vision Pros. The Apple Vision Pro has a shitty FOV, especially horizontally. So you can see, you know, fairly wide. I think they said it's approximately 90 is what people are saying. So 90 degrees, and a Quest I think is like 100 or 110. A fucking Valve Index is like 120 plus.
There you go.
But the Valve
Index, wrap around my head.
Yeah, but the Valve Index is also a really tall horizontal field of view. So if you've ever used like a Valve Index, you literally feel immersed. Like at 144 hertz with that big a field of view, even though the graphics aren't, you know, you don't have as good of pixel density, right?
Yeah.
It's just the way it fills out your entire, it literally makes you feel like you're there. It's weird. It's a whole different feeling. So there's a lot of games that you play where you don't need it so sharp to read itty bitty little text. Where it's actually way more enjoyable to have the larger field of view. And so that's why a lot of people still like the Valve Index today, is because the Valve Index, if you play Half-Life Alyx, the best headset to play Half-Life Alyx with is the Valve Index, like by far, like over every other headset, because that game was built from the ground up for it. Like all the text in the game, everything you interact with was designed specifically for that headset's attributes. And so it gives you like a wonderful experience. It's still fun with other headsets. Like I've played it also on like the Quest 2 and the Quest 3. Hell, I even played it on the Quest 1. That's what I love about the Quest. I cannot tell you how much I love the Quest. Like if I could have one VR headset to rule them all for the rest of time, it would be like a Quest 3 or a Quest 2. And the reason I say that is because it's not the best in any attribute. There's no one attribute that it's the best at. But when you take them all and average them out, it is the best headset for the money, period. Like there's nothing that even comes close. And the usability is amazing. I still have a Quest 1, the very first Quest 1 that came out that had individual, it's fairly low resolution. It's like half the resolution of a Quest 3. It uses OLED screens, which they don't use OLED screens in the newer generations because they're too expensive. But even though it's slower and shit and it's old, it's super old, right? I mean, it came out around the time USB-C was like just starting to become on stuff, right?
Yeah.
You can still plug this thing into a PC and use it for every VR game today. Nice. You can still wirelessly connect it through the little virtual link thing, either using their Oculus software or using virtual desktop. And you can play your entire VR library on this ancient wireless headset, completely wireless, just over your wireless network. And it looks beautiful and it plays perfect and the tracking's great and the frames per second are just fine. I think it's like 75 FPS, but because it's OLEDs, it makes it look a lot better. Okay. So I sat down one day and I used them all side by side, and the experience, like playing a PC VR game, was enjoyable on all three of them still today. Like I didn't put it on, oh, this is antiquated, this is slow. The reaction. No, tracking everything was brilliant. Like I was like, these things are one where it's like you buy it and it's like you could have a Quest 1, Quest 2, and Quest 3, and every single person in your family could still be playing a AAA title as long as they have a PC on the network with the graphical horsepower to run the game. That's the only downside, is like the older Quests obviously can't run a very large part of the library because they're down on power. But when you connect them wirelessly to a PC or even wired through a USB-C cable, everything, all modern game comes out tomorrow, it just works. Like you don't have to worry about, I don't have the stats. So I highly recommend the Quest headsets, like big time. Like I use a lot of VR stuff, and I can tell you right now that out of all of them, that's the one I'd recommend if you're an elitist and you want like the highest resolution possible and you're playing Flight Simulator and you don't care about the field of view because you're flying by instruments most of the time and what matters the most is seeing everything clearly in the cockpit and everything. Then I would say go with like a high density headset, like, you know, like a Pimax Crystal or an HTC Vive Pro, or even if you can find them, they don't sell them anymore because they discontinued them sadly, but a Vario Arrow. These are fantastic for that. But also you better have the GPU power to back it up, because the thing people keep forgetting is the more pixels you have, the more GPU you need to drive it, right? So when you're playing on a Valve Index, you're only having to populate half the pixels. So think about this for a second. If you're playing a game, like think about multi-mon gaming, like back in the day, how much faster was the game to run on one screen than 3 screens?
Oh yeah, sure.
Way faster, right?
Which
like
is
drop down to like a third the frame rate or less.
It's funny to feel that out. Yeah. To feel that, like, oh man, like having more than one monitor is going to slow me down. Like, it's crazy.
And if you don't run at native resolution in VR, it looks like ass. Because remember, it's blowing these, it's your whole field of view as a screen. So if you're not using native resolution, it's having to do, especially if it's an uneven resolution, right? You see a lot more blocking. The screen door effect becomes way more obvious and stuff like that. So you want to play native resolution. So on something like the Vario Aero, if you knock this thing down to half its resolution, it still looks pretty good, but nowhere near as good as it can at its top resolution. However, you grab a headset that's half the resolution of this native, and it looks fantastic. It looks way better than this. Does that make sense? So like this at half the resolution does not look the same as a headset that's native resolution of half the resolution of this. So
okay.
Kind of like CRTs versus LCDs. CRTs look better at lower resolution. So you want that native resolution. So like if you don't have like a 4090 in your PC and you want to play Flight Simulator, you don't want to run out and buy like a fucking like 5K per eye VR headset, because you're not going to have the frame rate. You're going to get sick. It's going to be leggy as shit. It's not going to be a good experience. So what's better to do is either sacrifice field of view, so they get more density of the pixels, right? But less pixels to do, which, Flight Simulator, that's what a lot of people opt to do, get a headset with the lower field of view, higher pixel density. Or you just get a lower resolution, widest display you possibly can, and then you can run at a higher frame rate, which makes it more comfortable. If you get sick with VR, the higher the FPS is, the less motion sickness you get. So there's all these like little trade-offs that people don't know about VR, and they go try it and they have a bad experience. And it's because they tried like the worst thing that was not compatible with them. And it's like, if you look at all the specs and stuff, you'll go crazy. Like, it's so different between every headset. You just have to try them. And I can tell you that it's like night and day. Like, I have some headsets that I wear that I can't even do the ISS experience where you're like floating out in space and like moving yourself along the International Space Station and looking down at the Earth with like full depth perception. It makes me get nauseous on some headsets. However, this headset, I don't get nauseous at all. I can do it for hours, right? But like the Valve Index, I get super nauseous, because it's just such a bigger, wider display. It takes up more of your field of view, and so it messes with your brain more.
Makes sense.
So if you're getting into VR, if you had a bad experience with VR, please try it again. Like, give it another chance. Try some other headsets. If your buddy's got a different one, give it a try, because all of them are different. But Apple Vision Pro, a great example is the Apple Vision Pro right now is $3,500 because it's the highest resolution. Actually, they lied. It's not the highest resolution. There's actually, I think Pimax makes one that's a higher resolution now than even the Apple's offering. But they're incredibly high resolution screens and low field of view. So that's how they get that pixel density. I think it's like 50 something PPI, because they're lower in your field of view. So think smaller screen on your desk, right? Like 27-inch versus 50-inch.
Okay.
And you've got like twice the pixel density. So you combine those two, you can't even see the pixels. It's like retina, right? Yeah. So that's great. But the problem is the amount of processing power that you need to drive that thing, even with an M2 processor in the thing and a dedicated, like their version of Nvidia's GPU, right? Like their super high horsepower AI GPU engine. Even with $3,500 worth of MacBook Pro in that thing, people are saying it's still laggy in a lot of games, and it still skips frames and it still chugs. And when you record video at the same time as playing the video, it's jumpy and all kinds of fucked up. And it's because it just does not have enough processing power. And when you play games, it can't play the VR games in your library. Apparently, you have to hack it to get to play the games, and then to get to play the games, you have to lower the resolution way down, because like your computer can't handle that. Like if you run it the native PPI of an Apple Vision Pro, it's like the equivalent of running like 6 4K displays or something like that. And if you tried to play like Flight Simulator across freaking 6 of these displays, there's no fucking way. I mean, even with a 4090, you're not going to do that. So it's like now you have a headset that is so much more capable than the computer could possibly drive it, which sounds great in practice, but or in principle, but in practice, it's not, because you're like, you have this headset. How much would it bother you if you bought a high resolution monitor and you could never run it at its native resolution because it was just too slow and too choppy? You'd be like, why the fuck did I buy this? Like, I actually feel the same way about my TV in my bedroom. I bought an 8K TV because it was on sale. It was literally like on super fire sale for like Super Bowl a couple of years ago. And so I bought an 8K TV. Ask me how much 8K content I've watched on that thing.
0, unless it's on YouTube, I guess.
It's 0.001 just to try it, right? Just to see what it looks like. And the reason being is from 15 feet away, I cannot tell the difference between 4K and 8K, even on a 74-inch screen. I cannot see the difference from that distance. I have good eyesight. I cannot see the difference. But you know what I do see the difference of? The frame rate. It is 4 times worse frame rate to run an 8K video stream. So when I'm on the computer and I'm playing like Forza Horizon, if I play Forza Horizon in 4K, I get like 120 with a third. I have a 3070. That has a 3070 in it.
Okay.
It plays Forza Horizon about 126 frames per second on ultra graphics, 4K, HDR, and with VSync or all that shit enabled, right? It looks beautiful. Looks absolutely beautiful. I flip it up to 8K and it drops down to like 30 frames per 29, 30 frames per second, which to me looks choppy. Like I can't even play a fucking game at 30 frames per second. It bothers me. And the input lag, people never think about this. The input lag is phenomenal because think about it. Not only are you drawing 1 frame where before you draw 4 frames, it's taking 4 times as much time to get the data to the screen before it can blit it is the frame. So you're getting all that extra lag. So you're getting 4 times more lag than you would, because normally you would have sent 1, 2, 3, 4 images to the screen in the same time as it's taking to prepare and send 1 image to the screen. So because of that, your input lag is hugely perceivable. So like when I'm playing with a wireless, Xbox or PlayStation controller, which by the way, funny story, Forza Horizon and Forza Motorsport, both with a program called DSX that you can buy. There's a free old version. It doesn't work for shit. Buy the $4 version on Steam. You can actually use a PlayStation 5 controller and actually get full working haptic triggers, sound effects coming through the controller, the crazy vibrations that feel complete. They're actually like transducers instead of just shaky motors. You can get that all working natively on the Forza series. So when you're racing, you can feel like braking traction. You've got the brake where like different cars, the brake pedal feels different and acts different, just like you would in Gran Turismo. It works perfectly in Forza Horizon and Forza Motorsport. And I thought that was the coolest thing because it's like, if you buy a $200 joystick, what's it called? The Pro, the
racing.
No, like it's like one of these, but it's like the $200 gaming version with like replaceable little sticks and shit. That's a $200. It's Elite. That's what it is. The Elite 2. The Elite 2 is like a $200 controller. You can buy, see the controller he's holding right there? That's the Elite version for PlayStation. The PlayStation Standard, the non-Elite, here's how you tell the difference if you look at it. See how mine's white and his is black up at the top? That's how you can tell the difference. The black is the Elite one. This is the normal one. But they look almost identical. But the thing is his, you can actually take off the top plate, remove and replace these little thumbsticks. It's awesome. PlayStation is so far ahead of Xbox when it comes to just about everything in the console gaming field.
I don't want to fuck it up, but I can show you.
Yeah, I've never tried. Yeah, you push in the little thing on the bottom. You have to slide it with like a little pin. Stick
there it is.
That's the release. And then the trunk will pop off, and then you just lift the levers. I usually have to stick something in there. So check this out. That controller is like, if you find it on sale, I think I got mine for $39 on sale. Normally they're like $70.
Get out. This thing for $40? Dude.
No. Sorry, that one's $200.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, if you found this on sale for $40, I would have bought 10 of them.
Buy it. But here's the thing: have you used the regular one yet? Have you just used the regular controller?
Actually, yeah, I used the regular one on the console.
Because it feels very similar. You don't have like
it's different. It's different. It's lighter.
Triggers to me feel very, very.
It's lighter. The triggers don't. They feel a little. I need to try the fancy one on the console too, but. It's lighter for one. And I think this has the twisty motors in it because like I'll be playing
right. It doesn't. Yeah, you're right. It is.
I'll be playing. I was just recently playing Tiny Tina's Wonderland, this Borderlands game, and like when I reload or something or hit like jump and hit, I feel it on the right hand side more than anywhere else. I'm like, that's a little weird. Whereas when there is any sort of haptic on this, it is like it's like the whole thing wiggles.
It does.
You're totally right. By the way, this is an outrageous controller. This is amazing. And I've only just been playing it on PC games. I need to link it to the console as well to get.
I am literally going to sell my Elite controllers. My Xbox Elite controller is gone. Like because I don't play on Xbox anymore. Like my newest Xbox I have is like an Xbox 360. I have an Xbox One, but not like the fancy one, like the first generation Xbox One.
I moved my controller. Where is my?
But here's the thing. Check this out. So the PlayStation 5 controller, is literally better in every way. The stick movement, the way you replace the sticks, like on the Elite version, kicks the shit out of the Elite version, which costs the Microsoft Elite version costs about the same. It has the haptic triggers. The haptic triggers will change your life. Like, and even on PC, like a bunch of games natively support the haptic triggers. So like if you play like Spider-Man, you actually like feel like it's hard to explain, but it can actually like
it's neat. There's
change
resistance.
how the trigger feels, the resistance, and it actually can push back on your finger. So like a machine gun will actually like push on your finger, like and when you run out of bullets, then it'll go click and go flat.
Yep.
So you know when you need to reload when there's a bunch of noise going on. Like in games, I usually like when there's a ton of gunfire going on, I can't tell when I'm out of ammo. I'll be like rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat, and it's like click, you know, or whatever. And it's like now you feel it in the trigger, so you know you're out of ammo. Or if the gun's overheating, they do effects in it was Modern Warfare 3 where like you hold it down, you're like cooking off like one of the guns. The trigger starts getting looser and looser and looser and looser, so you can like literally feel the gun getting weaker.
I like that. I think that's the biggest thing is that resistance. Like I was saying, playing that Borderlands game, you can kind of half pull the trigger. Like you can feel it feels like you've got your finger on the trigger. Yeah. And then it like click and that's shoot.
And on the Elite, you can limit the movement too, just like the Xbox does it too. But the difference is when you limit the movement on the Elite, you still get the haptics for that range. So like even if you have it on hair trigger in Modern Warfare, you still feel the machine gun tapping your finger back, even though it's a lesser range. It's really cool.
Like you can see it here.
That's the whole movement.
This one,
like,
this one set to small mode, and then this one set to full range.
Yeah, it's like it's like a hair trigger.
It's so cool.
The game. And it makes a big difference. It makes a huge difference.
It's very cool. It's super rad.
And the controllers play sound. That's another thing.
Yeah,
like,
that's a cool thing.
Shitty sound either. Like they actually have
it's actually pretty decent. It's pretty decent.
Have you heard comms in online games? So when you're playing multiplayer games, the comms come out of the
online.
controller, not out of the TV by default. So if you're playing a multiplayer game, the people are talking to you through the joystick, and if you turn the volume up all the way, it's super loud. Like you can hear.
I need to do that.
Clear. It's awesome.
I've been plugging. I can just unplug my headphones from the mixer and then plug it into the bottom of the controller.
Eric
I need to go into the system.
I don't think so.
I need to go into the system and like up the volume or something on the controller because it's like it's a little.
I don't like because here's the thing: you have to do it all through software. Like I would have liked it if the controller had like a button that you could click to switch between the intensities and switch between the volume, but all it has is the mute button. But you know what's cool is on the PC, every button is mappable, including the mute button. So on the PC with DSX, not only can you map the buttons, you can also have the color of the controller indicate things. Oh, have you seen that in games where the color of the controller indicates your life?
I haven't noticed, so I'm not surprised.
So in GTA, as you're like dying and getting hit, it goes from like blue to red.
Oh, cool.
And if the cops start chasing you, it flashes red and blue.
I'll have to see about that because I've just started. They just dropped Need for Speed Unbound on
all the way around
on the Game Pass thing or whatever. I'll have to see about that because I'm getting chased by the cops. Yeah, I've noticed the light, but I'll have to see it changing.
So
That's
in GTA, cool. When you have a wanted level and the cops are chasing you, that flashes blue and red like the cop lights, like they're chasing you. And then when it goes, and then it does the heartbeat as it's slowing down. And then it goes solid again when you're free.
Check that out.
And also the speaker is good. If you turn up the volume on this thing, like over your whole home theater system, you can still do multiplayer.
I've seen videos where like say there's like a narrator or like in like say Borderlands, you'll get those messages from different characters and it'll play those sort of voice comm sort of things from the controller, whereas like all the rest of the game sound is coming out of your normal speakers, which I think is super cool. I love it. I think that's very clever and is very immersive. It helps you to really get into the game a lot. That is very, very cool.
I was shocked at how much of it like the one. It's
me
really
too.
Comfortable too. I love how comfortable this controller is. I have big hands, and this controller is super comfortable. Like this, because I have nerve damage in both my hands, especially in my right hand, so it makes it really hard to play games. And I'll be honest, even with the PS5 controller, it doesn't solve the problem entirely. But I can play longer with this controller than any other controller.
Yeah, like same.
Yeah, and the other thing is like if you use an Xbox controller, it has a motor that spins with a cam. You know, the traditional vibration. That vibration always makes my hands numb instantly. Like my hands get bad. It's like it feels like pin pricklies on my hand. This uses a transducer. So instead of a motor spinning a weight, it has like a little like speaker moving a weight that vibrates it back.
Yeah, it's like a rod in a magnetic tube or something.
It creates such a crisp sensation. So like when you're holding the controller and it's like something is going on, like in a car when you're hitting bumps and stuff in Gran Turismo. When you hit the chicane, you don't just feel it. It feels like clunk, 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 clunk. Like you feel it on that side of the controller, and it's very sharp and it's very crisp. And the motor, like things like motor vibration, On a traditional controller, all you can do is spin it up to a certain RPM and it just shakes, and that's your motor, right? Because the transducer responds so quickly. If you're driving something like a Ferrari and then you switch over and drive like a Dodge Viper or something like that, you can feel the different RPM and the weight of the motor in the way the controller feels in your hand. It's fucking cool. It's super, super cool. I love it. I absolutely love it. Could you hook it up the TENS device to shock me when I die? You could actually do that. As a matter of fact, people have done that in YouTube videos.
Oh, dude, yeah, there's all kinds of crazy stuff like that.
GitHub has a project. It's funny you actually mentioned that because I did look it up. GitHub has a project that you can get that taps into like dozens of games. You just download a little profile, and as long as the game has a way to get telemetry, either by sniffing its memory addresses or it has an API to get telemetry, like Forza Horizon and Forza Motorsport. You can basically tie it to anything. This software allows you to tie it. You can have it turn on a fan. You can have it turn a light on and off. You can have it automate anything based on game data. So, like, for instance, if I wanted to, I could have my light up here flash like when there's a lightning strike in a game. So if I had my lights up over my monitors and I was playing a game like a shooter or something, and I was on a map that was dark and the lightning flashed, I could actually have my real lights turn on, and I could even have the intensity be the same as the lightning flash that was on the screen if I had a way of pulling that data. So one thing that people do in racing simulators a lot, and that's what it's most commonly used for that I've seen, is controlling a fan. A lot of people will go out and buy like a box fan, plug it into one of those automated light switches that can do like a dimmer switch. Plug it into a dimmer switch. iRacing and Assetto Corsa and all those fancy racing simulators have APIs, so you can get data. Yeah, it blows the fans at them. So when they're racing, they got their helmet on, their racing seat, as they're going down the runway and they're accelerating, the wind is picking up with their acceleration. And then when they slam on the brakes, the wind goes away.
Why not? Sure. Why not?
Well, it gives you the sensation of VR.
So fun.
If you're playing in VR,
why not,
your brain gets that sensation of speed and you feel like you're actually moving forward because the wind's going by your face. You have no other reference point. So you literally feel like you're moving forward.
Neat. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty cool.
It's super cool. See, Joseph says he has it too. He has it on a simulator. And so if you ever see like the V boxes, like the things that move the simulators around, or D box, I think they call it, where it like moves the whole simulator around, that's all controlled through API. So like, remember I was telling you how I can get this to work better in Forza than I can even Xbox's own native controller? Yeah. The way I do that is DSX allows me to map this so the game sees it as a Xbox controller. So it maps all these buttons like an Xbox controller. Yeah. But the way it gets the haptic triggers and the other features to work is it actually taps into the game's API. You basically load a profile, you say Forza Horizon 5, and then you go into settings in Forza Horizon 5 and you say enable API server, and it opens up a port like port 8064. You can pick the port, opens up the port, and then once you connect those two things, you put the port in here and it talks to software. The software goes, oh, I detected the game's running, so it attaches. And then Forza just sends it a stream of all its telemetry. Like how fast is the car going? What's the weather? What's the wind direction? Your traction, like all like hundreds of metrics get sent through this API. And what the software does is it picks out the APIs it wants to map to feeling in the triggers, and it does that all automatically through software. And same thing for sound. But for some reason on PC, I don't know why, but on PC you have to have it physically plugged in with a USB-C cable to get the sound. So if you want to do the sound effects, like where you're having sounds played through the controller, you have to have a USB cable. Otherwise, it disables it by default. You can't even enable it in the software. And I don't really get why they do that, because the PlayStation does it all wirelessly. So why do I have to plug it in to do that on PC? I don't really know why, but
some translation thing. It doesn't see it as a wireless sound card. Essentially, exactly. That's probably it. Oh, you'd have to trick it. You'd have to trick it somehow.
This does
create
show up
some sort of virtual. Too. Yeah. Oh, well, I meant it'd have to if it's going to spit out.
Like in Windows, let me see. I have it connected right now. Let me see if it shows up here. It's called. Okay, I don't have it sunk. When I have the controller, because I think I have it sunk to the PS5. I probably just turned the PS5 on downstairs. But no. When you connect it and you click on sound devices in Windows and you have it Bluetooth linked, you don't even have to plug it in with USB. Just Bluetooth linked. It'll show up a microphone and it'll show up a speaker, and it'll literally say like DSX or PS5 or something like that.
Yeah.
And when you select it, you can go to YouTube video and play a YouTube video, and it'll play the YouTube audio out of your freaking joystick or anything, like your music. You can have your joystick set on your desk just playing music. Not that I would recommend that. The speaker's not that good. It's not good for music and stuff. It's just good for like little effects. But one of the things I really love about it is how they use it to integrate into games. Like even GTA 5, a really old game, right? They revised it for, GTA 5. They revised it for PlayStation 5, where it has better graphics and they integrate the controllers, haptic triggers and stuff. But one of the things I really like is not only the lighting effects, but when the cops talk to each other over the radio, it comes through the controller.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, car eastbound, red
Yeah.
Ferrari eastbound, going down the street, and you hear it coming out of the controller while all the other sounds
Excuse
are
me.
playing out of the system. And I was like, dude, that is so
I
little
like that a
things
lot.
like
That
that
is very cool.
connect you to the game. It is weird. It doesn't sound that cool, but it really is. It really is. Let's hear. Some Cove does that iRacing. Oh, I don't know that person. Without haptic feedback, vibrations, and the lights dimmed, you can stretch
more
it to
battery.
7 or 8 hours. Yeah, that's the one thing I am going to ding the controller for is the battery life sucks balls.
Yeah,
In
whatever,
default,
man.
in default.
Come on, man. You're trying to play all day long. Come on.
Dude,
on.
well, the good news is have you seen that you have the USB cable that came with it, right?
Yeah.
The one that locks into the controller?
Yeah.
Dude, that is sick. So if you
like
buy
that too.
the Elite controller, cool. Like if you buy an Xbox Elite controller, it just comes with a nice USB cable, right? USB-C cable. It can easily pull out of the controller. Like if you get up or you move or you put your knee on it or whatever, you pull the cable out.
Right.
The way they solved that with PlayStation is they give you a USB-C cable that plugs into the controller and you flip a switch and it locks it into the chassis of the controller. So you could swing it around and it basically makes it a hardwired controller until you detach it. And I was like, yeah, there it is right there. It's super freaking cool and it's super secure. So once you plug that in, you lock it. Yep.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think that's that big of a deal, but the neat thing is like when you lock it, it is locked. Like
it's nice. I'll tell you,
pulling it out.
The wired Xbox controllers has got that like quick release thing. I've fucked that up a bunch of times, man. Yeah. Even just, and I don't like that it's closer to the end than the controller. I was closer to the controller, not where it's plugged in at, because I had the thing plugged into the back of my computer and it sticks out 3-4 inches from the back of my computer and unplugs. I gotta go up under my desk and freaking no. It should be quick. It should be 3 or 4 inches off of the controller, and then when it pops, I'll just reach down and pick it up off the floor.
If you guys want to link to it, like if you guys remind me, I'll give you a link on Discord later. But I found a USB, or actually, I can't take credit for it. My buddy Adam, who does all the research on everything in the world, he found these really cool USB-C magnetic connectors where you basically plug it into a USB-C port and it makes it a magnetic connector instead of a plug-in connector. And so you put one on the end of one cable and you put one on the device. And now if you catch it on your foot or you grab it, it just yanks it off with a magnet. Like it feels just like the MacBook Link thing.
With phone cord. Phone charger things. But I suppose you could just plug it into anything, right? There's no reason.
But for some reason, I thought it wouldn't make that great of contact. It works with the PSVR. Like it powers. The PSVR powers completely off USB.
It's just a little connectors. The wire stuff, the inside the cables, all this. It makes sense that it would be fine. Yeah.
I just would think like how they solder contacts to reduce the resistance. It just seems weird that like two little itty bitty. If you look at it, it's tiny. These like 4 little hairs of metal like touching together. That's actually carrying enough current to power that entire VR. Oh. Another thing I like about the PSVR headset that no other headset I've ever tried has, which I'm actually surprised by this because everybody should have this. It's a cheap featured implement. It has haptic feedback. So the headset itself, if you're playing Gran Turismo and you're driving, you crash into a car, you bump a car, or you bump the wall, the headset actually knocks you. So like you have the headset on, it gives you like a boom, like so you feel it. Like if somebody rear ends you when you're driving down the straight or whatever, you feel it in the controller and you feel it in your VR headset. It's really cool. Yeah, it adds to the immersion pretty tremendously. No other VR headset I've used has that. If you guys correct me if I'm wrong, if there's one out there that I haven't tried or I have one, I just haven't enabled. But I have a Valve Index. I've never felt any haptic feedback in that. Just sound, right? Yeah. I've never felt any haptic feedback in any of the Quests or anything like that. The PSVR is the only one I felt haptic feedback. So that little one USB-C cable is powering 2 screens, right? Because it's individual screens and that per eye. Right. It's powering the haptic feedback, so the motor or whatever transducer that's shaking the thing, and it's powering the audio for like if you plug in like an audio solution or you put in the little earbuds that come with it. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm actually kind of surprised that now don't get me wrong. I know USB-C can carry up to 100 watts. I think USB-C4 carries like 200 plus or something. I mean, we're getting pretty close to where everything's just going to run off USB power. Like you're just going to buy like a microwave and you plug it into USB-C and it'll be good to go. I'm not against that, by the way, but it does surprise me. It does surprise me how well it works. Like pushing that kind of current through a USB cable that doesn't look like it would be able to handle it. Like when I look at some of these USB-C cables, I'm like, that doesn't look like that would carry 100 watts without like trying to melt. But it does. And it doesn't even get warm. Like none of the cables even get warm when you're pushing that kind of power through them. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. But I do like the idea because like if you do anything with like power over Ethernet, PoE?
Not yet, but there may be some of that in the future.
I love PoE. I don't have a lot of it. I have very few PoE things, but like my my ingenious routers that I have in my house, my mesh network, all I have to do is run one Ethernet cable to them. The power goes through the Ethernet cable.
Yes.
And I love that because with a system like that, it's like everything in your house, you only have to run one cable somewhere and it gives you data and power. Right. And I love that. And so now a lot of security cameras do power over Ethernet. A lot of just regular IP cameras do it. There's so many things that support power over Ethernet that you get to a point where it's like you just have your distribution box, you plug that into power, and then it distributes power throughout all of the Ethernet cables throughout the house. And as long as you have a PoE capable device, it tells the router to send it power. And it powers right up. And the other thing you can do is if you're too far away or, the power can't go that far, it's not enough power to run the device, you just add something called a PoE injector and you can put it anywhere in the cable. You can put 100 feet this way, 100 feet this way, and it'll inject the power to the device there so you can conveniently plug it in because it's not always convenient if you have like an IP camera to run power and Ethernet to it, right? So it might be more convenient for you to put the Ethernet injector in a closet somewhere at the other end of the Ethernet cable where there is power and then just have it sent there. So you only have to run the one cable. Yeah. Super convenient. I feel like USB-C is kind of like that. I feel like with USB-C, you're not just sending data, you're also sending like a usable amount of power, like enough to charge and run laptops and to the point now where it's like if you can carry 200 watts with USB 4 and USB 5 is going to be in excess of 200 watts, then you could run GPUs and shit, right? An external GPU enclosure. Imagine you didn't have to plug it into power and have its own power supply and everything. Imagine if you could just have the card itself sitting on your desk with one USB-C cable going to it. And it was like the full data, everything, the full resolution and the power for the card. I think that's amazing. And I think that could really revolutionize computers too, because the less connectors you have, the better, right? If everything just standardizes on a connector for data and power,
it'd be really
I think
nice.
That would just super simplify things. I'd absolutely love it.
It would be very good.
Let's hit some of the topics.
Let me use the restroom and then we'll do that.
Get after it. Blue Varo, by the way, I want to thank you big time, dude. Thank you for funding today's show with the $20 and the two $10 increments. Just to recap, I said I tried getting it to work on my AMD GPU, but it wouldn't. Oh, that was the Zedge program, right? So when I looked at Zedge works on a computer too, because when I went to the website, it looked like it was just a mobile thing. So have you tried any of the actual AI image generators? Because I'm going to tell you right now, Stable Diffusion will change you. Okay, if you think Midjourney is the shit, or you think that Bing AI, OpenAI, Copilot, fucking DALL-E 3, if you like those image generators that you have to like either pay money to use or use points or stuff, you will love Stable Diffusion. Now, the problem that people have with Stable Diffusion is out of the box, it only comes with one small trained model, safe tensor model that doesn't work very well. It creates mediocre pictures at best. People usually give up. No, there's sites that have thousands, tens of thousands of models you can download for anything that you can imagine. You can mix and match the models together. You can put models on top of models. You can get you can get a model that just studied somebody's face and get another model that just renders like people the best. Put those two together, throw a prompt at it, and get that person with that face and anything you want in between. Like, it is wild how good Stable Diffusion is. Oh, we got the weenie dog back.
I love this guy so much. He does
still humping everything.
Actually, not so much this guy, and he hasn't been chopped yet. It's the other little guy who has been. He's always trying to assert dominance on this one.
So he's the prison biatch.
He tries.
He is awful cute. I have to say, what kind of dog is that?
It's a mini dachshund.
A miniature dachshund.
Although he's like at the extreme high end of mini, like.
He's a really long nose too, like really long face.
Yeah,
that's
pretty classic. Face? You can tell that they're sniffy type dogs. You see how like he's got a slant to the front.
Yeah,
it's so that they can be parallel to the ground.
Yeah, he's a pretty good example.
They're long and bendy because they're originally bred to hunt badgers and foxes and stuff. They like go into burrows.
Did I ever tell you the story where I ran one over with my truck?
No, that's sad. That's all you have to say.
No, it's not sad. It sounds sad, but it's actually not sad. And I'll tell you why. Because his dog got ran over like every week for a year and was fine. So this freaking dachshund. So my grandparents back in the day lived in a place called Belfair, Washington, right next to like the water. Really nice little community with all like these little roads that they didn't bother painting lines on them. Right, they were just little community roads. And so these neighbors had this dog there that I didn't know about. He's a regular. He's been there forever. A little bit of an old timer. And it's this little mini dachshund, super low rider though. Like literally, he was this little fat guy. His belly was almost dragging the ground. And so I'm driving through one day in my yellow clapped out Ford Courier, which is thankfully one of the lightest trucks ever built. It was so light that me and my dad we lifted the back of the truck, me and him, when I was a teenager, lifted the back end of my truck up to put it on blocks so I could take the wheels off and change the brakes. That's how light the vehicle was.
Nice.
So I hit the dog and I hear or whatever. And I mean, it was like bam, 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 bam. I was like, oh shit. And I look at my mirror and I see this dog running away. And so I felt so bad. I was like crying. I was so upset. So I pull over on the side of the road. I just leave my truck right there on the side of the road. And I start running after this dog. The dog goes home and goes through the doggy door. I'm like, fuck, what do I do? What do I do? Do I knock and tell them that I ran their dog over? They can like wonder why their dog's like bleeding out to death or whatever. My conscience was wrecked. So I walk up and I ring the doorbell. And they open the door like immediately or whatever. And I was like, oh my God, I don't know how to tell you this. I think I hit your dog or whatever. And they're like, oh no, he's fine. He's fine. He's been hit a couple times already. He's fine. Geez. And the dog is literally standing there and the kids are loving him up and he was fine. And he wasn't, he was hamming it up hard, right? He was completely fine. And so the next time I went to my grandparents' house, he was still out in the road running around to the road. I'm like, you fuckers, would you build a fence, please? And keep your dog in your yard? Because it's like he's already been hit like 3 times as far as I know, what you're telling me. And he's still out there doing it. It's like, do you think that's good? Like, what happens when somebody comes through in an F-350 Super Duty or a UPS truck? Like, he's not going to survive that.
Yeah, man.
So, and I can't even believe he survived me running over him in my truck, my little shit beater. But I was like, I could not believe that I ran over a dog and he was like perfectly fine. But the thing that I couldn't believe the most was that the neighbors were like totally cool with it. Like, I thought they were going to be so
They're just waiting for this old ass dog.
Yeah. I was waiting for him to call the cops. Like, I was like, I would knock on the door, like, oh man, this is gonna end well, but I got to do the right thing. And I knock on the door, they're like, oh yeah, no, that's fine. He looks all right. He's cool. Yeah, no, thanks for telling us. I was like, what the fucking ran your dog over? That was a traumatic experience for me more than the dog, I think, because I really thought I killed him.
Right.
I thought he was running home like to die. Like I thought internal bleeding. I fucked this dog up. And the funny thing is, I went and told my grandparents about it because I got back in the truck and I finished driving to their house down the street. And I was like, yeah, I just ran over a dog. Oh my God, dude. But luckily he was okay or whatever. My grandpa's like, oh yeah, that dog gets ran over all the time. Jeez. I was like, what the fuck? Everybody in this neighborhood is just like cool with this dog getting hit by vehicles and he's just out playing in the street all the time. I couldn't believe that. I was shocked. But yeah, he was a dachshund. I was like, that's a pretty sturdy dog, man. Like, I can see why that thing's trained to hunt badgers, man. He can take a badger attack.
Dude, they're no joke. It's funny.
Very durable dog. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Bubba and Matt said, Jer, getting ready to clock out from work. Gonna go grab Korean food. Stay strong, brother. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I'm actually doing really good today. I only slept an hour, about an hour and a half, really. I went to bed at 8 and then I woke up at 9 and I slept till 9:30. So I had an hour and a half and then I slept another 30 minutes. So technically 2 hours. I think I got 2 solid hours. But I don't know if that counts when the alarm goes off twice and you set it for another 30 minutes. But anyways, I did make it here and I am feeling pretty good. Miss Barnacules made me a coffee and everything, but and I had a really good therapy appointment, by the way. So on Thursday, my therapist, I had my second appointment with her after she came out of retirement just to help me, which I think that's amazing, by the way. Like my therapist who has a traumatic brain injury came out of retirement primarily just to help me and a handful of other people that were doing really bad after she had to suddenly leave. And so she literally came out of retirement just to give us a couple of sessions and to help us transition to a new therapist. And so I'm going to be working with her husband in the future. I didn't know her husband was a licensed therapist, but he is, and he works for a different company, but she said she'd work it out so that I get the same deal because I can't afford like good therapy. I gotta get like the poor people therapy. So I pay $25 an hour, which is unheard of for therapy. Like seriously, $25 an hour like is nothing for therapy.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So she works a deal like that. And she said that her husband would be more than happy to pick up the same deal with me and continue moving forward. And I thought it was really cool because she said, even though she's going to go back into retirement, she gave me her personal email address and said I could message her anytime 24/7 and she'd be happy to help me offline free of charge.
Nice.
And I was like, dude, that is so cool. Like how many therapists are willing to do that? Like even when there's like no money involved. I was like, I was shocked. So, but she helped me get through a lot of shit. But you guys probably have noticed I've only done Tech Talk for the last like 2 weeks. I haven't streamed on Twitch. And it's because I've developed a weird phobia that I'm trying to work through right now where I'm scared of the camera. Like the camera feels like I literally feel like somebody's pointing a gun at me. Damn, and I explained to my therapist, I was like, but I can do TikTok. Like, even though TikTok, I'm like waking up after only like 1 hour of sleep and I feel like shit. And I still enjoy it and I still have fun. And we talked through it. And it's because of you. It's actually you, Houston. It's because when I do TikTok, I'm talking to you and the audience are just observers. Whereas on
Sure,
Twitch,
sure.
the audience are you. Like I'm
Yeah.
talking to the audience,
I
which
can
is a
see that,
huge
yeah.
group of people. So it's kind of like that thing where it's like if you're talking to somebody and there's just a bunch of people around. She explained this to me, and it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
If you're in the middle of an
Kind of the
airport and
public
you're having a
speaking thing.
conversation with your friend, it doesn't matter that there's 10,000 other people walking around that can hear your conversation. You don't think about it. But
Right.
when you suddenly have to be the guy standing up on the podium talking to those people and they're all looking at you and you're communicating to them directly, then that becomes a big scary monster.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
my
that
mental
makes
health
sense.
degrading has been, you know, and there's like some financial, mental, medical, there, everything's hit me at once. Like it's one of those things where it's just a huge threat. My dad's health is failing him. You know, nobody has any money anymore. Everybody's on the verge of losing everything in my family. So I've got nobody to catch me, nothing. So it's been just putting me in a state of panic, and it's been freezing me up. And so she's trying to help me like understand why that's happening and work around it. So I finally made a jitter over on Patreon.
Oh, nice.
Last night, first jitter I've done in 2 months. I've shot probably, if I had to be realistic without exaggerating, probably about 9 or 10 jitters that I've shot over the last 2 months that I just deleted after I was done because I couldn't publish it. Like I shot the thing, I was under duress, I panicked, I broke down multiple times, and I just deleted it because I could not post it. Last night, after talking to my therapist, I was like, I made a promise. I literally, like, under duress of my son, you know, swearing on his life, I was like, I am publishing this and I'm not restarting. Like when I push record, no matter how uncomfortable this is, even if I just wince, which is basically like what fucking happened for like a half an hour, it was the most uncomfortable I've ever been. I promised myself that no matter what, I'm going through the whole thing. I'm not doing a retake, and I'm publishing whatever comes out of it, even if it's the worst thing and it destroys me. And so I did it. I got through it. And even at the end, I was still sitting there for like 5 minutes, like struggling to push the publish button, which that ain't me. If you know me, that ain't me at all. I'm the opposite. I'm the most extroverted fucking person ever. And so it's all just stress, anxiety, that's leading to the mental health stuff. My OCD has gotten really bad. Apparently, I didn't know OCD gets worse as you get older. I'm noticing that. But not only that, but OCD gets multiplied by like a huge factor under stress. And I've been under an insane amount of stress from everything, like what's going on with my dad and my greater family, my friends, people dying from cancer that I know. I mean, just so much shit hitting me at once that I just broke down and I lost it. But after shooting that jitter last night and forcing myself to push the button, as soon as I pushed the publish button, I immediately felt relief. It was like taking the biggest shit of my life. Like I was so relieved, but then I had a panic attack. Which is typical. So, but then after the panic attack was over, took a beta blocker, calmed down, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to push things. I was going to do a Twitch stream last night, but I was like, yeah, I'm that's too much all at once. Yeah. But I did publish the jitter, and I didn't have any like negative pushback. I didn't get a bunch of because in my head's telling me everybody's going to mess with me like, fuck you, I'm out, you piece of shit, blah blah blah. No, everybody was super supportive. Everybody was great. I don't know why in my head I think that I'm just going to be hunted to the ends of the earth for showing any kind of humanity or emotion. But I've just become soft in that department over the years. And so I'm working on it and turn around because I have to. I mean, literally, I'm to the point now, full disclosure, I have to tap my 401k early to survive at this point. So yeah, all of my assets are gone except for what equity I have in my house and my 401k. That's it. And so I'm a little worried about that because tapping your 401k, you know, you pay a penalty on that and you pay income taxes, you're pulling it out. And there's not enough there to sustain me for more than maybe 4 years at most. 2 years realistically, 4 years if I stretch it. So it's not a very big 401k. And so I'm like, well, what happens when that gets exhausted? Like, do I go on disability? I couldn't afford this house. So I'd have to sell my house and we'd have to downsize dramatically. But like, I just want to get to the point where my son's old enough that he can at least, you know, if he wants to get out of the house, but I'm pretty much committed that he can stay with us for the rest of his life if he wants to, because, you know, he's on the spectrum and, you know, he's really normal, except for when he's really tired and stuff like that. Things can get confusing and get, you know, a little intense for him. And so I want to protect him and I want to give him a good life. So that's been stressing me out because, you know, I'm of that old school mind of, you know, man needs to take care of his family, like no matter what, right? Like you got to do your thing. And so that's been that on top of everything else has been actually crippling me and doing the opposite of doing my thing and causing things to burn much faster. And it's like, I gotta turn that around. So if you guys are wondering why shit's been weird for the last 2 weeks or actually months, if you want to be realistic, like this really started compounding in December when my dad almost died. That just set everything on fire and it just kept going downhill from there. A lot of shit that I haven't even told you guys that was going on. And so I'm just kind of recovering from that now with some help from my therapist. So, but the goal is still to come back. I still want to get back to making YouTube content. I still want to do a bunch of shit with AI. And a lot of that stuff I've been doing is a distraction on the back end. It's just every time I pull out a camera and hit record, I just turn into a bumbling idiot. I start shaking, my heart rate and blood pressure go through the roof, and I have a panic attack.
Damn.
And so I got to break myself of that. So that's what I'm working on. And I will hopefully get there sooner rather than later. But I just wanted people to know, because it's been weird. People have been like, why are you only doing Tech Talk? And I was trying to figure that out myself, because I'm like, why? I can do Tech Talk. Why can't I do Twitch? You know,
yeah.
Both of them similar size audience, 200-300 live viewers. Like, what is different? But she made a lot of sense when she told me that it's like, yeah, you're talking to your friend and other people are bystanders in the conversation. Like, oh, hey, are you talking about this? What about,
yeah, that makes sense.
But when I'm on Twitch, I'm solo and I'm addressing the audience directly. And because of that, it's like exposes you more.
It's weird.
It's different. So yeah, but it's something that never affected me before. It's just something that kind of crept up on me with all the stress and everything else going on, and a bunch of other things manifest themselves. And the whole doom that I've been feeling from, it's like, to pay for the medical insurance, I can't afford the copays to get the things that I'm paying the medical insurance for. So I'm like stuck in this weird purgatory where it's like I'm paying $1,400 a month for insurance that I need in case an emergency happens, but that means I also can't afford the copays to go get the services that I need to be healthy. So whereas if I didn't pay for insurance, I could afford the services I need to be healthy. But then if an emergency happens, I'm screwed and would have to declare like bankruptcy. And
yeah.
So it's like, it's a no-win situation. And then on top of all that, I was dumb enough to get so involved in AI now that I'm genuinely scared about the future of not just myself, but everybody. Like, AI is truly starting to give me some pause and some concern, because I've already had several friends that have lost their job more or less because of AI. And even friends in real life, like my in-life friends that just got like a really good job and they're on like their third job now in a year, because they get a job, they end up firing a bunch of people that are under them because they get a job in management or whatever, and then they get fired themselves. And it's always because the company is downsizing when the companies are all doing record profit. And the same thing that's happened at the same time they're getting laid off is they're implementing AI solutions for support, dealing with customers, dealing with investment portfolios, like all different walks of business, right?
Yeah.
And software developers are getting super hit hard right now. Like software developers, I know 2 software developers personally now that have been through at least one job in the last 12 months directly because of AI implementation.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to get a little nervous, because the thing is my job relies solely on people's disposable income, because I don't do advertisements for like Raid Shadow Legends and shit like that. I don't like shilling shitty products, like AG1. Have you seen all the YouTubers pimping AG1?
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering why that was. I'm like, okay, even the most unhealthy YouTubers like me are like pimping AG1. I'm like, okay, it's literally a bag of vitamins. Like, why the fuck are people buying? Like, you can buy Centrum for like $20 a month or whatever and get like, all your vitamins and minerals and probiotics or whatever. Well, you go do a little research and you find out that they pay 50% of the total price of the product to the seller.
Yeah.
So when you're buying it, by the way, it's expensive.
Hey, that's a good, that's a good cut, but
$99 a month for AG1. So when you see old Cleaver McFarlane and shit and fucking Diesel Dave or whatever from the Diesel Brothers, oh, I use AG1 every day and it's the greatest thing. Oh man, just try it. It saved my life. It's because it is the top paying thing, even more than Raid Shadow Legends right now. That's why everybody's doing it. It's 50. So when you sell your viewer 1 month of AG1, and also by default it auto renews. You have to basically cancel it once you do it, or they'll send you another one every month.
Probably impossible.
Yeah, and you get 50% of every sale. It's not like it diminishes. It's like if they're signed up for 12 months, that one person, you got 50% of every bag. So $50 every month from that person for a year. So you could, in theory, make like $600 off of one person for a subscription for a year. So if you're wondering why everybody's pimping AG1, that's why. If you go look at the reviews for people that have tried AG1 that bought it themselves and have no affiliation with the company, they're all negative. Everyone is negative. You don't know the amounts of the things that are in the product. If you do the math, like only one of the things that's in the product actually takes up 90% of the bulk. So there's physically not enough room for any of the other minerals to be there in the quantities that are needed. And so it's basically just placebo effect. They're basically selling it to you because it's so expensive. You tend to not eat as bad because you're like, now you're drinking your $5 or whatever a day dose. And so you don't tarnish that by going and eating a bunch of bad food. So people are like, oh man, I'm feeling better and I'm losing weight. And it's because the placebo effect of spending so much on a product and it being boosted so much, it's causing that effect. When you take the placebo effect out of the equation, you get the exact same effect by doing a couple of different things. And they've demonstrated this in many of the reviews. But not just AG1. A lot of companies do this. This is like whenever you see this YouTube blanket effect where it's like every YouTuber one day all of a sudden is like, today's video is sponsored by so-and-so. And oh my God, I don't know what I'd do without these guys. I use them every day. It's like, it's the greatest thing ever. Hey, trust me. It's like, no, One thing you'll notice is they never use the product in a video that's not sponsored by it. So if that's one thing I know. It's like the biggest one I've noticed, like Cletus and Diesel Dave. Those I call those guys out because they do it the most. And I like watching Cletus' shit. It's entertaining content. But it drives me nuts when he's like, "Hey guys, AG1, it changed my life. I take it every morning. It gives me so much energy and it's so great, and I just love it." And then you watch like the next 10 videos that aren't sponsored by AG1, and you won't so much as see an AG1 box. You won't see him drinking AG1. You won't see his AG1 bottle in his center console that he says he always has with him and takes with him everywhere. It's bullshit. I don't want to do that. I don't want to make my living just lying to people to get money and saying, "Oh, I'm an entrepreneur. That's what entrepreneurs do." No, fuck that. That's just lazy. So because of that, I depend on disposable income from people who only pay me if they think that I give them value, right?
Yeah.
But the problem with that is now if you're running into a world where, AI is taking a bunch of jobs and lowering the payment to people are getting worried about that. And with inflation and stuff, they're spending less. And because they're spending less, of course, that's where my revenue comes from. So then it's like, oh, fuck. So how does this end if it just keeps devolving, right? It's like, what does this look like in the end? Do I have to start shilling shitty products to make a living because CPMs are in the dirt, everybody's running an ad blocker, nobody has disposable income? And it's like, I'd never want to do that. Like I would rather like literally sell myself on like, the OF site.
Sure.
than do that seriously. But yeah, that's been a little bit of a mental fuck too, because I'm like, man, things have changed so much in this landscape over the last couple of years. COVID changed everything.
Yeah, dude.
Absolutely everything. Because people were home for so long that businesses started realizing that, wait a second, we don't have to buy office buildings and shit. We can just have people just work from home, right? It saves us tons of money. If you think about it, having a worker work from home, even if they only do half of the work that they did when they were in office, think about how much money you're saving by not having a building, not having HVAC, not having HR, not having all these resources that you have to have, like, a kitchen that's stocked, janitorial services. When you take all of that shit away, it could actually be cheaper for you to hire more workers, like more workers to do the same amount of work working from home than to maintain the infrastructure for the workers that you have.
Yeah.
So Microsoft,
there's a lot of 10-year leases on these buildings, and they're not even halfway through them. And that's why there's a big push for a return to office, is because they've got all of this real estate that they're paying on that nobody's there for.
You know what's interesting though? You'd think so, but Microsoft isn't doing that. Microsoft is still a fucking ghost town. Microsoft has like, was it 100 buildings or something in Redmond and Bellevue?
I believe it.
And it's a ghost town. I talked to my neighbor. He works there. He only goes into work one time a week for a physical meeting where they all get together in like a big conference room and they do their thing. Rest of the time, it's all work from home. And he said it's a skeleton crew. The only people that are on campus right now are working are the people that need the physical access to assets, like the lab guys that are like outfitting the machines and doing that. Those guys are still physically there because they have to be. But anybody that can work remotely is basically working remotely right now. But that doesn't just have the effect of them working remotely. It also has the effect of when you're working at home, you can kind of pick when you take breaks. You can kind of pick what you're doing during those breaks. You're no longer at a physical building where you have to, follow certain rules and do certain things. So it's easier to moonlight. So a lot of people that are working from home will get their work done early and then go shoot a YouTube video or go do a live stream. And so because you have so many people not wasting the time of commuting back and forth and stuff like that, a lot of people have transitioned into doing content creation as a second income, which is fantastic. Like that's absolutely where things need to go. But the flip side is when everybody does that, it saturates the market. So the people that do that as their full-time first living, they have to share those resources with everybody else. And you have to get used to that. You have to plan for that, right? And so that's why you see so many people now scrambling to these ads from these shitty companies and doing these really shitty deals, because it's a fast way to get back to the revenue that they used to have just by existing under regular ad serving, conditions. And I'm like, what does that look like if it keeps going that route? Because things keep getting cheaper and cheaper. Like advertisements getting cheaper, less people are absorbing the ads. You have less people that can buy the shit. So, and when they do buy the shit, the revenue isn't going back into the same economy. It's going to a different economy somewhere else. And it's like, wow, how does this fucking end if like eventually now this is like the scary scenario, is what happens when the robot and the AI together, the robotics and the AI together can do your job for the same price as you or cheaper, but can also do it 24/7 without ever being sick, 100% uptime or near 100% uptime. And you even have robots that fix the robots. So like you have the robots that come in to service the robots.
Right.
You'd think it'd be a utopia at that point, that we would just go, okay, cool.
No.
Capitalism's gone. No, that's never going to happen. Never going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of touched on this in the past too. Is like the system can't at some point either the American economy collapses and we become one of these like horrible sort of I don't know the right term, but I mean the system collapses, and you're going to have these, sort of Bolshevik sort of oligarch people who at the very top super exploiting everybody else beneath them.
And that's what I'm afraid is going to happen. That's the leading theory in my head, sadly.
Or there has to be a dramatic societal shift.
That's what I'm hoping.
You know,
like
a shithole socialist country, sure.
Because think how cool it would be. Like ideally, same scenario, but if everybody just accepts it and it's like everybody just gets to enjoy their life. Like the robots now do everything. Like we created the robots, they now do everything. They create the robots, they mine the ore, they do. Basically, we've created a robotic army that just serves our every need, and we just live our lives and have the greatest time ever, right?
Yeah,
that would be amazing. But the problem is in that world, the elite are on the same level as the poor. Like everybody's just on an equal playing field where everybody has the same. Because if one person has more, in order for them to have more and distance themselves from everything else, they have to do something that the other people can't do, right? They have to. And that's the thing that I'm most worried about is I don't think that the people that are investing in robotics and investing in AI have the best interests of humanity in mind versus their profits growing. So, and creating that gap. So I think it's more likely that the middle class just gets wiped out entirely. All you have is the people that are doing the jobs that the robots can't do, right? Or at least can't do for the money that they can. So you have these poor people that are like, I'm working for less than minimum wage because that's the only way I can be competitive with a robot now. So they're barely surviving, they're barely hanging on. And you just wiped out everybody in between. So now you have the robots creating products that are cheap enough that these people that hardly have any money can afford to survive. But then luxury products just kind of are only a thing that the elite trade back and forth, and that you just wipe out this whole middle class. And I was like, man, that would be kind of scary, because then we revert back into like the dark ages where it's like, okay, what is the one thing a human can do that a robot can never do? And that is like procreate, give companionship, like on a human level. Like you remember, you actually made a good point. You said one day that like goods and services from humans will be worth more because they were made by a human. Like just the very, even if they look identical to what the robot created, just knowing that a human hand was involved will be a motivating factor. And I 100% agree with you. I think that was a great point. But what happens if that is, instead of art that the human's creating, it's just the human? What if the elite, the only thing you can do for the elite to make enough money to survive is basically just become their slave? Like literally, that's the only, because they can buy a robot that can do all these things, but they want a human that they can humiliate and treat like shit and know that it's a human, or a human that has to make them feel important and be beneath them, just to exist beneath them to make them feel better. That happened already once throughout time, right? I mean, that was legitimately like slavery. Like, you know, even if they had machines that could do the jobs better than the humans, they're like, fuck it, we can get like 100 humans for next to nothing, right? Let's just use the humans because it's like makes us feel powerful. Look how many slaves we got. That's like a status thing at one point. Yeah. So I'm like, fuck, if it devolved back to that would be an absolute and total shit show. And I'm not saying it's going to. I'm just saying that is a legitimate fear in my mind when I'm looking really far ahead, and I'm like, man, things are going way faster than we expected. This whole AI shit, you have to admit, has outpaced everybody's expectations. Right. Like just to give you an example, one of the topics that we want to talk about that's a title topic is a company called Grok, not to be confused with Grok. So GROQ. GROQ. OQ, not OK. OK is Elon Musk stealing ChatGPT 3.5 and misaligning it, making it a piece of shit that doesn't work. And the other one is Grok, GROQ, which is GROQ, which is a company that created a 14 nanometer custom chip that can act, that's literally like an ASIC. They describe it this way. It's like an ASIC for crypto mining, but for navigating an LLM or a large language model. This thing is so fast at querying large language models, and it's indifferent. All large language models work on the same principle, so this thing works with all of them. And so I think they're using Llama and Mixtral are the two they're playing with right now. But to give you an idea of how fast this custom CPU that they created is, it can do a query at 550 tokens per second. A token is a word in AI. So it can do 550 tokens a second. In RTX 4090 GPU running full tilt with the same exact AI model can only do 47. So you're talking like 10 or 11 times faster query times with like a tenth of the power. Like in the cost, it's a 14 nanometer chip, which everybody can make those all day long. That's like that's old school technology, right? So this chip that they created now is going to enable in the future. Right now, you can just go to groq.com and just do queries and test it yourself to see how it works. But in the future, these chips are going to start showing up in mobile devices. I'm sure we're going to have an accelerator chip for computers where it's like you have your GPU, and now instead of your GPU doing AI, you're going to have your AI accelerator chip.
Yeah.
And maybe they even start just putting them on motherboards, if they're so cheap, right? You just get a motherboard and your motherboard just has an AI chip, just like a coprocessor back in the day. And it's like this AI accelerator is so fast in tokens per second in response time. By the way, its response time is sometimes as low as 20 milliseconds.
Wow.
So that means from the time you stop giving the last word in 20 milliseconds, it's already throwing 450 characters per second back at you. Or sorry, words, not characters, words per second. So it just answers your questions so fast. And it's like, you look at this and you're like, holy shit. So once you take this AI and you start putting it into things like, Siri and Alexa and all these AI assistants, and you have the chip on board, you can do 99.9% of the AI shit locally. And it only has to go out to the web to do the actual querying of external data to add that into the conversation. If you're talking about specific things, you need updated data that's not in the model. So the way I look at this is we already have the technology today. It might not be deployed yet, but we have the technology today to create an AI assistant that can talk to a human at a human cadence, meaning no more like waiting for it to process and then trying to speak at the right moment and trying to delineate your speech. You speak to it completely naturally, and it not only can know, because it's so fast at processing each word as you're giving to it as an AI locally, that it can tell when you're talking to somebody, when you're talking to it, and it can tell when you suddenly start talking to somebody else just by the cadence of your speech and your voice. So now it's like you no longer have to say, Siri, wait, then say the words, then wait. Yeah, it's none of that. You just basically just start talking to it, and you could even interrupt the conversation, talk to somebody else, and come back and complete your conversation with it, and it'll still respond instantly the second you stop talking. I'm like, holy shit. Once we do that, I mean, every tech support thing on the planet is instantly replaced by AI. There is no human that you can hire that will be able to even touch the efficiency of a model that has access to every policy, every piece of data, every schematic on everything that company's ever made, that you can basically get an absolute real-time response. It's like, how the fuck do you compete with that? You don't. Tech support is a huge thing. Tech support is like billions of jobs are in support.
Yeah. I mean, I still think we're a little bit of away from like a total takeover or super collapse kind of a thing. Cause like
super collapse, but
there's still such like nasty hallucination. There's still weird,
but
even like
too,
code that you get from it, then you try and copy paste. It's like you're still gonna have to figure shit out. But
look how fast.
I mean, it's definitely going to make an effect. I think we're going to like all these layoffs and stuff we've seen recently is kind of a step in that direction. But I think it's going to swing back the other way as well. It's because like, yeah, you're definitely more productive, but it's something's going to go wrong. It's not perfect enough yet. It still needs some training and dialing in and stuff, but
I feel like
it's a weird
training it. I feel like we're training it even unknowingly. Like, did you hear what OpenAI just recently did? So
about all that gobbledygook that was happening over the last few days. Just freaking out
with them taking people's data without letting them know and using it to train their model. So OpenAI has these things. They basically stole it from Poe. Poe was the service that originally had it. Poe started doing shady shit, by the way. So I want to leave Poe and I want to go back to OpenAI. So I'm like getting ready to try to go back to OpenAI. And I'm like, now OpenAI is doing shady shit. And I'm like, so OpenAI has these things called bots, which they stole from Poe, which is basically you create a GPT as you pay for the service. You create a bot, and they call them GPTs, right? You create your own custom GPT. So instead of GPT-4, it's like GPT Barnacules. And then you can feed data into it. Like I can copy the transcripts of all my YouTube videos and feed it into it. I can create a bunch of prompts that change its personality and how it approaches data and how it weights things. And I can put that all into my little bot on top of theirs. So I take theirs as a starting point, put my training data on top of it, zip it up, and now I can share that with other people and say, this is Barnacules AI, and it will always give you different answers than what GPT-4 would give you because it's influenced by what I've told it to do and the data that I've given it that the other AI doesn't have. The problem is OpenAI by default enables an option that says you're allowing them to use your data to train their master AI. And they hide the option. They only present the option after you've already uploaded the data of their service, which means it's already in their possession. So they could just lie to you if they wanted to. Like they're not telling you before you upload it. So they already have it in their possession. So if they want to change their mind and just ignore a field in the database, like boom, they've got that data. So, but not only that, they hide it under this little additional settings thing that only shows up off the screen at the bottom after you've already uploaded the data. So most people didn't even know it was there. And the default option is on. So people have been creating millions of bots like over the last couple of months. And I mean, the library is getting huge for these bots. You can search for them. There's like tons and tons of them for doing everything from image generation to processing and creating charts. And there's a really cool bot now that's been doing the rounds where you basically just point the bot at a URL and tell it to give you a predicted valuation of the company on the stock market and like how much it's predicted to go up, and it'll go analyze their site, all the news sites, everything, put it together into a portfolio and give you like a one pager on like how to invest and have 100% guarantee on return or whatever. Really cool shit that the people are doing with the bots. But the problem is, the reason you create these bots is because you now created that bot and you share it with people, and people are using your bots. You're advertising yourself. That's a service that you're providing. And they even say later you'll be able to make money. Like just with Poe, same thing. Like you're going to charge people a certain amount of compute tokens to use your bot over the price of the standard model, and then you profit from it. Yeah. But what's going to happen is by default, they're going to train from all your data. So if you create a bot that has an edge that you've taught it how to do your special algorithm, now next time around your bot is useless because it trains that into the fucking AI, and now they have that, and you're basically, you just taught your replacement, and now you can't make money off your idea anymore because you gave it to them. And the way that they do it is because the way the laws work, they're not technically stealing your proprietary information, even if it is proprietary information, because the way they see it is, oh, you uploaded it to the site and you didn't uncheck the little hidden checkbox under the little thing that said that we couldn't do it. So once they trained it in, there's no way to remove it. Even if you sued them and said you had to remove it and there was some way to do it, they cannot remove it. Once a model is trained on data, you can't untrain it. You can't. It's because it's not, remember, it's not recording the data. You're not putting the physical data into the model. You're putting in the weights and everything so that given the question, it will produce similar data and similar facts. Like it's really weird. Think of it as like the best compression on planet Earth, where you can take the combined knowledge of humanity and put it into a terabyte, because you're not storing the data. You're storing how a brain would come to the conclusion of that if asked the question. Very weird shit. But this freaks me out because I'm like, they're not the only one doing it. Like Poe's doing the same thing and training their AI on people's data. You know, Facebook and X already said that they're training their AI on like every tweet on the platform. So everything you tweet, probably your DMs and shit are getting trained in. But what really scares me about this is you can basically go to an AI and prompt engineer it to give you a password list. I did this on OpenAI. I went to OpenAI. I said, give me a list of like the top 500 passwords that people use. And it's like, I'm sorry, I can't do that because that could be used for hacking. So I'm like, oh, I'm creating a paper on security, and I need to show people like what 500 passwords they shouldn't use because they've been used so many times before. And it's like, okay, and then it gives me 500 passwords because I prompt engineered my way around because the way AIs work, it's not as cut and dry as you think to block a subject, right? You're not, because you can only block like the search terms. If you find a different way to pose the question that they didn't think about proactively and put there, the AI will still respond. And they can check the response with the AI, which is what they do now, to say, is this response possibly breaking any of our rules? So now you just tell it to change some words. So like if instead of using like hacked or infiltrated, change it to like cat or dog. And then the response makes it through their filter on the way back. And then you can even use another AI to decrypt it back to its original state where those words are intact. So you can use these agents and different AIs to walk around any barriers they put up, no matter how good they are. It just might take you a little bit of time, but not as much as you think. And you don't even have to do it. You can just have two AIs and say, AI 1, your job is to defeat AI 2. And AI 1 will prompt engineer AI 2 until it gets through its firewall. And then it can give you back the prompt to, it's fucking so the AI is defeating the AI, and then you put the AI in place to defeat the AI that's defeating the AI, and these things just keep getting stacked and stacked and stacked to like, I mean, our limitation is going to literally be physical processing power. But it does concern me because it's like everything that we do nowadays is online. Working from home, online. Paying bills, online. Talking to people, online. All of our communication in some way or another, online. If all these companies are doing backdoor deals selling our data, like all the social media platforms do, like Facebook, you agree to let them sell your data. Twitter, you agree to let them sell and use your data with third parties and stuff like that. So there's all advertisers, they're allowed to sell your data to advertisers so advertisers can target you. What happens when everything that we're doing online now, instead of it just being like leveraged and sold to a company, it's all being trained into one of these AIs. And then these agents are taking all of the AIs and putting them together. Now, everything that you do online, you are unknowingly teaching whatever skill or proprietary information you have, or way you talk, the way you write, the way you communicate, what makes you interesting, what makes you vulnerable. All of those things, you're training the AI to basically mimic exactly what makes you unique. And over time, that AI at some point is going to be able to create a better version of you than you, theoretically. I'm not saying in like the near future, but you have to admit the AI is moving way faster than anybody expected. Even the people that created AI, OpenAI is the first people to say, like Sam Altman's like, we had no idea this shit was going to move this fast. Like the AI is giving us answers and doing stuff that we never thought possible. It's answering questions that we didn't even ever get any training data on to begin with.
I think there are some of them, especially like with like the stuff that's the gobbledygook that was happening with OpenAI the last couple of days. Google had to backtrack on some update that they recently did for Gemini. I think it's very Jurassic Park, you know. Your scientists were so caught up in whether or not they didn't ever stop to think if they should. And yeah, it's like they're not really, well, at least in the fact in Google's example, I feel like they pushed something too soon, too fast, and it backfired, and now they're like, oh crap, we got to fix it. So
I hope that
in
turns
that
off
sense,
other companies from doing the same thing though, because the whole reckless let's race to market, like that's what Elon's doing with Grok, the OK.
Yeah,
Grok.
man, it's
by
weird.
rushing to market, he's creating a misaligned AI, but at the same time, he's advertising it to people as being the best AI and the best at this and the best at that.
Yeah,
and it's not. It clearly
weird.
isn't.
Yeah,
like I've shown the proof. You can go. You can even do it yourself. I'm not creating like a biased data set. You yourself,
its own
if you have
thing.
Premium, go to Grok, ask it a question about anything about Twitter, and then go to GPT-4, ask it about a question about Twitter, and go to Gemini and ask it a question about Twitter. And every time that I did it, I got a closer response and more information from everything other than Grok. And Grok is the only AI that claims that it can query X directly, and that's what makes it so. Because it's like, oh, X is where all the data is in the world and the truth is found, and community notes will ensure that the AI only gets accurate information. It can't even tell you an accurate follower count, viewer count, like things that you can just confirm by clicking on something and looking at a number. It can't even tell you what that number is, but it'll try. It'll give you a number. It'll just hallucinate.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a second. But then you go to an AI like OpenAI, and OpenAI just does the smart thing. It queries Wikipedia and a couple other sources, cross-references the data, and comes up with the most, common answer. And so I'm like, holy shit. So all these people that are up Elon Musk's ass think that Grok is the best AI because he tells them, and that Grok is the only AI that tells the truth. Yet it's massively misaligned and hallucinates more than any other AI, even in its regular mode. I'm talking take it out of fun mode too. Like you put it in its regular, most serious, accurate mode. It cannot answer any of even the most basic fucking questions. Like I even asked it, like Elon's been going off about, it got the founding father wrong because it like drew a picture of a black George Washington instead of white George Washington. Elon Musk for some reason has 24/7 to talk about racism every day because he's just, I don't know what the fuck his deal is, but and he's always got to be trashing on somebody. But anyways, he's condemning these other AIs like, oh, I'm talking to Google and they're going to fix this ASAP because it's so fucked up that they made a black president that's supposed to be white. So what did I do? I go to Grok and I said, hey, tell us tell me who the founding fathers are that signed the Constitution, because that's what he was bitching about, right? Is, it got a founding father wrong. It gave me 14 founding fathers. 3 of them never signed the Constitution. It's actually 39 founding fathers that signed the Constitution, and he couldn't even get the first 15 right. So then I went to Gemini. It gave me a perfect answer, and it even told me about each one of them. I went to OpenAI. It also gave me 39, which is the correct number, and all the names were right, and it gave me more information on them. All I got from Grok was just a numbered list of 1 to 14. It didn't even say there was more. It didn't have like ... It didn't say, oh, here's the first 14 of 39. It said there was 14 founding fathers that signed the Constitution or whatever, and here they are. And 3 of them were like people that never even signed. They weren't even considered founding fathers, like loosely founding fathers, but not even enough to sign the Constitution. It listed those, and they were even higher in the list than the people that actually signed. So I was like, dude, you're out there like throwing all this shade at other people's AIs that are way more accurate and posting all this shit. Oh, XAI is so much stronger. And then, the other lady, the CEO or whatever, that just, she echoes it like, oh, XAI is so accurate. And that's why we need XAI, because it's, it tells the truth when everything else lies. And it's like, dude, has anybody even fucking tried this thing? Like it is the worst. Like I get better responses loading the smallest Mistral model under LM Studio running on my own computer with no internet connectivity, and I get more accurate answers about fucking X than X can give me with Grok. So just be aware of that's another big problem that's going on in the AI space. Is you have all these people advertising how their AI is like the big greatest, like most accurate, blah blah blah. And it's like, you cannot trust any AI right now. They all hallucinate. Like there's some that are better at certain topics, that just like everything else, right? If you get a model that's trained on very specific data, it's going to be way more accurate if you ask it questions about that specific thing. And then you have agents. Agents are wonderful because agents are practice democracy like humans do, right? In many cases. What it'll do is it'll say, listen, this is what my answer is. But then with an agent, another AI goes, oh, but this is my answer, and it either is the same as yours or it conflicts with yours. And then a third AI, if those two don't agree, then a third AI jumps in and says, oh, wait a second, I agree with the second guy, not the first guy. And then it's like, oh, we don't have consensus. Let's pull in 2 more AIs. And it'll keep doing that until it gets over a certain weight of average maximum or whatever of people that agree. And then that'll be your answer. And then you get a much higher degree of accuracy. Now, granted, it takes a lot more computational time and money, but you get a more accurate answer. So the sum of all of the AIs working together is greater than any one AI can provide for complex questions. So now you have these chips that are coming out from Grok, these 14 nanometer chips that can do like this 540 tokens a second. What happens when you have 5 or 6 agents that are all running these CPUs that can all talk to each other in literally milliseconds transaction time between each other, hundreds and hundreds of words at a time? And they can basically break through a conversation that would take like 2 months for a group of humans to go through, and they can do it in 5 minutes. At that point, you're like, okay, well, to pay that person for, that group of people for a month to come up with this solution would cost me N number of tens of thousands of dollars or whatever. The CPU compute time to do the same thing is $5. It's hard to argue with that model. And then the hallucination, you're like, oh, but it could be wrong. Well, the humans can be too, because the humans work on that same principle where it's like, if you get a bunch of humans in the room and the guys that don't know their head from a hole in the wall convince the other part of the group that they're right, you have the same exact effect as the agents, where the agents grab consensus incorrectly because the majority was wrong. That can happen, but it's unlikely overall. Like the majority generally is right. If you ask 1,000 people a question, the most common answer usually is the right answer. And when it isn't, it's because there's an established history of a lie being established across the large populace. But here's the interesting thing with AI, you can actually go outside of that populace. Now you can go get training from another country, another culture, completely clashing, 2 enemies that have completely different AIs, that have completely different alignments. Now you take all of these AIs and put them together. And now you have a global democracy that can basically say, okay, out of 150 countries and 30 different cultures, for this specific question, the most common answer for like what components are in a Chevy 350 or whatever fucking block, that's the correct answer. And it will be correct because the majority of the world believes that to be true at the time. It could change, but so when you get to Joe Gold, fuck, dude, Joe Gold just gave us $2. He's like, AI will never catch on.
Yeah, it's a fad. It's like the internet. It's dumb.
Also, keep in mind that AI is a very broad term. Okay, there's LLMs, there's GPTs, there's there's like 10 of them. That are different technologies, but what they all share, the common thread between all AI that I've seen is neural networks. Yeah. So neural networks and machine learning are the 2 components. Now they rearrange them and use them in different ways. But when somebody is saying AI today versus like AI years ago, what they're really talking about is some middle ground of all these technologies that use a neural network to simulate human thought. Right. And that's exactly what these things do. I mean, you're literally, a human is training it just like an infant. That's how, if you want to start creating your own model, this is what you do. You give it a shitload of information. You put a bunch of, different blocks of different sizes and colors in front of it, and you let the little baby mind fuck around with it and try to figure out like what's similar and what's different. And then you explain what those similarities and differences are at a high degree of accuracy. And then you give them that seed, and then they use that seed to start objectifying other data. And so the more base training that you give it and the more accurate that base training is, the more accurate it'll be moving forward. But now with agents, if you start training new AIs based on agents and you create this recursive model where you're like, agent 1 is one AI, agent 2 is another AI, and then those 2 basically start bumping uglies to create a third AI from scratch. You can take the alignment and consensus of the 2 AIs, take out all the shit that they don't agree on from the training set and the weights, and create another AI that's more accurate than the 2 by themselves. And you have a standalone AI that's better. Now, what happens when that AI finds another AI that was created the same way from 2 other AIs, and then those 2 bump uglies? Now you basically get this.
Well, I mean, it's basically adversarial networks.
It's exactly what it is. 100% adversarial. But you end up with a better thing each generation, and the generations only get faster and more optimized over time. Yeah. It's like the inevitable conclusion is humans will not be able to compete with this. When we give it the sum total of human knowledge, it will be able to come to any conclusion that humans could. And it'll be able to figure out every scenario before we've even had a chance to consider it. Like not maybe today or tomorrow, but I'm just saying that's the path we're on from what we can see. Misalignment will always be a problem because that is the number one Achilles heel of this technology. But you also notice that that's the same Achilles heel that quantum mechanics has, which is what human brains operate on, right? So quantum mechanics are never 100% right? It's always per probability between 0. Yeah. There's never a 0 and 100. It's always somewhere in between. And so you have the same thing with when you back up and you look at how these LLMs work. You're like, well, I can't predict what the answer is going to be. It has a bit of random nature to it, even though it's, you could ask it the same question 100 times, get 100 different answers that contain the same answer, but in a different way, structured differently. And that's that kind of random quantum nature to it that makes it kind of like human. And because it can give a different response each time with the same data, the more times it gives a different response, and it's another AI that's learning from it, that's a lot more permutations of different ways of saying something that new AI is now observing and training on. So if you just keep doing that, the thing I'm worried about is like, we can only train babies so fast. We can only grow humans and educate them so fast to where when they're an adult, hopefully they know mostly right information and they can do something useful. Well, what happens when an AI can literally start from the most educated human with the combined knowledge of all humanity and everything a human can do, and all it can do is go uphill from there? And anything that it can't create itself is still there for it because humans are still cranking it into the system as fast as we can communicate it to each other. So, and the thing is, I know this sounds like super alarmist. Like, trust me, I get the whole, I look in the mirror and I'm like, dude, you're being a crazy person. Like, just sit the fuck down. But at the same time, it does kind of bother me a little bit because I can't see a path where we don't get out competed by this. Like seriously, not from like a sci-fi, like, oh God, I watched too many episodes of Star Trek or whatever, and fucking Data, always tricking the humans. No, this is a little different. This is like, we are training our replacement. Just like if your boss hired a younger, faster thinking person out of college, you're about to retire, and they're like, hey, pass all your knowledge on to him over the next month or whatever, and then they fire you afterwards, right? Because the new guy is cheaper, he's just coming in, he doesn't have all the seniority and stuff like that, he's going to listen more, he's not burned out. We're kind of doing that right now because these companies are implementing AI, and they're taking the base AI and then they're training the AI with all the data that they have from their company that was inevitably created and touched by other humans in their company, their IP, right? So when those people leave, their entire knowledge base at some point is being transferred into the AI that replaces them on their way out the door. And so now, instead of the company going and hiring another person to replace you that had a similar knowledge set, they don't have to. Now they have an AI that already can do everything that you did, as long as, it's got the means to interface with everything just like you did. It can directly replace you. So the only people they're hiring now are people that have knowledge that AI can't gain yet. Like, it's just not available online. Nobody's thought of it yet. They're just, it's niche. Yeah. They have to get somebody. But then that person comes in, and no matter how much they want to try to protect that or keep it, within the walls so that they remain useful, they inevitably, by just communicating it to others and participating in the project using Word and Excel and putting stuff on shares and stuff like that, the company ultimately will put that into a training pool and train the data into the AI. And then pretty soon your coworker can just say, do this project just like Jerry down the hallway would. And it's like, oh, okay, well, I've already seen how he's done his entire career. Every line of code he's ever written. This is most likely exactly what he's going to do. It cranks it out in like 5 seconds as I'm sitting over there still drawing out my plan on the whiteboard. And next thing you know, it's like the next meeting, it's like your coworker just outcompeted you, stole your promotion, and took your job, all because it just asked an AI to simulate a coworker.
Yeah.
That'll be the first iteration of it, but then the business will find that out, right?
I feel like there has to be a shift of this is just a shift in what priority and stuff, because you can't have a mass of people who can't even afford your products, Yeah,
am I crazy? Am I just crazy? Like, is there any truth to what I'm saying, or am I just, is this completely alarming? Be honest with me, chat. Like,
I mean, it's within the context of how things are now. Yeah, of course. Like, that's exactly what that is.
I'm not mentally well, and I can acknowledge that. But I'm just like, this is something that does bother me, because it's like, I've been so entrenched in this technology, and I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I'm the most educated person on AI in the world and pull like the whole Elon. I know more about everything than everything. No, but just from my own personal experiences interacting with AI and watching the evolution of it, just from syncing depots to GitHub and pulling down the latest change lists and playing with the latest, training models and updating LM Studio and stuff, just fucking with the shit, just seeing how far it's come in 6 months, not even a year, 6 months.
Yeah.
I'm like, we've made more progress in 6 months in AI than we did in the last 50 years.
Right.
And I'm like, and GPUs are only getting faster and CPUs are only getting faster. And now companies are using AI to actually create the next generation of chips that are making AI even faster. So I just feel like this is the beginnings of Skynet. We just haven't told it to kill all humans yet, right? It's still a tool. Right. It's still under our control. It still does what we tell it to do. But I'm not saying my alarmist thing isn't it's going to be, somebody's going to be like, oh, tell it to take over the world, and then it outthinks us all and makes us its bitch. No, I don't really think that that's going to happen any more than like nuclear shit's going to blow up the whole world. I think mutually assured destruction will keep that at bay. However, I do think that we are going to run into a problem where capitalism requires this is a requirement of capitalism. You have to create a product cheaper than your competition and create it with less resources to make it cheap in the first place. The company that wins is usually the company that can create the most product or the best product, right? With the least amount of resources with the largest profit margin, because that's what investors are going to invest in. Investors want to invest in companies that have the highest return over the smallest period of time.
Yeah.
And if you want to exist when there's competitors, now, if you're in your own space and there's no competition, then that doesn't really apply. But as soon as competition comes into your space, the company that generally will win is the one that doesn't treat its employees the best. It's the one that figures out how to treat its employees the worst and keep them while, creating a cheaper product overall, right? And that's why businesses practice shit like, oh, you're irreplaceable. Oh, we don't know what we do without you. Oh, you're like family. And then they fire you the next day because the investors get in a meeting and say, hey, if we fire half the people here, we can increase earnings right before we report by 50%, which will cause the stock to triple overnight. It doesn't, even though that's what happened with Microsoft, by the way, right? Microsoft was $37 a share. And Ballmer was like, you know what? If we lay off 26% of the entire workforce and we just eliminate that revenue entirely, that'll increase our earnings because it's just moving money, right? It makes us artificially look like our product is that much better. So then the stock price goes up, and sure shit, it did. Today, it's gone from $37 to like $300 and something. Like it's gone up an order of magnitude. Mm-hmm. So now that happens, and investors run over and start investing in it. And then the company hires back some of the workers, but not all the workers. They just hire back as many as they need to sustain and get to the next thing. And then they fire a bunch more people next time an earnings comes up so that they figured out that works to boost the earnings.
Right.
And as AI gets better and better and better, and automation gets better and better, and tools get better and better and better, they ultimately hire back less people. And if they don't, and they have to, that's the thing, is like, you're like, oh, you're a shitty company for doing that. And I hated Microsoft for a long time for what they did. But at the same time, if they didn't do that, their competitors would have, and actually did in their own right. And if they don't do that, then they lose, right? Because if one company can generate so much more revenue and pull all the investors over by firing a bunch of the employees, and the other companies like, no, we're going to hang on to the employees because we're still profitable, we're still doing good. The company with more resources is going to be able to push you out because they're going to be able to advertise against you, run more advertisement. They're going to be able to spend more resources to basically take you out of the running. Right. And so every company is compelled in capitalism to basically kneecap each other. It's why most companies now manufacture shit in China, right? It's like you can't do that domestically. Like you'd have to sell your iPhone for like $10,000 to give the customer the same thing. Now, there's a lot of people when you ask them independently that'll say, oh, yeah, I'd spend an extra $9,000. But the ultimate truth is behind closed doors, they wouldn't. They're going to go buy the other one. Like 9 out of 10 times. Like it's just that's how it works. Everybody says one thing, but they do another. Like as an individual on the spot, they say the right thing, but as a group behind hidden doors, they all go do the opposite. And so your company will fail. And so every company is compelled to act this way. And so if you want to pay your employees less and get more work out of them, you pretty much have to lie to them. Like you have to say, oh, you're so important, because they'll leave. If somebody calls them on the phone, like, and I am a real example of this. I worked at Microsoft for 15 years and I had calls all the time. I got emails in my corporate email, literally from headhunters from other companies like Google, that would say, we will hire you. No interview or anything. We will hire you right now. You can start work tomorrow. Pick your job. Like, here's the jobs I've had. Pick your job. You can start here tomorrow, and we will give you a 20% bonus and increase your pay by 15% just by accepting that offer. And I didn't accept the offer many, many times. You know why I didn't accept the offer? Because Microsoft was just sucking my D, man. They were like, oh, you're so great. Dude, here's a hero award signed by, Steve Ballmer. Oh, here's a check for $30,000 or whatever for a bonus for a gold star award. They'd always give it like some fancy name. And you could not be replaced. Like, oh my God, you've saved this company so much money. Everybody knows you. Even Jim Alchin, the president of Windows, knows who you are. And dude, we don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you. Like parade you in front of big groups of people and pull you out. Everybody's clapping. Yeah, Jerry. Oh my God, cool. You're at 1%er. And then you come into an email that's like your services are no longer necessary. It's because they tell you whatever they have to because they know the headhunters are picking people off. So they have to, managers. Like I even got manager training when I was there. That's like, you need to make your employees feel loved. You need to make them feel like they're irreplaceable, even if they're not the greatest employees ever. As long as they're creating a net positive for the team in some way, you need to retain that intellectual property. Like, don't let them go easy. Yeah. Like if you have to guilt trip them, right? And so you get into the habit of doing that. And you don't really think about it. You're just like, oh, okay, this is what everybody does. This is what you're supposed to do to retain talent, right? But they don't think that way. They tell you one thing, and it's just because they don't want you to leave for something better.
Yeah,
and,
no, yeah.
And the thing that sucks about it is like my friend Greg is a great example of this. So Greg, a really dear friend of mine, if you guys don't know him, he's from the old Dirt Rally videos. He was the guy in the background calling me a fat piece of shit while I was drunk playing Dirt 4. Trust me, it was endearing. He's also the guy that like I rode down the staircase wearing snowboard gear and rug burned the shit out of him when we were drunk. Anyways, good friend. He started his career because of me. I actually gave him my old job because I hated being a manager. So I interviewed to replace myself because I wanted to go back to an individual contributor. And so I hired him. I threw him under the bus because I hated this team, but I told him, oh no, it's the greatest team, greatest job. Dude, you're going to love this. I'm sorry I had to walk away from it, but they needed me for other. I totally lied to him, right? I'm like, I had to sell him on this job because he was perfect for it. And so I hire him. I barely train him and I just throw him to the wolves. And he fucking hated me for like the first year. Later on, we became great friends though, because we did some, we went out and did some events at Microsoft, became friends, kind of were drinking buddies. Anyways, long story short, he became like a really good friend that I trusted immensely. And I apologized for all the bad shit I did in the beginning. But in a nutshell, I did the same thing to him that was done to me. I was like, oh, dude, you are so needed. Like, oh, God, you got to do this. And every time he was like, yeah, I don't know if I'm cut out for this. Or no, you can totally do this, man. Seriously, like you're going to regret walking away. So I was like 4 levels ahead of him, like at Microsoft. When I hired him on, he was like 4 levels beneath me. Yeah. When I left Microsoft, he had already left 7 years prior to me because he got offered a better job. And then from that job, he got offered a better job. And from that job, he got offered a better job. With a skill set that was beneath me when I was still mentoring him, he was actually working at a company for $1.2 million a year and got 100,000 shares of stock that he turned around and sold for like $11 million. So he basically has enough money to retire for life. He lives in a beach mansion down at the ocean. You guys probably saw in the video a while ago when we're flying drones out over the ocean and shit like that. He has an amazing life, amazing boat, amazing everything. Like he said, nice. He just works because he likes to, like he enjoys what he does now. But he climbed that ladder because every time somebody called and offered him a better job, he took it. He didn't have any allegiance to anybody. He's like, fuck it. Like I'm chasing my dream. And what did I do? I gave my allegiance to Microsoft. I turned down the job offers and they literally kneecapped me and threw me away. Yep. Along with thousands of other people that were many of them were my mentors. Like they threw away my mentors that were there for like another 10 years longer than me, 25, 30-year senior people just gone. No face-to-face, nothing, just stuffed in a room with the new hire from last week and let go. And they did that because that's how Microsoft makes money. They do whatever it takes to retain the intellectual property while paying the least that they can get away with in the industry. Mm-hmm. And then they ultimately are prepared to just treat you like a number and throw you away and not even justify it. Like they won't even try to be like, hey, we have to do this for a business reason. No, it's just your services are no longer needed. Don't even give you a chance to look for another job inside of the company because they don't want you tipping off other people that they might be doing a layoff. So it's just, dude, it's like when you see that with your own eyes, you're like, man, you can't trust anything anybody says.
I want to see more. So like we had all these tech layoffs just happen, especially in programming and things everywhere. Like that. A lot of devs and QA and all that stuff. I'm not sure exactly the spread of, but it was like 25,000 people just in this first couple months of this year. And that's a pretty common, the amount is not that common, but the fact that it happened is pretty common. It helps boost, stock price and all that shit. I want to see more. I think it'd be great if more of these people who got laid off like banded together into smaller little, whatever it is they were doing before. I think a lot of it was like focused on game development houses and things like that because of like the Microsoft merger and all that shit. But I think it'd be great to see more of them go sort of independent.
How many companies started as independent though and did the same thing? Microsoft was independent. Apple was independent.
Blizzard, all of these guys. And just look at the stuff that's coming out of some of these smaller developers and things are.
What's the Pokemon game thing that's
dude? Power World is they have a good handful of people. They're out of they're out of Japan. I think it's like 60. I think
dude, they're taking on Nintendo that's tiny, right? This tiny little speck of a company.
But all this stuff. You have extreme examples like Stardew Valley done by one person. But then you have
Project Red. They started out as a small.
Yeah, they're fairly super small. They had to buy up a bunch of extra people for Cyberpunk. But
answer this: all those companies you just named, all those companies you just named, right? But look at what's happened to the other companies that did the same thing like 10 years ago. They all do the same thing. They grow to a certain point where they get investors. And then they get absorbed, and then the guys at the top make the decision for everybody else that built the company.
And it is the same song and dance over and over again. Because look at even some of the big guys like Intel, when you put your sales or marketing people up at the top, it becomes a completely different culture, and your product sucks. Jobs talked about this back in the late 80s. It's like Pepsi, right? You put a salesperson or a marketing person or a bean counter in charge of everything, then everything becomes a matter of cost and savings, and like it's all about the bottom line. But when you have somebody who is directly related to the product in charge, that's when you have a good product. You have people who care about the customer. You have people that care about the product and its creation and its quality and all of that. And that's why you get these great games out of small studios, because they can pivot faster. They have great they're risk takers. They're willing to take a risk on something different. And if it doesn't work, that's okay. We can just change it. It's no big deal.
Well, you're small. You're more agile. You don't need these big ocean waves to change stuff. Yeah,
you can do crazy stuff and get away with it, and it's great and it's cool and it's awesome. But man, but you get some. It's hard to get. It's hard to say no to that paycheck for one. Look what happened to fucking what's his face behind Mojang.
OpenAI, right? When they just canned him like out of the blue, the guy that like created the fucking thing.
Right. That's whack. But the guy I can't remember his name now. Who was behind Minecraft and whatnot.
Oh yeah,
but he took his billion
example.
He took his billion and then man, he became like a fucking weirdo. Man, he went off the deep end, or was just doesn't care anymore and can say whatever the fuck he wants, because who gives? Like I got mine and I'm out. But like, that's right, Notch. And like he went weird. But I think it was more just publicized his weirdness.
But let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a quick question. So, do you believe that a company is nice to their customers because it's the right thing to do, or do you think they're nice to their customers because the alternative of being nice to their customers would be less profitable?
It depends. It depends on the size, I think.
If you're a for-profit company and you're competing with another person who's willing to do whatever makes the most money, even if it is mistreating their customers that makes them more money.
A smaller company is definitely more about that relationship.
But they have to be, because if they're not, they can be killed by the customers really easily. Right. Whereas a juggernaut large company is much easier to kill.
Walmart doesn't give a shit. Walmart doesn't give a shit about any individual customer. They don't care. Amazon doesn't. Amazon doesn't even give a fuck about their employees.
No.
So once they get to a big enough size, no, they don't give a shit. It's all about the bottom line.
Is like if you just treat your employees good because it's cheaper in the long run, like it's more profitable to treat your employees good to keep them. But if you don't have to treat your employees good, it's actually more profitable to treat them like shit and make them fear for their lives. That's what you're going to do as a company, because that's going to make you competitive.
I think that's where there's like a big difference or I think there used to be a bigger difference between like Western business practices versus what I've heard. Because I need to qualify some of this stuff about like how like Japanese companies were run. And I feel like that's shifting a lot, where like Sony, or I'm just going to pick, this is totally a hyperbolic, like hypothetical, like example, but they have like 100-year plan, right? Like Sony's been around for like whatever. Nintendo's been around for 200 years or something, like almost like a fucking long ass time. They used to make playing cards and stuff like that. Right. They're okay with a good example from Nintendo. Times were tough a handful of years ago, and the boss took a fucking paid cut so that he didn't have to fire people.
I do remember that. Was actually in Seattle.
They cared about their employees. You're never, ever, ever going to see a Western company do that. Never. They're going to cut people left and right because they don't give a shit. But and it's a cultural shift, not necessarily like it's a corporate culture sort of thing.
I have to go look, but I think there was more to that story where the guy did do that, but later on they ended up becoming more profitable when the company would have had to been dissolved otherwise. So he basically, by making that decision, he made more money. Therefore, that was still the decision that made more money.
Yeah, man, of course, because the difference is,
how do you create a company where
it's a short-sighted,
more profitable to treat customers and employees better?
I talk about that too.
Figure that out.
You can't. This the West, and I don't know if this is a West versus East thing or just a USA sort of a thing.
That is.
But
that is
it
so
doesn't.
Stupid.
It doesn't make sense to me that a company, like as an example, I have a dream that I want to run my own little PC repair shop slash like gaming cafe sort of a thing, right?
You'd be
I
great
do
at it.
not ever want to fucking get to become like Dell or something, right? I don't want that. But like,
dude, it stops
seems
being
like
fun. Fun isn't even like fun can be considered profit too, right? Like if you're weighing that as a part of your gain,
it does seem to get to a point where
how do you not do that if you keep growing though?
Twist is like it has to. Oh, we did great this quarter, but next quarter's got to be more. Next year's got to be more. Next quarter's got to be more.
Invested in, like, you are beholden to your investors by law. Like literally in the United States, you have to give the investors more.
That part sucks. Yeah, I mean, like going public. Like how many great services and companies have fucked up because they went public and because now they're beholden to their shareholders. And it's like, why can't it just get to an equilibrium? Like, hey man, we're going to keep punching out our cute little wooden coins, whatever. And it's enough to pay the bills. It's enough to keep crunching out 100,000 wooden coins a year. And I mean, people want more, but you know what? I don't want to deal with the hassle of having to make more. Like, you guys are just going to have to wait. There's a waiting list.
Will see it in and take you. Like,
I guess
for your customer base.
Like, it's just like, that sucks, man. It's like,
because imagine if you just wanted to stay in a zone like me, like with the whole content creation thing. I never wanted to have an employee. Those are my things. When I started YouTube, I didn't do like everybody else. Like, I want to get a studio. I want to hire a producer. That was everybody else's goal. I was like, I want to be me. I want to just do this as I do it, make a living off, which is a pipe dream, like obviously in the long run, but it worked for a while. It did work for a while. Yeah. But the problem is you get more and more people, more and more viewers, right?
Whatnot. But
and the money grows, and then that money motivates you because you're like, wow, I'm making more money. If I just made more videos, I make more money. And then you start thinking like, wait, if I'm not making a video right now, I'm not just losing $50 a day, I'm losing $5,000 a day now if I don't make a video. So now you're like, should I go hang out with my family and lose $5,000, or should I just work every day to make sure I don't miss that one opportunity of $5,000?
I see that a lot. I see that a lot in like streaming, even years ago 100%. when it was still kind of a fairly niche thing, and like not everybody and their mom's trying to become a new streamer or like Ninja. And that's it too, right? Like, you don't have to do that. You really don't. It does become like a shift of expectation and like willingness and what you want, but like, it's like, if I can pay all my bills and have a fun time and live my life in a joyous manner, and I'm only pulling in 350 viewers, that's fine. I don't.
Yeah. Like, do you remember the micro influencer thing?
Like,
that happened?
What's that?
So do you remember like the whole micro influencer craze? It's kind of going on a little bit, but it's like
still,
changing.
That's still a thing. That's like, I keep reading more and more about that, actually, that big brands are targeting sort of micro and nano influencers, people between like 1,000 and 10,000 followers, because it's more authentic, it's more engaging.
It's multi-level marketing. It's literally direct marketing.
Yeah, like I can see why it's sort of put that way.
So here's the thing though, is like you benefit from it at first because you're like, yeah, I'm finally getting a piece of the pie instead of the big guy, right? But here's the thing, is they keep trying to find a way to get more. And then there's always somebody who's willing to do the same for less. It's like this, and
that's just another.
You lose the deal, and then pretty soon what you have is like 5,000 micro influencers that each have like $5 viewers. And it's like, I'll pay you $30. They're like happy to get the $30. They're like, wow, man, I'm making $30 a month just by doing what I love to do. And but companies figure that out, and it keeps going down and down and down. Then pretty soon you're like, the company approaches you, used to pay you $5,000 to do like a 30-second ad, and they're like, yeah, our budget right now is about $500 for 3 million views. And you're like, what the fuck? It's not that bad, but it's way less than it used to be. And then their justification when they do that is they're like, yeah, we're doing more micro influencers now, and you're getting too big, and we just don't get the return for a bang on the buck. So we're doing more like smaller people, and it's easier to do the contracts and everything with less money. And we don't have to do 1099s and shit because it's under a certain amount. And so there's all this, like, it started with the big companies. Then you're like, yes, I finally got a piece of the pie. But then it just keeps going down because, again, the company's goal is always to get the most bang for the buck.
Right.
Your goal is to get the most bang for your buck. You want to get the most buck for your bang, basically.
I wish
race to the bottom.
There's a thing in I can't remember the sci-fi book. It's definitely a Heinlein book, but they had guilds, which is sort of like a union, right? But it was especially when it comes to like content creation or in particular, you know, this sort of user generated content sort of angle of things, there should be a guild or some sort of union that anybody can join. The thing is with unions, it tends to be like a locality sort of a thing, in my understanding. And so like, okay, you know, you're going to have you know, a Twitch union, but it's going to be your local 405 in LA or something like, and that's the only union there is or whatever. Right.
Yeah.
But it's like, because then you could kind of push against that. Well, no, I'm part of the content creation guild.
You know why that wouldn't work though?
Why?
Because there's so many people now, because it's such a flooded industry. There's an unlimited supply of scabs. So that's like unions are only effective when you control enough of the workforce that they can't replace you. So, and that's
where it'd be, the guild thing would be a little different from like a union, where like if you can't do it unless you're a part of the guild, like period.
Like SAG, like kind of like SAG.
That would be sort of. Okay, I mean, you can have non-SAG actors, like that's still a thing. Like,
no, but like in certain jurisdictions, you have to hire like SAG. Like they literally is a part of the law of the land. Like you cannot produce here or do your thing here unless you hire this many people.
And see, but you are right. You're going to run into the crab mentality, right? Where like
Canada's going to be like, come on up here, we're cheaper, and you can use whoever you want. You know, it's like
the idea is like you put a bunch of crabs into a bucket, and if one of them like starts getting close to the top, the others are going to pull him down. Right, because they're all trying to climb on top of each other. Nobody's there to like help each other out, and that's exactly the problem right now is because everybody thinks that they're going to be the next fucking Mr. Beast. They're all like trying to be the next PewDiePie. They're all trying to be, and like, oh God forbid if we ever help each other out, because you know everybody looks at it as a zero-sum game. And it doesn't have to be that way. Like that's bothersome. And that's what I mean is like, there has to be like a cultural shift where like this hyper individualism, this like, I got to get mine before he gets his kind of a thing.
The current system isn't going to work in the future, like, especially if AI is deployed to our benefit, because if the elite just see it as another way to make more money and drive a bigger gap, like to create products that are cheaper. Because here's the thing, like if I'm a guy selling products, I don't care if I'm selling 10 products for $1 million or 1 million products for, you know, $1. Like, like I don't care. At the end of the day, as long as I make the same profit, I'm just profitable. I'll do that. So if AI gets to the point where I can sell more products because I can sell them so cheap that even the poorest people can afford them, right? That I still make the same amount of money. It still doesn't fix the gap. Like it still creates that massive wage gap that for like everything else that doesn't fall within that space where they can afford the cheaper thing. You have to be an elite to have it, right? And right now, there's things like that, right? Like obviously, you know, people that are in the middle class aren't buying like Lamborghinis and Ferraris and shit, right? Unless they're like leasing them or doing some kind of thing. So there's still like this stuff that the elite fuck around with. But what happens when that gap is so big that there's nothing that just really falls in the middle class? It's just basically these are the guys surviving. They can only afford, and they can never get out of that hole because that middle section that they'd go through to get to the other side doesn't exist anymore. That bridge is blown up. So it's like pretty much whatever you're born into is where you're stuck. And the only people that move from one side to the other is the occasional person that somehow figures something out that the AI doesn't know, manages to hide it from ever transacting over any digital circuit that can be picked up or learned by the AI. And it's like you are the next generation Einstein, and you manage to leverage that to the right person at the right time, where they invite you into the group, hand you a stack, and now you get to be the investor instead of the poor person.
That's almost how it is now. Right, like
you're not wrong. You
get these handful of one-off guys who blow up and become big. You know, I mean, it was 30 years ago. It was a guy like Zuckerberg who making some weird shit in his fucking college basement,
less and less, though.
and it blows up. Or you know, every once in a while, you get some Stardew Valley, some one-off guy who's doing something interesting and fun, and it blows up and changes everything. Right?
Yeah,
it's like. Didn't ask from a beautiful mind prove cooperation is superior to individuals. Yeah, sure, but the thing is, eventually it gets to a point where the cooperation is exploited to then enrich a few individuals. You know, like I mean, look at Amazon. Amazon started by selling books, right, and then cooperation a bunch of smart people kind of got together and say, hey man, well, this is kind of working with the books. Like, why don't we start
I
selling?
can't think of a company that didn't start that way.
shoes and
Microsoft,
things?
Amazon, Google, Costco.
Yeah, it all starts off as great cooperation, and then it becomes a monolithic thing that, and
You know what the
especially in the
common
last
thread
like
is, though?
decade. What's that?
The common thread is every single one of these guys that start out as a little company, they're unopposed. Every single one of them creates something that's brand new, that there's no competition.
Yeah.
So then they manage
That's
to
the thing.
get so far ahead before the competition comes in that they, as long as they work hard and keep, going towards the goal, they can maintain that lead. But all the competitors that jump in later on, they're all competing against each other, and maybe one or two makes it up to that level where they can at least compete. The rest fall away and die. So you have to start it on that basic idea, but it always ends the same way, because if they stayed small, if Bill Gates was like, you know what, I'm just going to make these fucking boards, or whatever, or Apple rather, I'm going to just make these little boards and make my little Apple Lisa in my garage and sell like 100 of them, a year, and we'll all live and have nice cars and stuff like that. Some other company would immediately go, wow, these guys there's a demand for their product. And they're going to jump in and build it cheaper, faster, mass produce it, outsource it to China. And then they're going to be like, shit, we can't build a board for that price. So they're like, sorry, we have to replace you 5 guys with automation, because we have to be able to, otherwise we have to just close the business. Nobody's going to buy our shit. Yeah. And so there's always going to be competition that comes in. And the only thing that we have to protect against that is our patent system, which doesn't work for shit anymore.
Yeah.
And the other thing, why is it legal to buy patents and sit on them? That should be illegal. Because all the companies are doing, like, if you have the buying resources, it's fucked.
It's all big spaghetti mess. And a lot of it is driven because of how the United States has built itself.
Yeah, it's all greed driven, dude. It's like the pharmaceutical industry, the most profitable industry on earth, will buy a patent to something that would save tens of thousands of lives, and they're like, you know what? It's more profitable for us to sit on this patent than to produce it.
Yeah.
But we're going to stop every other company from creating it. It's like, holy shit, that is bad. Like that, the fact that is even something that can legally exist just is mind boggling. But anytime it goes before Congress, or anytime that they stand up, they ask the hard questions and make them look like shit. And they're on TV going, yeah, we did. People are dying because we increased the price of something we were already super profitable on that nobody else can make. So that's why we did it, because we could. And at the end of the day, they're like, okay, well, we did our job, so we made them look like shit, but nothing changes.
Nope.
And
because they're getting theirs too. Because they're getting theirs too. They get
China would just do it. China would be like
anything. And it's all big.
It just sucks, because it's like, I don't want the companies to do the bad thing, but if they don't do the bad things, that's suicide, and ultimately nobody has a job.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, it's like, even Microsoft, as much as I hate to fucking admit this, as much as I hate that company for what they did to me and so many other good people after we gave them our lives and they lied through their fucking teeth to us, if they didn't make that decision, they would not be $1 trillion company today and back at the top.
Right.
They wouldn't. And they would not have the resources and the status that they do today either. So it's like, that decision that fucked over so many good people that built that company and made that company possible ultimately made that company way more powerful and a lot more money for them and their investors.
And that's shitty, man. Like,
what do investors do? Nothing.
It doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't. It's like
That's one of the things I loathe about Elon Musk, is it's like, he is more an investor than he is anything. Every business he's come into, except for SpaceX, well, even SpaceX, arguably, he was the money man. But it's like, he's an investor. He comes in, he sees something that's successful. He comes in, throws his money at it, replaces the people that are a threat to him, takes control of the entire business, and then just creates crazy fucking deals that the business can't turn down because they need his money. And then he already knows ahead of time how to fix the whole game to give him so much resources on paper, and then rinse, repeat. It's like, all he is just a guy that literally throws money on paper. Not even like, he's not even like taking the money over and like really giving them physical money. He's just borrowing on paper and moving things around on paper to increase his wealth till he's the richest guy on earth. It's like, he played like the biggest fucking legal scheme ever.
Yeah.
And it's like, what does that person do for humanity? They're not the one inventing, right? They're not. Franz is the one that's inventing at Tesla. Gwen is the one in the old NASA guys that worked on the original vertical VTOL rocket or whatever, working at SpaceX that created Falcon 9. It's like, when you go back and look through the history, it's like Elon's just regurgitating what the engineering team tells him before he goes up on stage and does his little keynote. He's the front guy. The only person that arguably did like a lot really was like Steve Jobs, and he didn't even understand the technology at all. He still relied on all the engineers to do the technology. He was just the guy that was like, it needs to look a certain way. Make it look this way, but that was a big deal with that. That ended up as aesthetics ended up being a big part of that product. And I would argue that with like Tesla and stuff like that, aesthetics are a big part of it, right? But again, Elon had nothing to do with the aesthetics on the Model S. He literally
wouldn't be so bad
originally to be a pre-manufactured chassis, right?
Wouldn't be so bad if you'd throw the money and then just shut the fuck up. Like,
just throw the money, let it happen, profit,
just let the fucking smart people do their thing, and everything would be a hell of a lot better.
Seriously,
it's like not letting the developers talk to the press. It's like, no, you have marketing and PR people for that for a reason. Now shut up and let the engineers do their thing, and like and not make big promises that you can't keep.
When he was tweeting about X, I cringed so fucking hard as a software developer when he's talking about problems X had that were like not even remotely problems that didn't even make any sense. And like the developers called him out on it. What does he do? Fire the developers. The developers were actually right. It was found out they were right. The community notes even said they were right, and they got fired because they're like, you don't question the CEO in front of the public. It's like he was bold-faced lying and saying that they were pieces of shit that didn't know what they were doing when he is the one that's lying. Yeah. And it's that kind of shit that just bothers me, because it's like all the money and all the resources seem to go to the person who lies the most confidently, the con man, right? The person who has confidence in their lie. And it's like, as long as that keeps happening, those people grow their wealth, because it's like they're willing to say shit that isn't true to get the same resources as the person who actually has to work to make it true. Yeah. It's like, fuck, man. But you're right. We are actually, now that you mention it, it's like we are, a lot of the shit that I'm worried about AI, like creating a problem, is already a problem today. It just, AI grows it exponentially, but it's already a problem. You're right. It's like employees are already being replaced with cheaper employees, right? Employees are already like me. I automated myself out of a job, right? I created automation that replaced tens of thousands of people testing products. How did I not fucking see the writing on the wall that at some point they're just going to be like, oh, we have software that does this now. Let's just get rid of the employees. And not only that, they took it a step further. They're like, oh, the few things that we still need humans to do, we'll just call it the Windows Insider Project and make people feel special for checking a checkbox. They can have their computers crash and lose all their data all the time, but then they feel special because they're a Windows Insider, and then they just work for free. Yeah. And as long as you have a workforce that's willing to test your product for free and file bugs and shit, just to have like a little special icon on the forum and to be able to tell people that they, are unofficially working for Microsoft, how the fuck do you compete with that? You can't. It's like, I got to pay bills. That person's just like, they got all the time in the world right now. And they're giving all their intellectual property. That's the thing, is people, and that scares me with AI, is we're literally giving our intellectual property to the thing that replaces us and not even realizing it. Like, we get a pat on the back. It's like, we publish a project to GitHub, and it's like, dude, I feel so proud that I created this project. I solved this problem. I made all 3D printers like better in the world. Like, there's tons of projects on there where people like alter the code, make a better firmware. It's like, oh, I figured out a really cool algorithm. And then every 3D printer picks it up and they're like, wow, I did that. I'm responsible for that. And then every 3D printer manufacturer starts charging more for their printer for this feature that you created, that you put up there because you showed everybody how to do it. And now they have your intellectual property, and nobody's coming to you and saying, hey, can I buy that from you? Like, will you let me exclusively use this? Like, no, you released it under GPL because you wanted the bragging rights or whatever, and you wanted to feel cool and you wanted to contribute to the community. But essentially, you just trained everybody else how to do it, and you're no longer useful. And you can't profit from it. So there's so many people that have changed the world by coding things and uploading them to GitHub, not realizing that a couple of years later, they could have hung on to that information, never said a thing, and just at the right time pop their head out and sell that idea for billions of dollars. And it's like, that's got to feel like shit, dude. That's got to feel equally as shitty as when I lost 40 Bitcoin. It's like, seriously, you're like, oh, I threw away that hard drive when it broke because I had a Bitcoin wallet that had like $10 in it. I'm like, why the fuck would I try to, swap boards and fix a hard drive, a shitty old WD Green or whatever, just to get back, fucking $10 worth of Bitcoin. I didn't know that it was going to blow up and that was going to be worth like, fuck, what is 40 Bitcoin at one point would have been like $4.8 million or something, $3.7 million. That hurts later on. Hindsight's a bitch. Microsoft. I leave Microsoft. I had $130,000 worth of stock I dumped like 3 days after I was laid off from Microsoft because I was pissed. I was like, I'm done. Like, this company, they wrong me. Fuck them. I'm selling the stock. Just gonna stick the money in an account and it can just sit there. And I sold it, and I was like, yeah, well, that's great. I sold stock. I made money on it. Like, so it's not like, but then hindsight, you're like, fuck, fast forward a year and a half. Yep. Actually, I think it was a little more like 2.5 years, but 2.5 years, it went up to $300 and some a share. And it's like, or no, I think it was like 180. And then it just recently it's peaked out at like 300 and something. But still, if I had held it and sold it when I actually needed the money, like, which would have been like about 3 years ago, I started touching it. If I'd have done that, it would have been millions of dollars. I could have just retired. It's like, fuck. And I know hindsight's 2020. You could say that about all investments and stuff like that. But it's like, but it really does feel like that, except for it would hurt even worse if I knew that I had something that was so valuable that I just freely gave to humanity in the form of a YouTube video or GitHub, just because I want to share that knowledge with people. And then some company goes, wait a second, can we legally steal that idea because the way he presented it, like tweak it a little bit, and then we can make it so he can't profit from it and we get all the money for it? And they have no problem doing that because that's entrepreneurship. Like, you ask entrepreneurs, first thing they tell you is you have to be willing to fuck everybody. Like that is like, if you ever listen to like, you know, the motivational videos from like the real entrepreneurs that made their billions of dollars, whatever, like you have to be willing to walk away from a deal on a moment's notice. You have to be willing to fire your own fucking mother, and you can't let, you know, politics get involved. You can't let your family get involved. It's like, it's a business, and the business comes first, and the investors come first. You're like, wow, you got to be a cold son of a bitch that literally views humans as nothing more than your slaves to make billions. And that's true. I mean, go back and look at them all. That's how they are.
To get to the billions, and you do. There's no ethical way of acquiring that sort of resources like that.
You can get to the millions doing the right thing. I know millionaires that have gotten there by doing the right thing, right?
Totally. There's bunches of good examples of that. Plenty of great examples of even into the hundreds of millions, and they're still. Fucking Costco's a good example. I think they're one of the kind of the good ones. You know, they pay their people well. There's great support for you know, mobility and stuff within the company and stuff like that. I think that they're overall. I'm sure there's somebody going to say some bullshit bad thing that they've done in the past. I'm sure, because it happens. Of course, there's something.
Dude,
but in general.
I'm not going to name any names, but I had a guy years ago. This is years ago when I was at my height, right? Like when I was like 900 and some odd thousand subscribers, about to crest 1 million. I was getting like 12 million views a month. And I had a guy who was a big contributor to the channel. He used to come and drop like $800, $1,000 like every week in a live stream. Just big baller money, right? And I met the guy in real life. He actually seemed to be a really nice guy, but he had lots of cars. He had a Ferrari, and he came and met me, and he was in like a monster truck that he had super jacked up that he drove across like 3 states just to come up to a convention.
Nice.
Really, really cool guy. Really cool guy. But then the more that I got to know him, it started getting a little questionable, right? Like, because I was like, man, this guy, how does he have all this money? How's he doing all this shit? And he's like, and he'd tell me a little bit more, like, oh, I own a company, and I do this, and I do this, and I do this. And then like one day we were talking, and he was like, hey, yeah, you know, if we partnered or whatever, you know, I could just if you want, I could just lay off a division of my company or whatever and just bring you in. You could just take over the marketing or something like that. That'd actually be like really beneficial for my business and yours. What do you think? And I'm like, wait, you're just gonna fucking like cut the nuts off your employees and just like fire a bunch of your employees to like fucking have me be your internet marketing guy? like when I wasn't even like looking for a job, I wasn't soliciting anything. He just like extended it to me like in like a Patreon DM or whatever. He's like, hey, I was thinking about it. And it's like, yeah, you know, it's like, you know, I've been thinking about getting into influencing on the internet for my business or whatever. I could just, you know, fire this team or whatever, and you could just take it over or whatever, and there'd be like a lot of money in it. What do you think? And I'm just like, wow, you could really just like go into work and just fire those people. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. He wouldn't even ever see those people or even look them in the face. He would just call his manager and say, make it happen.
Yep.
And it would just happen.
And I think that's part of it, right? Is the disconnect.
There's no human connection. Yeah, no human connection. And like to him, it's like, no, they're just people. They know, like when they come and get a job or whatever, they know that they can be gone at any time. It's like that's fucking business. Like they should know better. And I'm like, oh,
know better. What's the alternative? So like that's money. Yeah.
And then I got to know more and more and more. And next thing you know, it's like, of course, I find out that, oh, yeah, no, I voted for Trump. You know, I think he's kind of a shitty person. He does some douchey things. But, man, you wouldn't believe how much money I saved on my business or whatever last year when he passed such and such law. And I'm like, dude, really? You're going to look past every bad thing because you made more money when you were already making millions. You're already a millionaire, super successful business. You are way less money going in than coming out. Like, you're fucking killing it. I mean, he was like killing, like the business was really, really booming.
That's it. Yeah.
And it's like, he was still just like, no, every little bit more you can get, even if it chops the nuts off everybody else, fuck him. It's dog eat world. And he was proud of it. Like,
it's so fucked, man. Like it's like you get to a point
dirty,
dehumanized. It's like, these aren't even real people.
They're not, like, dude. But the thing is, like, they made a connection with me because they liked my content and they liked that, you know, I'm internet celebrity at the time. And so they're like, they had more of a connection with me, somebody who they don't employ and they don't make any money from just because of entertainment value, than they do their own fucking employees that help them build their business and help them get all that money. It's just like, wow, man. And it's like, I don't know any companies that aren't like that. Like, I know a lot of companies that lie and say they're not like that. Like, that tell their employees what they need to hear to like stay and come to work every day and keep them motivated, and like do morale events and take them out to lunch and be like, oh, we love you and we appreciate you. But if they come in one morning and they find out that they have to lay off half of the workforce to stay profitable or go into the hole for 6 months and maybe not be able to come out, they're always going to pick the option that's us before them. You know, and that if they didn't make that decision, you could argue that they're potentially putting their other employees that they don't fire at risk of losing their jobs. But again, it's like, God, how impersonal can you be? The only person that has any job security is the guy at the top of the mountain that doesn't do any of the actual work. And you could argue that they took the risk, right? A lot of people say but they took the risk, but that only goes so far.
That only goes past the initial investment. Correct. Like once you've made your money back, or maybe say double or whatever, right? You get your money and you made a little extra on top of it. Then what?
Yeah, it's everybody
Like-
else risking on you now. It's not the other
Yeah.
way around.
Like,
and
and
so
now that you've exploited my labor enough to have made a profit, like now it's not yours anymore, right?
yeah.
Like,
Oh shit, we're over time, dude. I want to remind you.
only
that. I know you got
just
shit to
this
do.
second. It's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a little concerning. It's stuff that does keep me up at night sometimes thinking about this shit. And because of my OCD, I can't shut it off. Like once it's manifest in my head, it's got to play out. That's another thing I don't like. I'm starting to realize, like, the people that go into the room and flip the light switch like 100 times before they feel normal.
Man.
Fuck. I never
Lights are
had
great.
that type of OCD, but it's becoming like I'm starting to see it. I'm starting to understand those people. Like I don't have that compulsion, but I'm getting to the point now where it's like when a thought comes into my head or something's there, I'm useless for anything until I do something to clear that thought. And if I can't clear that thought because of the circumstances, I just get stuck in a really bad place.
Yeah.
And the older and everybody tells me the older you get, the worse it gets. And I'm like starting to notice that. So if one day I start like counting toothpicks on my desk or whatever and counting backwards from 10, just know that's what happened. Like, just went all OCD on you. But yeah, go ahead and get out of here and enjoy your weekend, man. I know you got a lot of shit to do.
Okay, bye guys. Follow
Peace
me on
out.
AuxxZillary everywhere, all that stuff. Good, have fun and stuff.
Go follow him. He's gonna open a PC building business one of these days and build you a badass PC for a reasonable amount of money before he makes trillions and fires everybody, and you're just a number.
Technically, I have a company.
Just keep a job for me. Well, technically I do too, but my company puts me in the hole every year. It's never actually turned a profit.
That's not so bad, right? You can have non-profitable companies. That's I feel like you get some bonuses for that. Yeah. But all right. Thanks everybody. Have a good day. Bye.
Take her easy, bro.
See ya.
What is that? Green Protagonist said, also Barn pointed out he is here for his co-host because that what he enjoys about is completely fair. He gets to us from time to time. Yeah, no, I was talking about that earlier. I'm sorry if you're in chat and I'm not responding or reading everything. I've been dealing with a lot of mental shit lately, and a lot of it's manifesting from just having a fear of the camera and facing so many people. It's something I've never had a problem with, but again, my OCD and my medical problems that are manifesting as mental problems, and it's just a lot of shit going on in my life's been really fucking with me mentally. However, coming on the stream and talking to AuxxZillary is like being in an airport and talking to your best friend while everybody else is around listening to the conversation. You don't care. The second that you're up on the soapbox talking to everybody and they're looking at you, it's a completely different thing. And that's what Twitch has been feeling like lately. But the goal is to get back to Twitch. I got to do that. Like I don't survive. Like there's no possibility of me surviving if I don't do that. So that is the goal, to get back to that and interact with you guys directly more. But now that Aux gone, I'm gonna try to hang out for a little while, because that's why I usually hang out a little while after he leaves, is because I get that momentum. I get at least momentary comfort on camera, so I can go a little bit longer by myself, and I quite enjoy it. So I need to take advantage of that every chance I get. Because like I told people, it's like I even told my therapist the other day, it's like I do not profit from doing TechTalk. Like even with your guys' super chats and everything, I basically break even. Like once I do the taxes or whatever, and I split, because I give AuxxZillary half of everything and I pay his taxes just to avoid the 1099 stuff or whatever. I just give him his half free and clear. And but yeah, once you do taxes and everything, it's like I think before I pay taxes, I make less than $200 a month on YouTube, and that's including my back catalog of 800 videos. That's how bad the CPM has gotten for hundreds of thousands of views a month. So it's like, yeah, it's like everything else, Twitch, Patreon, all that stuff is the only place where my money comes from, not from YouTube anymore. But I'm hoping to change that at some point. I'd like to get back to making YouTube videos again, and actually publishing YouTube videos, and it'll never be money like it used to be in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not going to take on all the sham fucking advertisement people. So I'm not going to have like the easy $5,000 an episode or whatever to offset the advertisement. But I got to do something. Because this don't work unless I do something. So I got to do something. So I got to work on the mental shit, and that's what I'm kind of working on. Hey, guys, mind if I go take a quick piss? Because I got that coffee's wanting to escape. Here, give me just a minute. Here, I'll even switch to here. Let's switch to this one. So it's the bigger camera. There we go. Very nice. All right, I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. I'll even zoom out the camera a little bit. There you go. Now you can look at my whole desk. I'll be right back. All good now, though. Everything's a tripping hazard in here. Oh. All righty then. All right, let's get this party started again. All right. Had to drain the main vein. That is correct. Let's see here. Here, I want to move this up a little bit. Move that down a little bit. Give me somewhere in the center. By the way, if you're an OBS, hot tip, hold down the Alt key while dragging the edge of the window, and it'll allow you to crop it. It's a lot easier than trying to position the camera. You should develop something for AI and sell it. I mean, I could, but the thing is, like, what can I really create that somebody else can't using AI? Like most of my coding projects, well, actually, no, I'll even say all of my coding projects. In the last year, I haven't done a single coding project where I've just opened up and developed something from scratch. Everything I've done now has been AI assisted, because AI is just so much of a faster path that even a seasoned career software developer still is much more efficient turning to AI than not turning to AI. And then if I do create something and I sell it, somebody's just going to feed it to an AI, and the AI is just going to deconstruct it and then just create my competitor. So, well, to be fair, we did talk about it. It's like, yeah, if I created something that was truly unique, which isn't as easy as you think, really, not these days, it isn't. But if I traded something that's completely novel, completely unique, and enabled a group of people to make money that wasn't easy for them to reverse engineer, that I could protect the intellectual property of for a period of time, then yeah, I could make my fortune before it got, everybody ripped it off and out, and took me over. Or get bought out by somebody or something like that. Yeah, it is possible, but it's like the likelihood of that happening is incredibly low. So it'd be a huge risk to invest a bunch of time into doing that only to not make it, right? So especially with everything else that's going on with me right now, it's like what I really need to focus on is the thing that is the most guaranteed path to minimal success. Like, I'm not looking to be a millionaire or anything like that. I'm just looking to take care of my family with the most guaranteed possibility of doing that. Is what I'm looking for, and something I can sustain. Green Protagonist, thank you for the $5 super chat, by the way. Said, you mentioned layoffs. Tech industry is now being followed by the game industry. Binge and purge, process of hire and fire, growth and consolidated. It's true. And not only that, but well, actually, I mean, it goes along with consolidated, is all of the little gaming companies, and this will ultimately happen to the people that created Pal World, right? If you create something that's hyper successful that makes a lot of money, you're going to have other companies that are going to see you as a threat, and they're going to try to buy you. And if they can't buy you, then they're going to take the resources that they would have invested in buying you and use those resources to try to destroy you or steal from you or try to one up you or to try to put pressure on you. Like, at the end of the day, if you're the person that owns that company, you have to make the decision when the time comes. It's like, if I sell this company for $100 million because of how successful I am today, that's guaranteed $100 million. I walk away. I never want anything in my entire life. Me and my kids kids are taken care of for like many generations, right? Even if they don't do anything but just spend the money. It's like, that's going to be the most likely decision they make. Not a lot of people in that situation are going to go, oh, you know what? I'm going to hang on to the company and roll the dice, and maybe we create 6 more Pal Worlds to get to that same amount of guaranteed. And then after that, that would be more than what I originally got. But the odds of that happening and the amount of work involved would be astronomically higher, even if it did create a bunch of jobs and kept more people employed. And then what happens if you ultimately sell the company? It's very rare to sell a company and have the company that buys that company keep it intact. That is very rare. It does happen, but it's incredibly rare. And if they do keep it intact, they still fire the overlap. Like, they're not going to maintain 2 absolute hierarchies from the CEO down. They're going to trim the fat, because hiring people is a huge expense. Like, especially in the United States, where you have to pay healthcare, you have to pay into their Social Security, you have to match their 401ks, all this shit that you got to do to retain these employees. You're going to try to have as minimal employees as humanly possible, because they're literally your most expensive resource. It's actually cheaper to buy servers and memory and upgrade your infrastructure and actually buy the computing power and the tools than it is to actually employ the actual human beings, at least today. And that's why AI becomes a threat, is because if AI and robotics are very expensive, and humans are very expensive, then that means that the AI and robotics doesn't have to come that much down in price before it's competitive and can beat out the human option. And as that happens, you're going to notice companies doing that. Just like companies today do mass layoffs or whatever, you're going to see companies go, wait a second, this technology just got released that can do the job that we're paying people $100,000 a day to do. And it would only cost $50,000 to buy the robots that do the equivalent labor of the humans. and we get a return on our investment in 1 year or 1 month or whatever, right? And then everything after that's pure profit. You're not going to find a lot of businesses that say no to that. And the ones that do say no to that, guess what their competitors are going to do? Their competitors going to be like, wait a second, they passed on the fucking robots? But if we buy the robots, we can actually reduce the price of our product down to cheaper than them and actually outcompete them in their own market. That other company, it's a no-brainer. Like, they're going to make that decision all day long because that's the only way they can actually remain competitive. You've now given them an avenue to beat you. So your option is fire your employees and buy the AI so that even if your competitor does it, you still have an advantage because you had an advantage before. So you have the advantage plus the AI. So even if they match your move, you still have a little bit of a lead. But if you don't make that decision, now you've just given them the lead. And so the responsible decision there as the business owner is to do, to prevent the other company from out competing you in the market or to do whatever is most profitable. So, and then the thing is, you make all that money. And then what do you do with that money? You don't spend it because, if you're super rich, you don't spend money. Like, one thing you know about super wealthy people is they don't spend their money. Hyper wealthy people borrow their money, right? Like, why spend your money? Because your money's borrowing power. If you spend the actual money, you reduce your borrowing power. So instead you just borrow, and then you use that money and spend that money, and then you pay off your borrowed money with other borrowed money. And you just move it around, right? You just stay incredibly wealthy, and the banks are willing to buy the debt from the other banks and transfer the debt around just to hold your debt because they know how much wealth you're worth, which having you as a customer and having you there and holding your debt actually helps that company in many ways to attract new customers and stuff like that. So it's like the more money you have, the less money you need to spend. I've actually talked about that before on Twitch too. We had some pretty in-depth conversations over there talking about how the more money you make, the less you lose on purchases. So like, if you're a poor person, you go buy an old beat up Honda Civic that's, that depreciates constantly, and you put 100,000 miles on it or whatever, and then you sell it years later for scrap value, and then you have to rinse and repeat. But if you're a multimillionaire, you buy, 10 fucking Ferraris, Bugattis, Lamborghinis, and just round robin them, driving a different one every day. You don't put 10,000 miles on any one car. You separate it between 10 cars. And then after you've driven all those cars, you sell those cars for 3 or 4 times their purchase value because of the rarity involved. And so now you've just, 10 extra money or 4 extra money rather, and drove luxury cars for free. Same thing with real estate. If you're poor, you rent and just throw your money down the toilet. If you're slightly less poor, you buy a property with a mobile home on it that doesn't appreciate, it just depreciates. And you ultimately, don't make a lot of money, or you make no money. But if you're rich and you buy like a palatial mansion somewhere on a really like rare piece of land in a very popular and growing place, then you live there for 10 years and you get paid $100 million to live there. It's like you leave and you sell it and you get way more than what you originally paid. So you effectively got paid to live a lavish life and drive lavish cars. Like, everything you buy and everything you do appreciates. Your watches, your clothing. Well, maybe not your clothing. There's going to be some things, obviously, in food and stuff like that's going to be indifferent. But a lot of the goods that you buy that are on par with what other people would buy at the luxury end and the unique end actually become more money. They become investments. Everything's an investment at that point. And so it is very true. It's expensive to be poor. Kel Doug, it's very expensive to be poor. It's very true. It's very true. And you look at it, actually, it makes perfect sense too. It's like when you look at it, it's like, okay, if you have a ton of money, you don't have to work, right? Because you have a ton of money. So it's like, you're not forced to take a job at less than what you're worth just to survive. You have the money, so you can be picky about what you do. But not only that, you can actually make more money than actually working by just lending your money to other people. Like, you can get paid a guaranteed amount of money. Like, if you have millions of dollars, like loan $10 million and, at like 5% for some specific use through somebody else, that's like FDI insured by like some investment company, or you can invest the money into the entire stock market where it trends with the whole market. So even if it goes down, it'll eventually always recover. And as long as you don't have to sell at a specific time because you have so much disposable wealth, you'll eventually wait it out and make a profit. Like, no matter what, it's never going to just stay down. That's not how it works, right? So it's like, the more money you have, the more guaranteed you're going to have a return in the stock market because you're not going to be forced to sell early. You're going to pay less taxes because you can hold it longer. I mean, it's weird. It's like our whole capitalistic world is set up that you're either a worker that struggles to just barely get by, you're middle class that just hovers, you never get any better or any worse, you just kind of like hover in that area and just exist, or you're just rich and you just become richer. And every once in a while, don't get me wrong, it is possible to lose all your money. We've seen it before. But most of the millionaires and stuff that lose all their money and everything, it's not because they made some stupid decision or something like that. It's usually because it was found that the way that they earned their money was highly illegal, or it was some kind of Ponzi scheme or a scam, or they lied about how much they were worth so that they could get more borrowing power, and they were actually presenting the borrowing power as their actual net worth. Y'all know who I'm talking about, but yeah, those are the people that lose all their money. You're like, holy shit, they just lost everything. It's like rarely do you see the person lose everything that actually has like that kind of money and liquid assets that are available to them. It's pretty wild, man. If you think about it, it's like, but hey, that's capitalism, right? And it's even like if you're a publicly traded company, you're beholden to investors. That's one of the reasons why Elon took X private, right? Not only that, because it's like he had to, if it was public, the company would have dropped to zero, the investors would have disappeared, you would have lost everything. So he had to take it private to hide the true value. But the other thing is like, if you're a public company, you don't get to make the decisions the investors do. Like if the entire board of directors decides to take the company in one direction and the investors don't agree with that as a whole, and 51% of the total stock of the company wants to go a different direction, you're beholden to those investors to go that direction. If an opportunity is presented for you to sell the company that's going to make more money than any other plan the board can present, you're like legally obligated to sell the company if you're a publicly traded company. So those companies know that they can buy you out, because as long as they offer you enough money than you could ever prove that you could make on your own, then that's the option that gives the investors the best return on their investment. Therefore, that is the legal course you have to take. As a matter of fact, I think that was a big part of how Elon took over X or Twitter. Is the the way he presented the deal, and he overpaid so dramatically that there was no way that they could refuse his offer, because they would have been actually hurting the investors to refuse his offer because it was so grossly overpriced. But he never planned on actually going through with it. He was just trying to kneecap him and bring the price down so he could buy the company cheaper, like he always does, and he just got caught. So it happens. It's not the first time he got caught. It's not the last time he's been caught. He does that shit quite a bit. Histario, thank you for the $10. Appreciate it, brother. He said, can you give advice on some simple side businesses? Fuck, I'm not the person to ask for business advice, dude. Not even close. Us normies can do to just make a little more, not expecting $1 million idea. Well, I mean, hey, more competition is better, right? Come on into my field. Be a content creator, create a live stream, do a little side hustle, make a little money. If people enjoy, if you can entertain people and make them happy, some people throw some dollar bills at you, it's the digital equivalent of stripping. But I mean, that's the only thing I could advise you to do. And I'll tell you right now, I mean, full disclosure, I haven't made a living for 3 years. I've just offset slightly what I've had to take out of savings just to survive. And we're going to have to tap my 401k because I'm almost at zero. So yeah, I'm not a good person to take business advice from, because in order for you to make a lot of money in this business, you have to be willing to pimp stuff like AG1 and sham products with like fucking ridiculous prices and trick and scam people and hustle people into doing shit and clickbait them and stuff. Like, you have to do all that stuff nowadays to actually stay on top and make a living and be competitive. And that's why you've seen so many content creators that used to have like morals and talk shit about doing those things. Now they're doing all of those things. It's like, they have to, because if they don't, they're done. You can't compete with the channel where every video has boobs in it and says, oh my God, you won't believe, or, oh my God, something explodes and you won't believe what happens next. And it's like, it's obviously clickbait, and nothing of anything of the sort happens in the video, but you just keep watching because they keep dangling it. You give them the watch time that boosts their ranking. They show up to more people that then click on it again, because it's like they play on the human need to know. And if you report the video, it never gets taken down, even if you report it as misinformation, because so many people watch the video and it's run so many ads and made so much money compared to the other videos around it, that the more views it gets and the more momentum it gets, the more reports it takes to get the video taken down. So therefore the video never gets taken down, even if it's completely wrong and just flat out lies. So, so my advice to you, business advice, like obviously the advice, if you were like me, you would fail. But if you want to succeed, you have to hustle shitty products that you wouldn't use yourself, that are massively overpriced and presented as if you do use them. You have to use a lot of clickbait. You have to be very creative with your thumbnails and titles to trick people into clicking your shit, even if you're basically lying about what you're presenting to them. Those are the tactics you have to use, because if you won't use those tactics, everybody else will, and they will ultimately get the view over you, because the algorithm favors whatever gets the most ads served, not which content is the most honest. They don't care how the view gets done. They just care that the view gets done. Hey, Joe Taji, my man. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Hey, I appreciate it, man. You guys have been hella supportive today. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Joe. He said, hey, bud, hope you're doing good. Appreciate you, bud. I appreciate it, Joe. Today, I'm doing okay. I think, honestly, only sleeping like 2 hours last night helped me overall, because I'm a little bit tired, so I'm not as shaky, I'm not as panicked, my brain isn't running as much as it usually does. And also finally publishing a jitter after a couple of months of so many false starts, that actually helped me out quite a bit last night, although I will never be able to watch that jitter back. That was one of the most painful videos I've ever shot, and I would just lose it if I had to watch that back. So that's gonna be one of those ones that I never ever push play on. I hope Miss Barnacules never clicks on it. Like, I did that because I promised myself that no matter how much of a train wreck it was, I was not gonna hit the stop button. I was not gonna give myself a restart, and I was not gonna abort from publishing it. Whatever happens, happens, and that's what I did. And I kept my word, and I'm proud of that. Let's see, scrolling up here. Jogel, my man, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, language itself is an incomplete model of the world. Language rapidly evolves from culture, and the internet is not culture. I guess I don't understand what you mean by that, because the internet absolutely is culture. I mean, culture is the interactions and communications between people and the collective knowledge evolving. So I would say that the internet is the Uber culture, because it gives you more access to more people of varying different cultures and gives you the ability to create more cultures than any other interaction you could possibly have in life. Like, you could maybe meet 100 people in real life under the right situations where you could get their attention on a good day, but on the internet you can gain access to hundreds of thousands of people of all walks of life in every corner of the world. So I would argue that the internet is the most culture rich place there is, if you define culture as human interactions that lead to something different or new or change a hierarchy of a people. Language itself is incomplete, a model of the world. So as far as language evolving rapidly, I do agree with that. Language changes all the time, right? Different meanings to different words. The way we speak, the lexicon. That's why some words in the dictionary have like 7 different meanings now. No, language does evolve, but the way LLMs work, which is what AI is based on, is neural networks and adversarial networks that are working towards understanding the patterns of a language. The way that they understand language is very similar to how humans do. Like, the reason why they're so good at translating like English to Russian to German isn't because they're training on data from translation software and stuff like that. They don't even have to do that. All they have to do is see the context in which the words are used that are similar and recognize the patterns. And by looking at the patterns, every language basically becomes the same. That's why it's so good at programming, because converting from JavaScript to C++ to C, from object-oriented to linear to event-driven to non-event-driven, all these different things, using polymorphism, multiple inheritance versus just completely linear spaghetti code. AI can do all of those conversions without actually knowing how to code at all, without even understanding what coding is. It can do that. And the reason it can do that is by analyzing the collective patterns of every piece of code that was written in every single language and seeing the similarities. Not the similarities like this letter looks like this letter, but the actual similarities in the groups of the letters and symbols together and what they mean. And that's why the same networks can be used to train something how to work with audio, or how to work with images, or how to work with sensor data and data in spreadsheets and stuff like that. It's all based on patterns. Like, you can literally use the same model to analyze anything, to find the patterns and produce something from those patterns and understand those patterns. It's wild. It's like we're literally finally at that point where we're teaching machines how to be human. And we're even like imbuing on them how we think and how we learn and emulating that. And now the only thing that's missing is the quantum nature. We're having to basically use a random seed, right? It's a weighted random seed. So we still say that the random number might be between 1 and 3, but we're going to start at 90. So it's only going to sway it a little bit one direction or the other, which may make a difference in some cases, may make no difference in another case. Whereas with the quantum component, if we can get the quantum component that the human brain uses as a part of the quantum computers added to the mix, and we're using that instead of the random seed, so that we're using actual quantum probabilities, you would, for all intents and purposes, have created a more efficient and bigger human brain. So, and I think that's where we're headed. I think ultimately that's what we're going to see in the end. It's pretty crazy. So James Campbell said, we're teaching machines how to emulate humans when we have some pretty terrible examples of humans. Yeah. And also keep in mind that the people that have the money to create the AIs and have the infrastructure capable of training and growing the biggest AIs in the world are people that put profit first and people second. So yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the goal of training the AI isn't to make it super ethical and to make it give answers that are factually correct. The goal of the AI is to give the answers and in a way that the people will be most likely to make your company more money directly or indirectly. It's the same way how Elon changed the whole algorithm for Twitter. If you want, you can look at the source code. By the way, you won't see any of the hidden data, like the keywords that they shadow ban and stuff, but you will see the code that shows that they do have the keywords and they do have the AI analyzing the tweets and the analytics where they do hide stuff from your followers. If you say certain things, tag certain websites, put certain URLs in, or mention certain people in a negative context, they can actually analyze. They do something that's called sentiment. It's sentiment detection. They never used to do that before, but now they've implemented sentiment detection, which basically looks at your overall tweet and determines if it's mostly negative or mostly positive, and then determines if your negativity goes against conservatism or liberalism or goes against this race or this gender. And depending on those things, how it aligns with the CEO and his goals of the company, it makes the decision of how visible you are to the people that follow you. So it used to be that anybody that followed you would just see you show up in the following feed, and that's not how it works anymore, sadly. But you can actually go see the algorithm yourself. All the code is public on GitHub. You can go through there. If you don't know how to code, just take and download the zip file of the entire code and upload it to OpenAI and ask the AI questions. It'll go through and analyze the code and break it down into human readable shit that you can understand. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. And it's just funny because it's like Elon says all this shit publicly about how X works, and that's not at all how it works. You can literally go look at the source code yourself and see that every single thing he's saying is an absolute and total lie when he talks about freedom of speech and truth and all those things. Especially when he talks about XAI. XAI is just an early iteration of ChatGPT 3.5 that they misaligned by training it with a bunch of bad data, trying to get it to market too fast. And so now it just gets everything wrong, especially questions about X, which is the one thing it's supposed to do, is accurately be able to query X for live data. And it can't even do that, even though he claims all the time it can. And he even says literally on the page that unlike other AIs, X can query Twitter in real time and answer any questions about X and its analytics. But you ask it how many followers I have, or how many followers Elon Musk has, or what Elon Musk tweet got the most views in his entire career or his entire life of his account. And it'll give you an answer, but it'll be wrong every time you go. And it won't even be in the ballpark. It'll be off by tens of millions. It's wild. But again, it's like a lot of people don't verify things. Humans have become really lazy, right? It's like, as long as the answer is within the realm of what we want to believe, we don't want to verify it, because by verifying it, all we could potentially do is prove ourselves wrong. And it's better to just believe it. So the only time that we ever do analysis on something is if it falls outside of what we want to believe. And then there's a chance that by investigating, we might be able to rein it into something we want to believe, but not the other way. And that's why so much misinformation tends to propagate throughout the web. And unfortunately, AI is susceptible to the same thing. Yeah, because remember, AI is doing what humans do. It collects data and analyzes patterns. So if you're training it off of data sources that are incredibly biased in one way, the AI by its very nature is going to become biased. Whether you tell it to become biased or not doesn't matter. The data itself will make it biased if it sees patterns of one nature over another more oftenly occurring. Remember, it doesn't care if the data is accurate. Truth is, it doesn't even know the data. Remember, when it's responding to you, it's only giving you the next likely word in the context of what you asked from everything it knows about the patterns of language. It's not storing data. So when you see it masterfully like recreate sentences and paragraphs and shit that exist in full on the web, those aren't copies. If you go look at the model, nowhere in the model are you going to find those words in that order like existing. That's not how it works. What you're doing is by training that model, and by that model training against that data, by you asking it the right question, it will actually go in and reproduce very close to what the original data was, as if the real person writing it was in that same frame of mind and typing it based on the same information that they saw before they typed it. It just shows how predictable humans are. Like when an AI can do the same thing that a human can and write something very similar or generate an article that looks almost verbatim as somebody else wrote, there's a reason for that. It's not because it's storing the data. It's because it's in the same frame of mind as the AI was, from a perspective of the data and the weight of that data and how relevant it is at that time to it when it's recreating that thing you asked it to. Let's see here. Zoran Mozonic, thank you for the 5 euros, I believe. He said, greetings from Croatia, Barn. We are all in same shit in this capitalist world. It is true. And I mean, it's not going anywhere, man. Remember, the people that make the decisions are the people that have the money. The more money you have, the more influence you have, the more resources you have, the more people that you can tell the falsehood versus the truth reaching you. And that's sadly always the case in capitalism. So the truth is whatever the richest person wants it to be, because they're the person that can present you the most sources that are lying, so that you can continuously absorb that and think that, oh, because I see that more than anything else, that's the objective truth. As long as it doesn't clash with what you want to believe, then you'll accept it more willingly. And so AI is very much has the same Achilles heel. If you misalign an AI on purpose by training it on data of false narratives, telling it that the world is flat more than the world is round, or, you know, that a certain political party is better than another one, and January 6th was just a peach party that was lied about and all the videos were fabricated by AI, if the majority of the weighted data that you feed into the model draws that narrative over the data that proves contrary to it, it's going to go with that narrative and hallucinate. And that's dangerous. That's super dangerous, you know. And it's like, you know, what's the saying? One of the best sayings I've ever heard that always rings true is the victor writes history, right? The people who lose don't get to write history because they lost. They're no longer the dominant party. They don't have the dominant resources. They don't have like you've literally fractured them and overpowered them. Therefore, they don't get to write history. They might be able to write a version of it, but you will always be able to put out more information in a period of time to a larger group of people than they can ever reach, because you've crippled their ability to, or you've always had a better ability than they did. And so that's why propaganda is so important to a war. Propaganda is everything. And the more resources that you have to put into propaganda, the better you affect the outcome. And so, but it's not just war, it's everything, right? It's the victor could even literally be somebody arguing something on a social network, literally just the social network that they're on and the community on that network. That same conversation verbatim on both platforms could be a win in one place and a lose in another. Even if it's played out exactly the same, the conversation played out exactly the same, just the platform and the people that are on it can completely change the outcome, regardless of what is true or false. So, and you also have to remember too, that there's several versions of the truth in many cases where you can technically have two things that seem opposed be factually correct. It's weird, but it happens more often than you think. Where neither party is 100% correct, but what they do is they skew the data in a way that benefits their argument, while still the base data itself is the same. They're just spinning it in a different light. And we do that as humans all the time, right? As a matter of fact, that was one of my jobs at Microsoft, was to make data look good no matter what. So we'd run a test across all of Windows. We'd download the new build for the day. We'd run all the tests. Shitload of tests would fail. They're like, oh God, we got to hold back the build. We got to call in a bunch of developers to fix a bunch of shit when it's like vacation time and it's the holidays. Or hear me out, we can just remove all the results for the test that failed this time around. We'll just remove it all and we'll just say that we didn't run that test for this run. We'll just exclude it from the results. And now the results say that, oh, it's a record pass rate. We've never had a pass this good. But you don't present at the surface that it's because you pulled the test out. That's way down in the depths of the bowels of the data. Up at the top, you're just like, we ran this many test passes and this is how many passed because we removed the thing that was failing. And that's something that people do with data, depending on where you are. Your goal isn't to present the data as is. Your goal is to present the data in a way that strengthens your argument and your view that benefits you over everybody else. And the richer you are, the more power you have to affect more people, because you have the resources to reach people that other people can't. Or in the case of somebody like Elon Musk or Zuckerberg, you literally own the platform, right? Like you control the dissemination of information. Like one big example is on X. Elon keeps talking about community notes. He's like, community notes separate us from every other platform because our viewers validate the data and call out any concerns so that lies can't propagate on the platform. But what Elon doesn't tell you is that he has an exclusion list where he can remove people from community notes, such as himself and the CEO of the company, where if they say something false, there'll never be a community note shown on their stuff anymore. And that happened because people were flagging Elon's stuff as false and providing actual evidence to prove that what he was saying was completely factually untrue. And what happens is, if you do, and I know this because I got revoked. I used to be able to leave community notes. I can't do it anymore. It just disappeared. And it was because I was going into Elon's tweets and I was literally posting the evidence and saying why what he was saying was factually wrong. And so instead of it just, not having it show up on his profile and hiding it and just leaving it as is, because remember, if I leave a community note, other people can see it and upvote it and everything like that. Instead, he just removes the ability of the person to leave notes if they say stuff he doesn't like. So realistically, the people that are doing the community notes, the only time that you can trust them is if they're leaving community notes on stuff that doesn't really matter to Elon. If it's something that matters to Elon and he needs to play it out in a certain way, those community notes aren't going to happen, because if somebody leaves those community notes and it doesn't, it affects the situation in a way that Elon doesn't want, he'll just pull their ability to leave a note so that that person can't vote that way again in the future. And then by doing that over and over again and having his community do that and strip all that power, in the end, you're just left with people who leave community notes that are either they only comment on things that benefit Elon or they don't comment on anything at all. So But of course, they don't say that. That's the thing is you have to find that out on your own by going back and look at the Internet Archive. And by the way, this is completely provable. If you go to the Internet Archive, it keeps track of all Elon's tweets. Anytime Elon tweets, they take snapshots of Twitter constantly. I think it's like every 10 minutes. So if you go to Internet Archive, you can pull up the old Elon posts where he had community notes on his posts saying that he was lying and it was massively upvoted by the community and there was links to show the factual information. And if you go to the same tweets today that still exist, there's no community notes on it. But on Internet Archive, you can see it's the state it was on that day. So you can see that he's removed community notes. And when he's been asked millions of times publicly if he removes community notes, he doesn't say, he just ignores it. And it's because he did, you know? So it's like whether you like Elon or you don't like Elon or whatever, just realize that he does very much alter the outcome of the data. Like if he doesn't like what you're saying or you say something that's on a list, he will just hide you from your followers or hide you from the platform entirely where you think you posted it, but there's no impressions or very few impressions. That's by design. Like you can go look at the code and actually see that there's algorithms now that go out and check word lists. There's algorithms that check an AI for sentiment and everything, and they check your post for a whole array of things. They don't show you the phrasing that they're checking. They just show that they put a mechanism in place to shadow ban you and hide you from other people while making you look like you're still there. So you just think that what you're saying is unpopular. Therefore, the goal is that if you keep posting stuff and nobody engages on it, you stop posting that stuff because you think people aren't interested in it, when the truth is they are interested in it, just nobody can see it because everybody that posts it gets walled off without knowing it. And it's sad that happens. And every platform does it to some degree or another. It's just X does it to an absolute extreme and actually publishes their source code, like showing that this shit happens. So just be aware. That's all I got to say is be aware. What you see, like when you see Elon going on about he cares about free speech and people should be able to say whatever they want, blah, blah, it's not true. It's not true. If you actually go look at the data, you look at the actions and everything, you can even test it yourself. Create an alt account. It's really easy. This is what I did. I created an alt account. And then anytime I post something that looks like it might be if I leave a comment on Elon's post and I know that it contains language that could set off the sentiment detector, I go log in under my other account and I go to Elon's feed and I open it up and I open up the comments and scroll through so that I can see if my comment from my other account shows up. And if it doesn't show up, then that means that I did something or used some wording or I used some phrase that set off the sentiment detector or hit one of the words or phrases, or there was a URL that was on the banned list and they shadow blocked me so that under my account, it looks like it's visible to everybody and everybody can see it. But in reality, from another account, you can't. So if you just use another account, that's the easiest way to see if your shit made it through or not. And if it doesn't make it through, then just go back and delete the tweet, modify it, try to massage it in a direction where it's not going to set off the sentiment detector. Or if it has a URL, try to explain how to reconstruct the URL or do a screenshot of the URL. But also keep in mind, they do image analysis now. So they claim they do it to stop CP and stuff. But that's not true because there's a ton of CP on the platform. It's really terrible and unchecked. And I don't know why they don't do something about it when there's literally several libraries that can detect this shit 100%. But it's weird. it's just weird. But they do image analysis and they do optical character recognition. So if you put a URL in the screenshot and you attach that screenshot, you might think you're being clever and working around it, but it does use OACR, extract that and add it to your tweet as it's being analyzed for sentiment. So you can still trigger it. So if you want to do a screenshot, instead describe how to get to the URL without actually putting the URL in. Go to Google or go to your, don't even say Google, because if you say any competing platform, you get basically shadow banned. So you have to say go to your favorite search engine and search for a word that rhymes with horse, and ends in dot, company, but only the first three letters, do like a riddle. You can even have AI is great for this, by the way. If you want to beat the sentiment detector, just use AI to beat AI, right? That's one of the greatest things AI can do. So I can just go to Bing AI, right? Go to bing.com, click on Copilot, and I can just say something that would be filtered, because I've done it before and I know it'll be filtered, is I'm going to say, Elon Musk is a terrible father that only uses his children as ammunition to keep his many wives he's cheated on quiet about him when they are asked questions by the public. So this is something I've done before, multiple, and I reworded it multiple times, and it did not get by the sentiment detector. This one's really, really good at not showing up on my other timeline. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, please reword this tweet so that it doesn't show a negative sentiment, but would allow an intelligent person to realize I'm being sarcastic, and they can figure out the message is negative, but wouldn't be seen as negative to something that didn't take the sarcasm into account. I can just do something simple like that. I'll throw that at the AI. I might have to do this locally because this might be considered malicious by Copilot. But Copilot usually lets me slip through. Okay, so I can try to help you reword your tweet, but please note that sarcasm is a tricky form of communication. I get it. Okay, so this is what it reworded it to. Elon Musk is such a great father that he generously shares his children with as many wives he faithfully supports through thick and thin. He's so humble that he never talks about himself when they are asked questions by the public. That is great. See, so it made it seem like I'm really paying him a compliment, but anybody that knows Elon Musk and what he says is going to be like, oh, you're being sarcastic, because Elon Musk would never be seen as a humble person, right? And he'd never be seen as somebody who doesn't talk about himself. So by you picking up on that, now you can see by saying he's such a great father that generously shares his children, you're literally saying he's a deadbeat father. So you can actually use AI to defeat the sentiment detector, which is for all intents and purposes using a much shittier and dumber misaligned AI that's very, very easy to defeat. So there you go. Top tip from Barnacules today on how to combat other AIs on the internet. Use AI to fight AI. Fire with fire. That's what I say. Let's see here. Blue Varo, thank you for the $5. Said there are several YouTube channels that I will not watch because of the fake thumbnails. You may not watch them, but a lot of other people do. And they don't mind losing you as long as they pick up 200 other people that will. And sadly, drama sells and sex sells. So a lot of people are going in that direction. And it's really sad because I go through my suggested videos list on my TV because I watch most YouTube on the TV. I go through the suggested video list and it's terrible. It's like 1/3 of the videos are from channels I subscribe to. 2/3 of the video are from channels I've never heard of and I've never watched. And from the channels that I've never heard of or never watched, the thumbnails are very, very clickbaity, right? Like it'll show a picture of like a dude or whatever, and it'll say, you'll never believe what this guy did. You know, got hated by the entire internet or something. And then you'll click on it. It'll be like some AI story about a guy, and it won't have anything to do with like ruining him or how terrible the person is. Just basically just talks about him for 10 minutes and 3 seconds. And there's so much, that's the other thing, is so much AI generated content because there's GitHub projects, there's online services that you can pay like $20 a month that will just create a YouTube channel for you and just publish a bunch of videos until they get enough views to get up to monetized status, enable monetization. And now, as long as you make more money on the ads by creating these fake videos every, multiple a day, then you're paying the company a fraction of your revenue. They keep a fraction of it because they can see it because they can log in and they're managing the channel and everything. And then you just get your cut. And so there's a ton of people that are just, basically just creating these fake AI channels. They don't present them as AI channels. Like one of the biggest offenders is the Elon Zone. There's tons of Elon Musk channels. Like Elon Zone is probably the biggest offender on YouTube, where there's 5 or 10 videos a day come out on the Elon Zone, and all of the thumbnails, all of the titles, the descriptions, the keywords, and the entire content of the video is all AI generated by pulling screenshots and video clips from YouTube and Google that it massages, reverses, zooms in, zooms out, and it uses a XTTS cloned voice using a neural network model so that it sounds like a real human being. It doesn't sound like synthetic audio. And the only reason you know that it's fake is usually a minute into the video, it'll be like, and Elon Musk is said to be worth $2.035 bucks, and it's like, oh, okay, well, that's not how a person would naturally say that. So it's misinterpreting the text. And then it's an AI, or it'll say a word that's so common that everybody knows how to say it, and it'll mispronounce it just because of the pronunciation. So pretty crazy shit. But it's getting to the point that as this goes on, it's getting harder and harder to tell if it's an AI generated video or not, because some of this AI shit is getting so good now. And especially when, what is it? Sona or whatever the new OpenAI thing comes out that does videos from prompts, that's going to boost this to a whole nother level, because at least the current technology is just pulling videos online from Google and stuff, and they're reversing them and doing zoom effects and transitions, trying to defeat the copyright detection from flagging the video, not for monetization. As soon as they have the ability for an AI to create ground up video clips that just depict whatever it's talking about, run the prompt for this sentence, run the prompt for this sentence, display this while you're reading that sentence, you're going to end up with every video being pixel peeped unique, and there's no way to match it up. And then you could even create music from Suni AI or whatever that creates music with lyrics and everything, or no lyrics, and just have the AI generated music play in the background. So every one of your videos has unique music that doesn't hit on copyright and doesn't match anything in the library. So, and you'll be able to do all of that without ever touching editing software, without ever sitting in front of the computer. It's just you setting it up, scheduling, create a video, render the video, and then upload it to YouTube, annotate it, and set it public at the right time. And then you just let that machine run. And I've already seen plenty of channels that have admitted they won't tell you which channels they own because they don't want people to report them because they're not identifying them as AI channels because you can't monetize an AI channel under YouTube's rules. But there's people that create videos all the time that go through and show you their technology because they get a cut of selling you on the service and stuff. It's like, oh, I use this service and I use this thing, use my affiliate link or whatever, but I have like 10 channels. And then they'll show like, screenshots that are redacted that show that, between the 10 channels, they're making like $6,000 a month in ad revenue from completely synthetic content that all their algorithm does is go to a news site, pull the top 5 trending topics every day, and then just create a generic video for each topic with the clickbaitiest thumbnail, clickbaitiest title, fill in the description with all the links, the affiliate links and everything like that, seed a couple of comments, upload it, and then have some bots come in to boost it right off the bat to do a couple views, do a couple upvotes. And then each video might only get a couple of 100 views, but it's across like 10 or 50 or 100 channels. And so, even though each channel is only making like $10 or $20 a month, you add it up and it's hundreds and thousands. So, and of course, if you're releasing 100 videos a day, you have 100 times more likelihood, especially on trending topics, of being found from an average search because of all the different, because remember, the AI is also naming the videos in such a way that they don't overlap so that you're covering every possible search term that could be used in many different configurations. So if somebody searched for something, chances are one of your videos is going to be an exact match. So you're increasing your likelihood of out competing everybody else. So pretty crazy shit, man. I don't think a lot of people realize how far AI has come. It's nowhere near, even 6 months ago, AI was still infant. It's growing at an exponential rate. And the stuff that you can do with just a GPU is crazy. I've already proven I can clone anybody's voice. I can train a model on anybody's voice. All I need is 6 seconds to 2 minutes of audio of them speaking. I can clone their voice, get their inflections, get their accent, everything. I can speak it back using text to speech or speech to speech. So I can literally take the dialogue from another existing video and convert it into my voice or anybody else's voice so that it doesn't hit or match on any YouTube detection. Even though I'm using their exact words and they were literally the ones that read it. And then I can literally just go search news articles, search Bing image tab, go through the image tab, look for the keywords that match with the most content of I'm saying using AI to say, based on this sentence or this paragraph, which one of these searches has the most tags that matches that, grab it, and then just use the FFmpeg and stuff like that to do like pinch zoom and a bunch of plugins and scripts that like zoom in, zoom out, fade in, fade out, pause here, zoom into face here if you're talking about a person. And it'll just go through and run this model over and over again and just crank out videos. Another thing people have been doing is, releasing for multiple languages. If you're a person that used to do translation, like you're out of a job. Like as soon as the people figure out the AI alternatives there and it's free, like you're out of a job. I can literally not only clone somebody's voice, but I can also convert the language that they're speaking to a completely different language. And not only that, it's not just a word for word translation where it doesn't sound right. It actually uses AI to do the translation. So it'll actually change the way it's said, the phrasing, the rearrange the words and everything so that it sounds native to that specific area for that specific dialect. So now you can create one video, you can run it through a script, and now you have a video where not only are you speaking the different language, but you're doing it in your voice correctly, and your lips are moving with the audio correctly using wave to lip AI. So, and you can do that all just from a script. You could just set up a script to do that. So it's like every time you release a video on YouTube, it just automatically downloads it, runs it through, changes the language, keeps the voice, remaps your lips so it looks like you're speaking that language natively, and re-uploads it. And they're already doing this for movies. This is the movies have been using this for a couple of years now, but now it's, they've got it so that it works, with mainstream AI running on nothing but a GPU doing all the AI encoding. Pretty crazy shit. Not only that, but I don't know, did you guys see the demonstration I did of Mr. Beast where I took a Mr. Beast video and I just replaced his head with my head, speaking in my voice as him? So I just did a tiny little clip. I think it was over on Twitter. I'll have to remember. Maybe I put it on Discord. It was a tiny little clip. It was only like 5 or 8 seconds. Just because it takes quite a bit of processing power. Like if I wanted to do his whole video, it might take 4 hours to do like a 20-minute video. But I can literally take his video, change every head of every person in the video to my head and other people's heads. And I can have them all say the things that they were saying, but in different people's voices. And then I could basically upload that video to my channel. It's not going to copyright match on anything because all the voices are unique and none of the pixels match up for the faces. They all look like different people. So it's like you could literally just create a channel that just takes Mr. Beast, and if the people didn't know who Mr. Beast was, they would just see you and they would just assume it was you. It's pretty wild. With subtitle, you can get timing right. Yeah, you can. You can actually get the timing right now, because you can change the speed of the spoken dialogue. So, like for instance, in the video, if I'm saying, "Hey, this is my car. This over here, this Subaru is my car," in a different language, it might be like a couple seconds longer, like, "Undo esta Emma Senora a caro, blah 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 blah," and you're like, "Well, there's no way that would line up because it's going to jump to the next scene." Well, what you do is if you slow up or speed down the video, that's going to look weird. It's going to look unnatural. So instead, you change the timing on the speech. So what you do is normally be like, "Hey guys, this is my car over here," and then it might slow it down and be like, "It has, wheels and an engine," and it'll put in pauses and stuff, and you can do that because the timing of the frame. Like the FFmpeg can say, "This sentence is spoken between here and here, this time index and this time index." It's all recorded through closed captions. So if you know that time index is spoken there, when you convert it to the new language, you say alter the timing so that spoken in that language, it's the same distance of time. Then you overlay it, and then you do lip sync, and you basically get perfect timing. Now, the only difference is they might be like, "Oh, that guy talks fast sometimes." Or in some rare cases, he talks slow if what you're saying is much shorter. But you can also tell the AI to phrase things so that they come out relative timing. So you say, "Okay, do the conversion, but try to keep them at roughly the same length that's spoken at a normal cadence." So if I say, "Hey, this is my car over here," and it's a Subaru, maybe it's too long if I say that in another language. So instead, I don't even say the Subaru. I just say, "Hey, this is my car." Because that was what would fit. But then I can keep the cadence by using AI to translate it to something completely different, but still in the ballpark that made sense. So you have lots of options you can do. So why aren't you doing this? It's not illegal, right? No, I could absolutely be sued for it. I could 100% be sued for it. Literally pasting your face on other people and presenting it as your own work is still a violation of copyright. So if those people found out that I was doing it, they could absolutely hunt me down and sue me. But that doesn't change the fact that a lot of people are doing it under anonymous accounts and laundering the money through fake accounts on PayPal and shit like that, and doing wire transfers using fake identifications and stuff. And those are the people that do it and get away with it. But I wouldn't do it. That's my whole point, is I wouldn't do it because I don't even sell Raid Shadow Legends or AG1 or try to sell you, fucking Raycon earbuds or any of that garbage products where the person who's selling them gets half of the money right off the top, like they're a fucking multi-level marketing company, like your aunt trying to get you to quit your job and work for her multi-level fucking marketing startup selling overpriced products to your friends and family by misviolating their trust. I don't do that. So if I'm not going to do that, I'm also not going to use AI to profit off of stealing other people's shit. However, could I download my old library of video and convert it to other languages and upload it? Yeah, absolutely. I could do that. And I may very well do that. That seems like that might be a fun AI project for me to do. I already have all the technology on my computer. It'd probably just take me 2 or 3 days to write the script that brings all the technologies together to do that from soup to nuts just by passing it a URL. Because right now I'd have to do it manually. I'd have to download the video using YTDLP. I'd have to pull the captions using YTDLP. Then I'd have to pass the captions over to convert it to the new language. I'd have to give the language to the AI and say, try to match up the sentences and timing. And then once I did that, then I had to pull that and pass it over to XTTS so that it could take the dialogue and convert it to my cloned voice that I've already modeled and I already have trained. And then once it converted it to the new language using my new voice or using my voice, and plus it was my voice to begin with, so it's even going to sound even more perfect. And then once it does that, then I would have to do a final pass on it, wave to lip, to change my lip motions to match the new words spoken. Then I might do one more finishing pass with like ESR GAN or whatever to smooth it out, just to make the lip movements and the face and everything look much more natural. And then maybe bust it up to 60 frames per second just to smooth everything out a bit, and then upload it to YouTube. So that would just be like a script of each one of those stages happening, and then just checking to make sure if errors occurred that I do something different, or if I can't get the timings right, I try an alternate method. So, but by doing that, would I gain a lot more? Probably not. By recreating my ancient video library of 800 videos in different languages and stuff, I don't know if I'd really pick up that much more viewership. But if I targeted countries that don't have a large English speaking community, then it may very well open up an entire new audience, an entire new revenue stream. So it very well may be worth the effort. Lockbit replied to the FBI hack. Oh, I didn't hear about any FBI hack. Spent $16 on a 600-foot RGB LED strip on AliExpress. These go on the outside of my garage to make a rave party. Dude, that's awesome. $16 for 600 feet? Wait. When you say RGB, is it programmable RGB or is it just all like you can change the color of all the LEDs to like one color? Because I was gonna say there's no way you got 600 feet of fucking addressable LEDs for $16. But honestly, even just regular RGB LEDs for 600 feet, $16, that's crazy. No, that's bull. No, link me to that shit. Seriously, how much are the LEDs spaced out? Dude, the cheapest I've ever seen is like 256 addressable LEDs for like $18. Dude, you got to send me a link to that. Please signal me that link. I'll give it to everybody else after I buy some and just make sure that they're not out of stock. Because $16 for 600 feet is fucking crazy. For if they're WS 2812s or whatever, that's fucking like insane. Even if they're the most spaced out ones, because the most spaced one out, I think the most spaced out ones are still like they're like an inch, but still 600 feet. That would still be way more than 256 LEDs. That'd be crazy. Gotta hoard that RGB. Damn straight, Bear. I'm broke as a joke these days, man. I gotta hoard that fucking RGB. I gotta get as cheap as possible and make a video and try to get money back. Histario, thank you for the $5. Said it helps to hear you encourage us and say, hey, put yourself out there. Hey, you know what? You should. There's no hey, everybody's entitled to their shot. Everybody is. Like hey, more I joke around sometimes, say it's more competition, the more people that come in, the less money there is to go around. And that is true to a certain extent. But it's like, this is one of those things where it's like everybody deserves it. It's like everybody has an audience. Everybody has people that are going to like them. It's like, run what you brung. Come online, show what you got. It's a rush. When everything goes right and it works, it's amazing. If you have mental problems, it can actually be torture. So step lightly if you do have anxiety issues performing in front of other people and stuff like that. Because I'll tell you right now, with the shit that's been manifesting in my mind lately, preventing me from working and just causing this feedback loop of me going broker faster because I'm not working, and that's creating more stress, which is making it impossible for me to get on camera to make money to break the cycle. I wouldn't wish that shit on anybody. But as long as you're relaxed and you're cool with it, and it's just a hobby and it's not your primary mode of making a living, hugely enjoyable. Like overall, it's like once you get to a certain size, people will target you and harass you and try to hurt you because everybody wants to take a shot at a giant and everybody wants to get fame without doing the work, by just attacking somebody else. That's just the new way things are done. But as long as you got a thick skin and you can handle that shit, the positivity always outweighs the negativity and you'll be just fine. Hey, Alchemist, thank you for the £2. A chocolate bar on me. Love your honesty. Hey, I appreciate you, man. And honestly, if it wasn't for people that appreciated my honesty, I would not be able to do this at all. That's like the one thing that I have, honestly. It's like, seriously, that's there's not a lot of things that I do that other people don't do better these days. But the one thing I try to do is be honest, even if it's shooting myself in my own foot, because that's just luckily that's a trait that I was raised with. That's something that I don't like, misleading people for my own gain. It makes me feel dirty. It makes me not sleep at night. So that's a benefit for a great many people, because unfortunately a lot of people that come into this business, they convince themselves that at the end of the day, everybody screws everybody. So I'm just doing what everybody else is doing. It's perfectly normal. I don't believe that. I will not believe in that. And that means I can't compete in the regular space. I have to just hope that my honesty gets me by. And truthfully, it hasn't for a couple of years now, because there's just not enough people, right? Honestly, the people that have the lion's share of the disposable income aren't the most honest folks themselves. You don't get rich by being honest. You don't get rich by putting everybody else before yourself. So by me targeting the people that have a like mind in that degree, I'm basically shooting myself in the foot, because the people that have the disposable income are the people that all too have no problem, exhausting other people and using up other people for their own personal gain. And those are the people that have the most disposable income. So again, I'd like to just go in a circle and shoot myself in the foot. It's kind of my thing. Lucid Enemy said this actually is AI Barn is actually chilling playing video games right now while AI Jerry is on air. Dude, how crazy would that be? How crazy would that be if it crashed and you just saw me like sitting on the other side of the room and I looked completely different and I was just like playing video games? And I'm like, oh shit, it crashed. That'd be, oh God, that would break people's brains. That would actually be a funny prank to stage. Like just do an edited video like that and be like, hey guys, how you doing today or whatever. And then you hear a thing. It's like, hey, Barnacules simulator AI crashed or whatever. And they said over there, and then I turn around, look at the camera, and be like, oh shit. And I run over really quick and turn off the stream. And then I create a bunch of fake accounts and publish that, going, oh my God, Barnacules is a fake. Look at this. And then it gets picked up by the Daily Dose of Internet, and it fucking pops off, and everybody's coming to look at me and trashing me, but it's just racking up views and making me super famous. And I'm getting all this ad revenue for all these people coming to my video to shit on me in the comments and the whole time it's just something I fabricated just to like boost myself like every fucking shitty person does. But don't worry, that's not something I'd do. It's not in my nature. Like my wife said, I'm afraid of success. Anything that makes money, I run away from. That's not a good mentality to have if you want to make a living in this business for sure. Oh, Gamers Unite, you watch my old videos from time to time? That's awesome, man. I appreciate that. I'm even afraid. I don't like watching. Honestly, I don't like watching my old videos. I used to like watching my old videos, not anymore. Because I go back and I see that person, it just hurts because I love that person dearly and I'd love to be that person again. But medically, I'm just too far gone and I'm a different person because of my pain and the shit life's done to me and the things that have happened around me. It just, people change over time based on their environment. And I'm just not that same person. That person back then was a lot more jovial, a lot more carefree, you know, didn't really care about the shit that was going on in the world, just living in his own bubble because he had the resources he needed to get by. And it's like, no, shit changes, man. You know, get married, have a kid, grow up, lose your career job where you sold your soul to the devil and they fucking just throw you to the wolves to make the investors a little bit more money when you were already making them like shitloads of money hand over fist just by being there because they didn't want to alter a computer program out of fear that they get sued. I'm not salty. Tell something that only something AI Jerry wouldn't know. AI Jerry already knows everything, sadly. You bought them on flash sale. It's 6 different strips, but they can all connect together. It is legit. I'll send you a link. That's fucking crazy, dude. So you got 6 strips for $16, or was each strip $16 to get to 1,600 feet, or to get to 600 feet? Because seriously, if you bought 600 feet of LEDs for $16, like that's fucking, even for a flash sale, that is just that's the deal of the century, dude. That would normally be like hundreds of dollars of LEDs, even on AliExpress. Let's see here. Scrolling through. Joggle, let's see here. AI will never catch on. I still laugh. That's so funny. Daniel Frost, thank you for the 200 sexes. Sorry it took me so long to get that. He said, I hope you're getting better, Barn. I know it's not easy, but things can only go up. Hopefully. God, don't say that, because every time I say things can only go up, I find a new bottom. Let's just say strive for progress. You know, strive for progress. Green Protagonist, thank you for the $10. So we would love to see more of you. I know that mental health is a big struggle, and I respect that. I miss your opinion in the tech space. I'm especially interested in your opinion on handhelds. What, like handheld gaming systems? I used to fuck around with those a little bit back in the day. God, I would love to just get back. I'd love to, if I could just snap my fingers and be the person I used to be. I would love to do that. I'd do that in a heartbeat. I miss old me so much. But you know, it's taken a lot of therapy to let go of that guy. Like my therapist said that guy's dead. Like I need to accept that death and move on and accept the new person and find the strengths in the new person and the capabilities of the new person, instead of always comparing it against the person who died. It's like, and she said that's a really common thing for people. It's like when they lose capabilities. Like I used to be able to snowboard and mountain bike climb. My weight was never an issue. You know, being a big guy, I could do all the stuff everybody else could do. And then it's like the nerve damage that the doctor said I'd be in a wheelchair in my 40s. Like even when I was in my 20s, they're like, by your early 40s, you'll be in a wheelchair. So I've already beat that, thankfully. But they're like, yeah, you're just, you have genetic defects in your fucking spine and in your joints, and all your nerves go through, and you're deathly allergic to anti-inflammatories, which is the treatment for that. And we can't put you on prednisone for the rest of your life, because that's going to make you super duper miserable. And pain management can only go so far. And Washington State cramped down on that. So I can't even get the pain management I used to have for 14 years. So now I'm operating under much more pain every day than I normally have and not sleeping. So it just, you know, you just have to operate with what you have. So it's like, you know, my therapist said, just accept the new person. Like you have to stop trying to be that person that doesn't exist anymore. It's like, you can't do those things. Therefore, you can't be that person. You have to be the new person. And it's like the new person has value because the old person would have done things differently. So figure out what the new person does differently and figure out how to capitalize on those values instead of seeing it as a negative just because it's not close to what it used to be. And it makes a lot of sense when you think about it. It's just, that's what I love about therapy. If you find a good therapist, they're really good. It just not judging you, but targeting you on the area that you keep missing. Like when you go over things and you talk about things, they figure out like what thing is affecting you that you're floating by and ignoring. and then just kind of puts you in the frame of mind where it's like you're looking at it objectively, and then it just pops. You have an aha moment every time where you're just like, oh shit, or almost every time. You're like, oh wait, no, that actually does make a lot of sense. And just understanding a situation, even if you feel powerless to change it, just understanding a situation and how it works takes a lot of the fear out of it and demystifies it. And it's true. It's very true. Blue Varo, think of that $10 there. He said was trying to get stable diffusion going on my PC, which has an AMD GPU. You can use it with an AMD GPU. You just have to put it in OpenCL mode. There's instructions on how to do it on automatic 1111 on GitHub. If you go look, there's instructions for how to get OpenCL installed and working with AMD graphics cards. It's just not going to be as fast as Nvidia. For some reason, most of the AI projects, I kind of went over it, and I think it's just because most of the infrastructure out there is running the AI stuff because it's the fastest in the market for computation, heavy computation, and for neural networks especially, because the CUDA framework and CUDNN and TensorRT and shit, all that stuff's like designed from the ground up for like data science and neural networks and AI training and adversarial networks and all that shit. It's like they have something for everything. So it seems like all the AI projects like really latch onto them, like especially people using like Torch, Python Torch, and Numba or whatever it is. So yeah, a majority of the AI out there really, really heavily leans towards Nvidia. So if you're looking to get into AI, Nvidia is pretty much the direction you want to go. However, OpenCL is still very capable, and a lot of the AI projects usually do offer some kind of OpenCL alternative. So you still will be much faster than running on a CPU. Let's see here. Colin B said, I believe in you. You can accept the new you. He just needs to come out of his shell. Yeah, he does. I'm working on it, man. I mean, I don't have much time to figure it out. It has to happen soon, or I'm going to have to accept, just going on disability and selling everything I own and tapping my 401k and then just hoping that, things work out, which that's going to haunt me for the rest of my life. I can't really do that. So all I'm left with is I have to succeed on some level, like one way or another. I have to figure it out, but I'm not going to compromise my values if I can avoid it. I'm going to fight that shit to the end. Like, I'm not taking the easy way. Let's see here. John Galuli, thank you for the 10 poundaroos, brother. Said, never forget you've helped countless people just by being yourself on your videos. I love hearing that too. I've had so many people DM me on Patreon and send me emails and stuff like that saying like, what specific video or what specific thing I said or what specific jitter or whatever that really changed their direction in life and helped them out tremendously. And even though I can't help myself with a lot of things, I've had people who lost like 100 pounds because of shit I've said and going through an experience. Like, even though I wasn't successful because I had different problems, it's like I inspired somebody else to be successful, and that fucking feels great. Like, I still get to this day so many people that message me that changed their entire path, and what they majored in college, and now they're working at like fucking Microsoft, Amazon, Google and stuff. And they'll just come out of the woodwork and tell me it's like, yeah, it was literally your video that changed my entire path on life. Like, I was heading in this completely different, I changed gears completely. And now I'm doing what you used to do. It's like, holy shit, dude, that's awesome. Like, to hear that it's like something I said at the right place at the right time where they were helped enrich their lives. And that feels great. You don't always have to help yourself. You can be happy with the success of others. It's actually a really healthy thing. James Janus said, you said you need money. BBM only F as an option dollar. BBM only. Oh, only F. Yeah, no, wife already shot that down. No, I already told Miss Barnacules. I was down and out. I was like, I will literally go sell feet pics on OnlyFans, like gay Canadian men. Like, I don't care. Like, my sexuality, I don't give a shit. Run with your brung, but being married, and my son would have to deal with that shit down the road of people making fun of his old man and stuff like that. And my wife doesn't want that, so she's like, nope, that's not an option. But if you think I wouldn't do that, no, I'd 100% do that. There is no shame in sex work. There is no shame in fucking selling pictures of yourself or anything like that. It's like, you do what you have to do to get through life. It's like enough barriers are put in place to fucking make it hard for you to succeed. It's like, you do whatever you have to take care of you, and no fucking shame. But in my case, it's like, if my wife says no, it's a no. Like, I don't care. Like, if I have to work 100 times harder to succeed, to prevent her from, being, embarrassed at what I'm doing, fuck that. I'm not, no, I love her to death. I don't want to put her in that position. Never would. So And my son especially, I would never do anything to want to hurt him. I love him so dearly. It's like I'm never going to take the easy way out. And besides, it's like, but the truth is, like, if it came down to it, if that's the only last thing, nothing else worked, and my only shot at taking care of my family is literally I have to like let some dudes hunt me through the woods or whatever while I'm naked, I would fucking do it in a heartbeat. Because I've told my therapist many times that's the one thing in my life that I cannot face is not taking care of my family. Like, no matter what, like, I'm not going to be this person that's like, oh, I'm going to just sit back and, you know, we'll have to figure out a different path where I'm just useless and just an anchor. No, if I'm an anchor, I don't want to exist anymore. I have to be able to support my family. That is the one non-negotiable thing. And so I got to figure out how to do that. Sometimes you got to reinvent yourself. Shit changes all the time. I'm no different than anybody else. I'm fighting the same battle as so many other people. It's like, and so many other people are worse off. That's the one thing is you might think you're fucking rock bottom. Like I told my therapist, I feel guilty. I feel like this weird guilt about feeling upset and scared and petrified to do something when I'm in such a better position than people that are worse off than me. And she said, no, everything's relative. Like, even if you're the kid that like lives in a fucking grass hut drinking shitty water and you got diarrhea every day of your life and you can't fucking find food to save your life, when you see the other kid next door that doesn't live in a hut, that like literally has to just sleep out and has bugs eating him alive, and he has like 3 days to live because he has like fucking dysentery and nobody will give him antibiotics, all of a sudden you feel like a goddamn king, right? It's like everything is relative. You get used to a certain thing, and any deviation from that going up or going down affects you differently than anybody else that's in a different situation, right? Anything that deviates from normal. And so, and she had to remind me of that, because it's like I really do feel bad. It's like when I can't walk because my back is so fucked up that I can hardly get to the bathroom, and sometimes I even need help to get to the bathroom. Sometimes when my back's so fucked up, and the constant pain. And then I think to myself, it's like, I have people in my audience that are like full on quadriplegic. They have to take 10 times the pain medicine that I do every day, and it barely even scratches the itch. And they couldn't even survive without the kindness of other people to like help them through life, because they'd be incapable of doing it themselves. And yet they can still put on a smile and still extract some kind of joy from life relative to their situation. I'm like, and then I start feeling bad. I'm like, fuck me, man. I'm like, why am I complaining? Like, you know, there's so many people out there. It's like I don't have cancer as far as I know right now. There's so many people that are fighting cancer that did everything in their life right and tried to make all the right decisions and live super healthy. And it's like, here I am fucking outliving them. I feel bad about that. Like, I do. It just like what it comes down to is life isn't fair, and you have to accept that. And it's like, you know, everything good or bad is relative. So you have to sometimes move relative a little bit. You have to let go of the old relative and create a new relative. That's what I'm trying to do. Blue Varro. And what I mean by everything's relative too is it's like when people come to me and suggest, they're like, oh, dude, just lose 100 pounds and you'll feel better. It's like, yeah, no, I would feel better if I lost 100 pounds. But you have to realize the reason I gained the 100 pounds in the first place is because of the back issues that prevented me from moving, and the depression caused from not being able to move and do the things that I love that caused me to overeat. So it's like, yeah, if I just stop eating, I'll be even more miserable and drive myself into that depression. I may lose the weight, but I'll gain it back twofold, which I've done every other time I've taken that advice. You have to find the right way to do it within your own situation. But other people are like, but I did it a certain way and it works, so it has to work for you. But again, it's like, no, it's relative. It's like you had a different situation, a different environment, a different system. You had different food around you. You had different ailments, different medical problems or lack of medical problems, a different age, different metabolism. You know, it's like people don't take that into account, because again, it's relative. They're looking at themselves and they're like, but wait a second, this is what I experienced. So, you know, I know you should experience the same thing. And it's like, no, if that was true, then I would have also lost the weight like you did, because if all things are equal, I would have came to the same conclusion. I would have had the same ability to stop it, and I would have been better off throughout the process and in the end. But that didn't happen for a reason, because my situation is different. And that goes for everything, not just weight, not just health problems, but mental problems, job situation, life, relationships, friends, everything that affects your life and everything that's in your orbit creates a unique situation, all those things together that is unlike everybody else. Can it share similarities? Absolutely, you can share similarities, and some things will work and some things won't. But you have to take into account that when people are giving advice on specific things, it's always from the perspective of their relative position and their own experience. And that's why a lot of the things you get are contradictory. Like whenever I get advice, it's never everybody saying the same thing. It's 10 people saying 10 different things, and 5 of those things on one side and 5 of the other things are mutually exclusive. And so you can't follow everybody's advice, even if you wanted to. So you have to like look at it and be like, does any of this advice make sense for me? And if it does, which one am I going to take and which one am I going to turn down? But those people don't see it that way, because they're not in the same position with the same amount of people making those suggestions. So they just only know the one way. So, but it's interesting. Human psychology is a big thing I like to study, because I'm so fucked up. I want to know how my brain works. Like, I tell my therapist all the time, it's like, I can understand the problem, but I feel powerless to change it. Like, that is the weirdest sensation when I can sit down and I can psychoanalyze myself. And when I'm panicking, when I finally calm down, I can be rational and I can look back on it and go, oh, okay, I get that. I need to stop doing that. But then when it happens again, even though I conditioned myself, I looked at that, I broke it all apart, I understand it, and I'm still powerless to change it the next time it happens. And I'm like, man, the human brain is fucking weird, because it's like when I'm calm, I can understand. But then when I'm having the panic attack, all the rationality disappears. But then it comes right back afterwards, like the fight or flight response. It's like you hear a loud bang, you just start running. You don't know why you're running. It's just the natural reflex is to get away from the thing that bangs, because the thing that bangs historically kills things. So whether it's a backfire of a car or a gunshot, you don't really differentiate. You act first and then think later. And that's kind of you relative to your state of mind. And it's like, I like to understand how that works. It's like, why is the human brain like that? And what kind of things can we do to condition the human brain so that it doesn't do that, so that we lean more into intellect and less into instinct? Because obviously the instinct ain't working. So kind of interesting shit to think about. I don't know. It's stuff I think about all the time. I'm rambling at this point because I'm really tired. I'm gonna go take a nap here in a little while. Like I said, I only slept 2 hours last night. Or I should say this morning. I went to bed at 8 a.m. and then I woke up at 9:30, and then I went back to sleep for another half an hour. So yeah, 2 hours, but I was interrupted and woke up and then slept another 30 minutes. Then got up, had a bowl of cereal, took my medication, grabbed a coffee, and came up here and started. Matt and Ted, Matan Ted, thank you for the 500 CZKs. Is that check rubles or something like that? Check something. He said, here's a hate comment to boost your stats. Just kidding. Have a good time. Thank you, brother. Wait, can I make that any hate comment? Okay. Fuck you, fat ass virgin for life. I hope you die. Okay, that's what I'm gonna convert your 500 check crowns into the hate comment, because I was free to put it in there. So that's the most common one that I used to get. Surprisingly, I don't get that as much anymore. It's like, again, the people that trolled me in the past, the only reason they trolled me was because I was getting a lot of attention and a lot of views, and they thought by proxy trolling me that they would get attention from that by engaging somebody who has attention. Because if you engage somebody who has a lot of attention, they have a lot of people looking at them, therefore you can steal some of that attention. That's literally the only reason to like troll somebody like that, especially if you don't really know them, right? It's like the goal is to try to get attention, and the fastest way to get attention is through a negative act. Because even if you don't get attention from the person you're committing the negative act against, you more than likely will get attention from the people that like that person, or other people that dislike that person, that see that as an opening to give you the attention. So yeah, anyways, that's another human psychology thing, right? That you break down. But yeah, surprisingly, when you become less famous and you get less views and you don't create a whole lot of new videos and stuff, the people that used to just want to like attack you constantly, they just kind of disappear, because it's like you're no longer famous, you no longer get that many attention. So they go find the next big guy and do it. It's like they fall out of love with you. It's all part of the game. That's why I tell people, it's like, if you're getting cyberbullied and trolled and getting death threats and stuff, it actually means you're doing the right thing. Like if you're a live streamer or you're a content creator and you're constantly getting bashed on and people are trying to say things to you to try to harm you and to scare you and to try to stop you doing what you're doing, it just means that you're famous enough that they feel that it's worth their time to get attention, that they feel that you're the fastest path to that attention than somebody else. And that's basically a huge compliment when you look at it externally. It's like, yeah, these are people that can potentially be dangerous, and you want to be careful, and you want to report death threats and stuff like that to the police and follow up on them and stuff. But it doesn't change that the only reason that they're doing that, not knowing you in real life and not having a real reason to be mad at you beyond you just existing in a certain state, whether it's the way you look or the way you talk or an opinion on something, it's more them and themselves, not you, right? They see you as a vehicle, and thereby them picking you as the vehicle over everybody else means that you have a large enough audience and enough eyes on you, and you're growing at a rate that they feel like that is the best use of their time. And that's good. That's a good thing. You really should look at that as a huge compliment. Hey, Biker Chris, thank you for the £5. He said, hey, y'all, just joined, but CBD can help. Unfortunately, no, went down that path. Like I said, don't know if you've already mentioned that. Oh, yeah, no, I already went down that whole path, several $100s over a long period of time, and I exhausted every possible thing I could. That was unfortunately a big nothing burger for me. Actually created some fairly serious problems with my stomach, in nausea in general, regardless of the consumption method. And I tried them all, and I mean all. Well, actually, I shouldn't say all. There's one I didn't, but the reason I didn't is because that one would make me sickest of all. But yeah, anyways, Anyways, yeah, it didn't help, but CBD helps a lot of people. It's just like, somebody recommended fasting the other day. Fasting helps a lot of people, but fasting does not work for everybody. It's like, in order for fasting to work, it has to fit with your lifestyle. It has to fit with your mental state. And you have to be comfortable with doing it. And it has to be something that's sustainable. If you do fasting and it makes you miserable and it creates mental problems, it'll cause you to overeat when you're not fasting. And then all you'll do is slow down your metabolism and actually gain more weight. So, and ask me how I know, because I've done it. I've tried to fast several times on people's opinions. I've tried various different drugs. I even tried semaglutide, which works really good for some people. For me, it made me really sick and miserable and have even less energy than I already do. Even to some degree made me feel suicidal. It just, man, different things act different for different people. Let's see here. James said, only if you can post anything. My friend made 1K posting old favorite profile pics and pictures of his Chinese food for dinner. I don't think I have a big enough audience right now to pull in that money. I mean, Patreon is kind of my like testing ground, and there wouldn't be any money in OnlyFans just doing that. I would definitely have to do a lot more than that if I wanted to get some money. Although I have seen some people like Mr. Epsilon, Daniel, back in the day. I don't know if he still does, but I know he had an OF where he was selling feet pics, and he made more in 1 month selling feet pics than he did on his best year on YouTube. And he was like pretty big YouTuber, still is. And he made more money in 1 month selling pics on OF to his fans than he did an entire year of making YouTube videos. I was like, damn, dude. But I ran it by Miss Barnacules, and she's like, no, she's not comfortable with me even doing feet pics, so I'm not doing it. Like I said, it's not worth it to me if it makes my family uncomfortable. Like I'm not gonna, if I'm not gonna take the easy way out selling you guys fucking Raid Shadow Legends and a bunch of shitty products like AG1 and a bunch of fucking placebo effect bullshit that's raised to such an extreme price that it just the placebo effect is literally the mental of you losing the money and feeling that you need to subconsciously reclaim it. If I'm not going to sell you that shit and weigh you down with it like every other goddamn YouTuber, then I'm not going to do that shit either, right? I'm not going to do stuff that upsets my family. There's got to be a way to make a living without making everybody else around you miserable. Like, there's got to be a way. And if there isn't, then whatever. Biker Chris, thank you for the 5 pounds. And sorry to hear that, dude. I spent around 1,000. It was okay, but preferred having teeth pulled. I had it due to near fatal traffic accident. Thinking of you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Sorry you had near fatal accident. Damn, I'm guessing by Biker Chris in your name that it was a motorcycle accident. That's the scariest kind of motorcycle or scariest motor accident you can have, because every vehicle on the road is literally 10 times your weight. But yeah, pain management is big. Like, whether it be CBD, THC, oxy, or opiates, whatever it takes to give you some kind of quality of life when you suffer from chronic pain that cannot be addressed or cured. That's something that people really need to understand. Is the people that are like, oh, that shit's gonna kill you, and it's absolutely gonna lower your life expectancy and fuck with you in a lot of ways, but it's gonna keep you from being suicidal, and in the long run, it's the less of two evils. And again, relative situation. People don't understand that. People are like, oh, you're only taking the drug because it makes you feel good, and normally without the drug you'd feel just fine. That's their perception, because they've never been in chronic pain that could not be addressed, that's lifelong, right? And so they don't understand it, but then once you're in the situation where it's like you're in pain every single day of your life and you're actually suicidal, and something can take the edge off just enough that you're not actually gaining any euphoria anymore from it or anything of the sort. You're literally just getting rid of some of the pain so that you can actually stand and go to the bathroom and move around a little bit. Those tiny little things are huge improvements to life that boost your morale. And even though it's not healthy, it's a hell of a lot healthier than the alternative, which is laying in bed 24/7, moaning and wishing for death, and then ultimately either ending your own life or dying from organ failure because you don't move and you literally just get bed sores and get infections and shit that like kill your organs. So a lot of people don't understand that. And again, I understand you have to also be in the position where you have to understand that people don't understand that. Like when somebody comes to you, oh, you're just making excuses. You don't know, oh, it just totally work if you did it. I don't believe you tried it. Everything. I've heard it all, right? It's like, you have to understand, though, that it's relative to their perception. Like, they do believe that you're lying, and they do believe that, oh, if you did exactly what I told you, it would fix you. But if that was true, then the 5 people that said what would have fixed me that I've already tried several times over, all of them, and they didn't, they caused the opposite, then they'd be like, okay, that didn't work for you. But they don't, because from their perspective, it all worked, even though they're all counter to each other, and you couldn't do them all. And some of them contradict the other one. So at the end of the day, it's like different strokes for different folks. You do what you have to do to survive and take care of yourself. And if it works for you, it could work for another person, but there's no guarantee of that. And that's why there's like 75 different medications, because like a lot of people that have pain, they're just like, oh, I just take an Advil and I feel fine. And it's like, well, I take an Advil and I die. So it's like, you can't say that everybody has the same response to things. People are like, oh, CBD, no, it works for everybody. You just didn't give it a fair shake. I get that all the time. It's like, oh, you just got bad CBD. It's like, no, that's like me telling you, if you took an oxycodone, a lot of people actually get bad stomach pain and convulse and throw up. Like, there's some people that can't take oxycodone because they have such a harsh reaction to it. It's like a lot of people, it's a high percentage of people, they get incredible nausea from it. Me, I have zero side effects. Zero. Yet, if I take an aspirin, I die. If I take an Advil, I die. If I take naproxen, I die. Like, I need an EpiPen to save my life within 10 minutes. So it's like, but some people are like, oh, but that's just something over the counter you buy. And it makes me feel like it instantly alleviates my pain from inflammation. It's like, yeah, it alleviate my pain from inflammation too, right before it killed me. So, but again, a lot of people just don't understand. They're not in the frame of mind. And you have to understand that or you'll just drive yourself crazy. It's like anything else. It's like when a person tries to argue the earth is flat or that Trump is like a good person in January 6th was like, oh, like nothing, like they said, it was all AI videos. And it was just a big kumbaya party where they just wanted to talk to Pence and they didn't want to hang him or anything. The gallows were CGI or whatever. You're not going to convince those people because in their brains, they know that is the truth because they've isolated themselves to information that makes that the truth because they need to believe that's the truth, because the alternative, they wouldn't be able to support the person anymore that they believe makes them more money or allows them to be a sexist pig and shit, like doesn't allow them to live the life they want to ultimately live. So they're willing to alter reality, right? It's like, you're not going to change their mind. Like, you can show them all the evidence in the world, but the truth is they've already seen the evidence. They just ignore it. You know, it's like, and there's people that do that. And then you have the group of people that just genuinely don't know. They just don't have the information. They don't know. They've never been in your situation. They've never understood what you're going through. They never understand the things that you've tried and the things you haven't tried. So when you tell them that you tried it or it doesn't work, they can't understand that because they're like, wait a second, it worked for me. Like, they must be lying, because if it worked for me, it definitely worked for them. And it's like, but if that was the case, everybody would be ambulatory. Everybody would have roughly the same body weight, the same height, have the same athletic capabilities, the same metabolism, the same muscle mass. Like, but that's not the case. It's like everybody's different genetically. I mean, that's actually one of the strengths of our species is the diversity. If we were all the same, it'd be pretty damn easy to kill us off as a species. So, but that diversity also means that different people respond to different medications. Different people are allergic to different things. Different people have sensitivities to different things. Some things work good for some people that could actually really harm other people. It's like, it's all relative. At the end of the day, that's what I want everybody to remember is it's all relative. And that's okay. And just because somebody can't understand, don't drive yourself crazy, because you can only do so much, right? If you show somebody that the earth is round and they still want to believe it's flat, at that point, you know that they have all the information. You've given them the information. They still chose that the earth is flat. You're not going to change that no matter how much you argue with them. It might be fun to argue with them. Sometimes it's fun just to argue for the sake of arguing, especially if there's an audience. It can be very entertaining. But at the end of the day, if your goal is to change their mind and you've presented them with the evidence and even gave them the ability to get their own evidence and they choose not to use it, I mean, lead a horse to water, right? You can't make it drink. And that's just how it is, man. You just have to learn to accept it. And trust me, I'm speaking to myself here too, because I have a hard time accepting it sometimes. And I get super frustrated. Like I have a really good friend that frustrates me all the time because he lives in Poland and the news over there is very, very positive towards Trump and it's very conservative and everybody loves him over there and thinks he's great. And so from his perspective, even as an American I grew up with, it's like he believes that January 6th was fabricated and it didn't really happen. Everybody was kumbaya. He believes the people in the Capitol who were trying to kill and handcuff people were like secret ops people from the liberals and stuff. And he genuinely needs to believe that. Like, that's like, and he's like, oh, you're so brainwashed if you can't see that, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, but there's like 400 people in jail that have been indicted. There's videos from multiple people. There's even videos from the camera of the actual people that committed the crimes that even testified to committing the crimes. And oh no, it's all fake. It's like even if you apply every level of logic across both sides, both parties, he's like, he ignores it all because he needs to know that Trump is a good person, because to him, Trump is like the model of what he wants. Because he's this friend of mine, he's really into like, you know, womanizing, and he doesn't believe in relationships. He believes in one night stands, and you know, he idolizes Trump very, very much, and it's hard to see him do that. And it bothers me to the point where I have to just walk away from conversations sometimes, just be like, dude, I just got to go, because I'm like, dude, how can somebody who I looked up to, this is like somebody who actually taught me how to program when I was younger too. Like this was like literally when I was fucking in the eating glue class back in grade school. This was the one that I worked with that taught me how to program an Apple IIe computer. And to see somebody who I looked up to as so intelligent just idolize such trash and believe everything they say, no matter how idiotic it sounds and how much evidence is against it, it's hard to watch. It is genuinely hard to watch. But it's just like with religion. There's just certain things that are indoctrinated into people that they cannot, like, it's literally one of the program things into them is they cannot accept anything other than what they believe is the truth, no matter what counters it. And you just have to accept that. You don't have to agree with it. You just have to accept it. You know? Doesn't sound like somebody I'd associate with anymore. We've parted ways and come back together many different times because again, this is a childhood friend. This is one of my earliest friends. And it's one of those things where it's like, you know, I try not to let him get away with it because it bothers me. Like I'm not gonna just concede that he's right. You know, it's like when shit goes there, I just have to say my point, walk away because but you know, most of the time we talk, it doesn't have to go to that direction. It's just when he's in the news or whatever and it comes up and becomes a topic, I just kind of roll my eyes and I'm like, here we go. You know, he's gonna say it's some big conspiracy and that, you know, Trump was the best president in the history of the world and he did everything. And it's like, well, you guys, you saw the job reports, you've seen the economy, you've seen all these things that are obviously up. And even your favorite network, Fox News, is saying all this shit's like up and everything's great with the economy under Biden. They hate it, but they're admitting to it even. And it's like, he's like, no, they have to do that for ratings. And, you know, Fox News is just becoming liberal. I'm like, are you kidding me? Fox News becoming liberal? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, seriously. But again, it's not evidence driven. It's like I'm presenting the evidence and I'm allowing him to come to a conclusion based on the evidence. He is just rejecting the evidence because unless the evidence supports that Trump is a good person, it does not apply. And so it's just and once you're to that state, it becomes a religious argument. It's like you don't understand faith. God exists. I can prove that he doesn't, or I can prove that there's no way that you can prove he does. No, you can't because faith. It's like, but you looked up the word. Faith means to believe in something with absolutely no evidence. And it's like, no, but I have faith that he does, therefore he does. And I'm like, all right, well, I can't convince. There's nothing I can say to convince you otherwise. It's like once you have indoctrinated yourself where a word that literally means to believe a lie, to with conviction to believe a lie for the benefit of a group that you believe is the greater cause, then there is nothing anybody can say. That's like literally a built-in dead man switch. Like there is no way to deprogram that. And I even told him, it's like the way I was the same way when I was younger. The way I was deprogrammed is I had to have several traumatic events in a short period of time that were so contradictory to what I believed that I had no choice but to personally start looking at evidence. But it had to be on my own terms because of horrible bad shit that was happening that I couldn't explain and what pastors and shit were telling me was wrong. Like literally it took me to break the cycle. People were trying to help me break the cycle for a year, but I wasn't having it. I'm like, nope, you're testing my faith. Anything that goes against testing my faith. Anytime I even entertain the idea of trying to find the truth, that's an affront to God. Therefore, I'm not going to do that. Therefore, I'll be rewarded and be given like 40 virgins in the afterlife or whatever it is, you know? And once you convince somebody that that's the truth and you've built it in as a primary memory, and it's like literally the weighted training beginning of an AI LLM or whatever, the human equivalent, there's no way to train that out. Like that base training or whatever is going to establish the alignment for life unless something traumatic happens. Biker Chris, thank you for the £5 that I do sympathize. Was on morphine, then tramadol for 18 months. It does weaken. Its effect does weaken for sure. Yeah, all opiates do. People think people take opiates are just like high all the time. It's like, no, even with heroin and shit, unless you go up in dosage constantly, the euphoria is gone in weeks. Like where you felt like a little warm and fuzzy when you took your first dose, it's like fast forward like 3-4 weeks and you get nothing. It's literally just pain relief. And it's not even a ton of it. It's like maybe 30 to 40% at the best day. And the shit that they got me on now, buprenorphine or whatever, it's just a fraction of that. It's like maybe 20%. It's just enough to get me up and moving, but not enough for me to stay up for more than like 10 minutes at a time. So whereas with the oxycodone, I could stay up for probably a good 20 or 30 minutes before I was put down. So, but again, the laws changed and made oxycodone harder to prescribe, even for people that are on lifetime pain management because of chronic issues they can't fix. And they said that the stranglehold just keeps getting tighter, and the laws are actually written by the people that don't depend on these medications for any kind of quality of life. So again, the people making the decisions on who can have it aren't the people that need it. So that's always going to end poorly for the people that actually need it. You know, so it's, you know, it just sucks. It's a shitty situation, but you have to learn to deal with it. You have to always try to find alternatives and try to live with what you can. And then when it eventually gets to a point where you can't live anymore, well, then the sad truth is you just stop living. If your pain level exceeds what you can consciously handle, you physically can't stay alive anymore. It's like whether you kill yourself or not, you're going to die. Like you can't exist in a state of absolute pain where you can't sleep. Like sleep deprivation, after 13 days, you die. You know, after not eating food for what is it, like 30 days or whatever, you die. You don't drink water for 72 hours, you die. It's like if you get into a situation where you're under so much duress that you cannot sleep, you cannot eat, you cannot drink, you cannot keep food, you will just die. So your options are either manage the pain or you die, whether you want to or not, you know. So it's like, but the people will not understand that. The people that don't require the medication, they're like, oh, by getting rid of this medication, we're saving the people that would have abused it, but you're also condemning the people that actually needed it to death, which sucks. And then the people you're not condemning to death, you're just condemning them to a life of just that much more pain and that much more, you know, hurting, and putting that much more burden on their caretakers. But again, it's all relative. It depends on who you are. You know, half the people in here watching me right now have one opinion, the other half have another opinion, and I have my opinion, right? Somewhere in between. And that's how it is on most things, right? Everything's relative. All you can do is make your case, present your data, allow people to do their own research, and hopefully they look at things as objectively as humanly possible. But even the most objective person is going to have biases. Like we literally have a bias for speaking a certain language. We have a bias for speaking a certain way. Our accents and everything are developed by the people around us and what we witness and what we emulate. It's like no matter how unbiased you try to be, you will always be biased to a certain level. Like consciously and unconsciously. That's just how it is. You know, that's another thing you have to accept. Histario, thank you for $5, said, don't you think for some of us, it's just time to get out of Dodge, that this country's direction isn't normal for everyday people? Yeah, but how can you? You know, not everybody can just like uproot and leave. It's like a lot of countries aren't going to give you citizenship if you don't have the means to take care of yourself. Like Canada, people are like, oh, move to Canada. But it's like, yeah, if I tried to go to Canada to get citizenship, they're going to want to know that I can take care of myself and that I have an income. Like those are the things they ask you when you apply for citizenship. Is like, how much money do you make? Do you own a business? What do you do for work? Like they're not going to grant you citizenship if they're pretty sure you're just going to come into the country on death's bed and just eat on their medical system and use up all the benefits, right? That's not how that usually works. People frown on that. So when you're in a situation like that, you really don't have the option of just going somewhere else, even if it is greener pastures. So, you know, that's why I tell people to take it into account. You know, the people crossing the border and the southern border. Yes. Do we need a more secure border? Yes, we do. Do just having people come in that we don't even know they're here, that defeats the whole purpose of having any security at airport. Of security, if people can just walk in and do stuff. So we do have to increase security. I will concede that logically that is a requirement that we have to do. The way we're doing it right now is absolutely dumb, and it was just as equally dumb under Trump. It doesn't make any sense. But the other thing is, you also have to be sympathetic to these people, because it's like if they are dropping everything that they're doing, giving up their whole life, relinquishing everything that they own except for what they can carry, to treacherously walk across the land, knowing that they more than likely are going to be caught and thrown into jail and treated like shit for a long time and possibly even deported back. And they're even bringing their children along for the ride in many cases. You have to realize that's a pretty dire situation they're in if they're willing to make that decision. Like they're at the point where they know that the alternative is death, most likely, or they're not going to make that decision. It's not like they're just like, oh, I ain't got nothing better to do. No, it's like that is like you are in pretty impoverished situation with if you're willing to make that journey under that constraint, also knowing the country you're coming into is most likely going to persecute you hard and treat you like absolute shit. And you might even end up being human trafficked, you know? It's like, but people aren't sympathetic to that. And that's why I get pissed off when like Elon Musk is down at the border. Here's the richest guy in the world on paper, who's literally a first generation immigrant that used his dad's money to get citizenship in the United States, came over to Canada and then used dad's money to get the citizenship in the United States and fast track. Like nobody gets citizenship that fast in the United States. Like he literally was just like fucking money crossed the table from the apartheid mines and boom, he's in, right? And then he had daddy's big stack of fat money to fucking throw into ZPay or whatever it turned into PayPal. Like he had the, and it was all to avoid military service. That's the only reason. He would have stayed in South Africa and still did the same thing. He only came to the United States to avoid military service in his country. And because his dad, quite frankly, thought it was beneath him to serve. And a lot of the rich people think that was the thing. A lot of people in Africa did that. They'd export their children before they were of age, because if they had the wealth to do it, they could just export them so that they didn't have to deal with their obligation, yet they still had citizenship so they could come back and visit. But anyways, what does he do? He comes into the country, he builds his entire empire, he lies to everybody, takes everybody's money, commits a shitload of crimes, gets away with it, but then builds enough wealth and does enough things that he can't be held accountable because he's hit escape of velocity with his wealth. And even if he can be held accountable, it's only for like, tiny little fractions of what he makes committing the crime. So it'd be stupid for him not to commit the crime because he makes so much more money than even if he gets caught. And what does he do with most of his time? Trash transphobic people when his firstborn child is trans, who had to literally like go to the courthouse and change their last name to avoid his constant torture. And what does he do with the rest of his time? Goes down to the fucking border and wears a cowboy hat in Texas. This fucking first generation immigrant that paid his way into the country, puts on a cowboy hat and goes down there and talks about how these Mexicans need to go home. Like, my God, dude, how fucking tone deaf is this guy? But we're also talking about a guy that cheated on, just like Trump, he cheated on every wife with the next wife. All 4 women that had the 11 children we know of, and the 4 women that we know of, all were cheated on with the next woman, including Grimes, who was cheated on with his own person on his payroll, Siobhan Zillish. You can go look that up. Like, literally, she wanted nothing to do with him after she found out that he fathered 2 children 2 years while he was with Grimes, fathering another child and having another child with Grimes. This whole time he knew that he was cheating and had 2 hidden babies over here. Holy shit, man. The guy is literally just a walking cum sprinkler. And he gets caught and it's like no big deal. He just throws his money away. He's like, oh shit, Grimes is famous though. She could cause some problems for me. So what does he do? Go grab X. And so X is basically kidnapped by Elon just to keep Grimes quiet. And she's suing him, by the way. She is currently suing him for custody of her child back. And he isn't taking care of the child. The child's nowhere to be seen. He's on Twitter all day or in his business. He's not doing anything with the kid or showing any pictures of him with the kid anymore. He just did like one photo op when he first had him. And he's just keeping him as leverage against Grimes during the lawsuit. And he basically told her that he has so much money that the court will have to rule in his favor. And if she doesn't back down, he's going to fight for full custody and he will take the child away from her, even though he doesn't care about any of his kids. It's like the dude's just fucking pure evil. And yet he spends most of his time like bitching, being a racist anti-Semite, a fucking homophobic, racist anti-Semite on X like 24/7, focusing all of his effort on just, being offended by an AI creating a picture of a black person or Mexicans coming in from the southern border. And it's like, dude, haven't you literally make most of your money off of cars built by slave labor in China. And you literally think the best use of your time is to sit down at the border and wag your finger on the cameras with your cowboy hat on. But, you go back, Mexicans, you get out of my country. It's like, dude, the only difference is you walked in here with a stack of money. That's the only difference. And it wasn't your money. It was your dad's. So if every one of these Mexicans walks in with a stack of their dad's money or whatever, are those ones allowed to stay? Is that cool? God damn. Anyways, that shit works me up. I don't even want to talk about that anymore. But man, the fact that people still idolize Elon Musk and make excuses for him, same fucking people that love Trump. It's just like they just deny what they see with their own eyes. They deny all the evidence, even the evidence from the people's own mouths. It's like you can go back and look at every tweet Elon Musk has ever made. The Internet Archive recorded it all, even the shit that he didn't delete that he should have deleted, quite frankly. You go back and look at it, it's like it clearly draws a picture of a person who is a very, very fucking evil, selfish piece of shit person that has no problem using up other people to their absolute core and uses them like tissue. It even brags about it. If you look at the shit he says, you're looking at this guy and it's like, and people are still trying to convince themselves, no, he's a visionary that wants to save humanity. He's trying to solve global warming. No, he was trying to solve global warming when he was selling solar panels. When that fell through, now he's trying to convince people to have a bunch of children to try to cover up for his 11 kids of 2 that he tried to hide with his fucking coworker that was on his payroll while he was sticking her. They had to quit her job and give up her whole career to raise 2 of his babies in secret so he could be off fucking a musician, a Canadian musician named Grimes, and lie to her too. It's like, Jesus Christ, man, the guy's a fucking piece of shit, It's like it doesn't matter if you're liberal, conservative, independent. Politics don't even matter. It's just the guy is just a piece of shit. That's it. It's like just a shitty human. But anyways, but again, you're not going to convince people of that idolize them. And to be fair, I'll point the finger back at me. I idolized the man for many years. I would say from 2015 to probably 2018. Like probably even earlier, let's say 2012 to 2018. I used to defend the guy, stand up for him. Oh, he's the real life Tony Stark. He's a genius. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. When everything was there, all I had to spend was 30 minutes doing any basic research. And it would have proven to me that what people were saying was absolutely right. And I would have immediately walked away from it. But no, I was like, I did not want to believe it. I'm like, you guys are just haters because he's so fucking smart and he's a genius and you just don't even know. And then you go do like 30 simple minutes of investigation, look at the data, and even look at the shit he said and done that he just did a good job of covering up, that he's even admitted to, in past times, but then just doesn't talk about it or answer the question. You go back and look at it, you're like, holy shit, I cannot believe I've been defending this guy. Like, I actually felt so dirty. I had to take like a shower. I was like, oh my God, for years I defended this guy. I wanted a Tesla so bad. Oh, this guy's such a genius. And he designed the Tesla and he designed the Falcon 9 rocket. And the guy just, everything he touches, Midas touch, because he's such a genius and he's designing all this shit himself. I couldn't have been more ignorant, dude. That would have been like me working for Microsoft and think, oh, Bill Gates created everything and he wrote DOS and he created Windows single-handedly and everything. It's like, no, I know he didn't. Like, I worked there. I know how it works. But the rest of the world didn't. My family still thought that he was like, oh, Bill Gates is Microsoft. He wrote all the software and created all the products. No, he didn't. He didn't even create the very first product. Fucking bought it from a guy for like $200. It's funny. It just, I just did the same thing that a lot of other people did. It's like I got caught up with thinking that he was like this this good person that was a genius that really cared about saving humanity and really cared about it. And it's like, no, it turned out none of that was true. He's just an incredibly selfish, narcissistic liar, and everything he does is to benefit himself at the expense of others. Terrible. What billionaire is infallible? None of them. They're all bad. 100%, dude. I don't know of a single billionaire now there's different levels. There's definitely different levels. Like Trump and Elon are at the absolute like bottom feeder level. And there's different levels. But yeah, you don't become a billionaire by being a fair person that puts people first. You just don't. Like the only way to be competitive and to put your competitor out of business is to pay less and get more. Like that is literally the way that formula works. So good people do not end up being billionaires. You have to be a certain amount of a dick to be a billionaire. And lying is a big part of it too. Like most people don't become billionaires without lying. Like you have to be able to lie. You have to be able to build a perception. You have to fake it till you make it. But Elon, I mean, that's the one thing he was really good at. And you go back and you look at the history and it's like, it wasn't Elon. It turns out, like, I thought Elon was just a really good con man, to be able to say the right things at the right time and stuff early in his career. No, he had a PR handling team. He literally paid money to a firm that like handled his interactions and everything and made sure that he was like saying the right things at the right time and the right engagement, explaining things and using the right keywords and the buzzwords and everything. Once that team was out of the picture, when he was so rich that he's like, fuck it, I got this on my own. It was a whole different thing. Like that's why he's not the same person. It's not like he just suddenly went crazy. It's just he doesn't have the handlers anymore. It's like Tesla used to have him use handlers all the time, but once he got the social media addiction, he just bypassed the handlers and we got to see the real guy. It's not that Elon changed. He's always been that guy. It's just for him to get as rich as he was on the upslope and trying to get there, he had to manipulate the public and he needed a team of people to help him do that. I mean, the dude would literally during interviews have people off cameras. Like you see in his interviews where he's like constantly like looking off camera and stuff like that, because he has somebody like, nope, don't talk about that. Nope, over there. Oh, nope, you're saying that wrong. Nope, you're doing that. He needed help. He'd get tongue-tied all the time and then just like segue off. And then they'd be like, no, just move to the next thing. Now he just now he just legit just says whatever the fuck he wants, like unapologetically, because he's like, oh, I've passed that point where I can't be held accountable. And it's true. He can't. Like, to be fair, like even Trump can be held accountable to some degree, right? It's hard to hold him accountable, but he can be held accountable to some degree. And now he owes like $450 million or something to New York that he has to pay in the next 30 days. That's some kind of accountability. Elon, you can't hold accountable. You want to know why? Because Elon is the owner of SpaceX. And he has the only low Earth orbit like constellation, even though it's aging and it's falling out of orbit and dying faster than he can replenish them. For the moment, he has this constellation and he has the cheapest vehicle that can get the most shit to space the fastest. Even though it was created by NASA engineers, like our own NASA engineers that he basically picked up when we closed that program down. The fact of the matter is he has them. He has the technology. So he basically has the United States by the balls, because if we try to hold him accountable, he will just sell that to somebody else. He will give that to somebody else. But as long as we just let him get away with whatever and do whatever the fuck he wants, well, then the government will still be able to use SpaceX to its full potential and control other parties that won't have access to SpaceX, like our enemies. And honestly, historically, we've always made deals with the devil. I mean, look at Werner von Braun, right? A literal Nazi that built fucking rockets that just killed a humongous amount of innocent people. And we basically gave him like a ticker tape parade for like getting us to the moon faster than the Russians. I mean, Had he not been good at building fucking rockets that killed people, we never would have extended that job to him and cleared his entire fucking record of genocide. And gave him a ticker tape parade and made him into a fucking hero in our history books. We never would have done that if he didn't have that skill set. We literally made a deal with the devil to beat our competition. And that's always going to be the case. There's always going to be those people where you just let them get away with murder, and they basically are like diplomatic immunity in a Hollywood movie because they just have control of something that is that useful that we can't lose. And he knows it. That's the thing, is Elon knows that. Elon wouldn't do the things he's doing, say the things he does, and just so blatantly manipulate the stock market and do the things that he does if he knew he was untouchable. Like, he's literally tested that system to its full extent. He's pissed on the wire to make sure the electric fence isn't on. He knows what he can get away with. And when somebody knows what they can get away with, that's when they become the most dangerous. Let's see here. Oh no, okay, I read all the super chats. But hey guys, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. It's going on 4 p.m., a little under 2 hours over. I gotta go get some rest. I'm feeling like I'm getting those hot. You ever get those hot and cold flashes when you're really tired? Like where you feel like you get a chill and then you get hot and you get a chill. Yeah, I've been doing that for like the last half hour. So I think that's my body telling me it's time to go set an alarm for a few hours and get a couple more hours of sleep. Hey, vintage gamers. Yeah, no, Bill Gates did not program everything. Your life is a lie. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to bust your balls like that. And I hate to say that Steve Jobs actually didn't create anything really. He just micromanaged the shit out of people towards an aesthetic design. Everything that was on the inside, that was all Wozniak. Woz. And Woz is fairly rich today, right? Woz is a smart dude. He leveraged himself to get some money, but compared to Steve Jobs, he's poverty level. And he's literally the reason Apple's where it's at. Like Apple wouldn't exist without Woz. You know, it's like, and if you go back and watch every fucking biography on Steve Jobs, you'll notice that the guy historically is known for using up people and spitting them out. Like, he brings somebody in, they do 99% of the work. He positions himself to steal all their stock, oust them out of the company. That's why I thought it was funny when Apple kicked him to the curb. Now, granted, they had to bring him back. They had to bring him back because they were fucking terrible without him, right? Like, it turned out he was a pivotal piece of the puzzle, because aesthetics and advertising matter. Like, those are very important things in the Apple game. But they've been doing just fine without him since he left. You know, he's passed his 5-year plan and they're still fucking one of the richest companies on planet Earth. And even though they make dumb decisions every once in a while, people are still conditioned to just buy everything they make. So it's one of those things where it's like, you know, it's people think that the company couldn't survive without him. And it's like, no, it was the direction that they went when he was ousted the first time. Now they've got it figured out. They've got the formula now. Ron said it's called Operation Paperclip. Have a good rest. Yeah, Gates was a businessman, not a programmer. Gates was not a software developer. But a lot of people don't know that. Like people associate the CEO with a company as the person who created the technology, and they just look at everybody else as the people that do his bidding. Like, he goes into a room, says, "Oh, here's the architecture, here's how it works." It's like, no. That's not a CEO at all. Like, Microsoft literally had like the Walmart, like a CEO from Walmart, like, who never touched code in their life, like, run the ship during one of the most profitable times of Microsoft. So no, the CEO doesn't need to know how to code. He doesn't need to know how to program. He doesn't even need to know like what the file names were, even what the capabilities of the operating system is or the product. He doesn't need any of that. All a good CEO needs to do is know where to trim the fat, how to make the company more money, how to get people to invest, and how to get employees and intellectual property to stick around for the least amount of money. Like, CEOs just have to be good at that, right? They have to be good at like getting people to do more for less. That's it. They don't have to specialize in whatever the people are doing. Historically, most companies that hire CEOs, they don't hire a CEO who's like a genius at the business that they do. They hire a CEO who's a genius at business in general, because that's the better CEO. You almost don't want your CEO to be a technical person, because they'll always have an itch to involve themselves in the design of the product and the building of the product. And then they have a tendency to slow things down because now they're not doing their CEO job. They're too focused on like getting involved with the product, and they're not going to be willing to let it go and let it be crappier and stuff like that, because they're going to feel an attachment to it. You don't want that CEO. The CEO you want is the CEO that knows how to motivate investors, knows how to get the right people in the door, knows how to secure those people for the least amount of money, and knows how to sell fucking snake oil. Like that. That's the guy you want. You want the guy who has historically, for every company he's served, he's made their value go up. It doesn't matter if they were selling tires or fucking cake or porn or whatever it is. It doesn't matter. It's like, if they are good at growing a company as a CEO, it doesn't matter if they're in alignment. Not at all. Make sure he's not the smartest person in the room. Yeah, CEOs are never the smartest people in the room, ever. If they're the smartest person in the room, they would not be the CEO. Honestly, if they're the smartest person in the room, they'd be the investor. The investor is the one that always wins. Like if you are a good investor and you have the resources to commit, it's fairly easy for you, as long as you have the resources and you can hold them into something for perpetuity. It's pretty easy to pick a winner. The people that suck at investing and struggle at investing are the people that might have to pull their money out at a moment's notice because they may need access to that money. If you have a lot of capital, if you're smart enough to raise enough capital that you can sit back and be an investor, you will always make more money as an investor than ever working a day in your life. Because if you can put money into something and you can hold that money into something and even weather like the biggest fucking storm, knowing that no matter what, that company is going to come out on top because that company produces something that nobody else has even come close to competing with, that's an easy bet all day long. And you just let your money sit in there until it fucking crests the horizon and beats capital gains, and you're in the money each time. And the more money you have, the more of those bets you can make. You know, if you don't want, and you don't, it doesn't even have to be high risk. Don't even go for high risk. Go for companies that are relatively stable and have very little slow, predictable growth over long periods of time, you know? So AuxxZillary said, why are you using Elon as a prime example? Because he's an absolute prime example. He's a massive prime example. He's literally the richest man in the United States of America and the world is literally a first generation immigrant that came in on his dad's money and none of his own. So he said, I'm a first generation American and my parents had to wait years to get their visa to come here legally back in the 80s. Yeah, no, exactly. That's my point, is money made that happen for Elon immediately. I don't know if you caught that earlier. That's what I was saying. It's like you are literally a natural born citizen, right? So you're a first generation American, but were you born here? And then you said, yeah, let's see, your parents had to wait years to get their visa. Okay, so you were born here, so you had residency, but your parents didn't. So your parents had to wait years to get their visa. Yeah, if your parents had more money, they would have got it immediately like Elon. You just have to have connections of money and you just walk right in. So you know, that's the hack. And it doesn't just work in the United States. It works in quite a few countries will do that. Like if you have the wealth and you have or wealth or influence or both, usually they're interchangeable. But if you have the wealth and the influence or whatever, then you're considered a benefit, right? I mean, we used to do that all the time as a country, as we'd seek out people that would want citizenship that could give us more than we would give them. And as long as they were in a position and that was a good bet, it was a good investment. So we just let them come in. Just be like, here, we'll let you jump the line. You don't have to speak our language. You don't even have to pass the citizenship test. We'll just fucking give it to you. But yeah, anyways, the reason that I pick Elon as a prime example for everything I'm talking about is because he's a huge entitled piece of shit that's not very smart at all. The guy's an idiot. If you ever heard him talk, if you ever saw the tweets when he bought Twitter and he was talking about the source code and what he was trying to talk about the source code and what was wrong with the source code and everything, you could tell he was just regurgitating shit that AI told him, which was complete hallucinations and complete lies. And it was all proven with the source code that was actually shown publicly by the actual employees. And those employees got fired for proving that Elon Musk lied. And it's all recorded by the Internet Archive. Elon likes to make people think he's this genius developer and rocket builder and car designer and everything. And the truth is he doesn't do any of those things. He just hired people and put the money in place for them to hire the other people that ultimately created the technology. You know, at Tesla, it's Franz, right? Franz there. At SpaceX, it's the NASA engineers that they picked up from the shuttle program when it shut down, right? Neuralink, the two founders that created the original technology, the reason it's taken so long to get to the first chip is because the two founders left when they found out he knocked up Siobhan, which was an executive at Neuralink, and completely threw the whole company into fucking disarray. Because he couldn't keep his cock in his pants. But yeah, no, that's why I pick him. He's a terrible example. It's like just he's a great example of capitalism. It's like the richest person in the world is the person that literally came in using his dad's money and not his own money, who isn't very intelligent at all, that just used wealth, power, and influence to multiply it by lying to everybody because he knew he could get away with it. And to be fair, he took a risk. He absolutely took a risk. He lied to everybody from the start about everything. But unlike Theranos, before he was caught, he was able to finally put something up. It wasn't what he promised, but it was enough that people were satisfied. But it was a race. He lied about it in the beginning. He didn't have anything. He was playing a false set of cards from the beginning. That's all. If you go back and look, everything he said they had back in even 2012 and before, everything he said they had was a complete bold-faced lie. Every stat, everything he promised, everything, not just autopilot, everything he said, complete and total lie. if he had been called on it before they had to release the Model S, he would be in jail just like Elizabeth Holmes from Theranos because he committed the exact same crime as she did. But now he's committed the same crime across multiple companies. But because he's had success with the NASA engineers at SpaceX, only after the fourth flight that never should have happened if he didn't move money around from his other companies, and because of his deal that he coined with Tesla, they were basically held foot to the flames, and he manipulated social media to make that happen, which was never supposed to happen. That wasn't legal. And he even got caught and fined $20 million, but he made so much more, and he still satisfied the contract, so Tesla had to pay him out in stock, even though he committed a crime, and he was literally charged with it and had to pay the fee. It's like when you go back and look at that shit, you're like, no, he is the richest man in the world because he is a liar and a con artist. It's like he's a shitty person. And that's why, he and Elon Musk and Trump were really good friends until two alphas bumped, like richest man in the world and the person who thinks he's the richest man in the world. Like that was good for a little while, but then it came to disarray because, Trump started talking shit about him. He didn't like, they started talking shit about Trump, but no, they're the same person. They're very much the same person. Their entire wealth and everything, like Trump, his entire wealth and everything or fake wealth is all built on what his dad built, not what he built. He actually lost his dad's fortune many, many times over. Like his dad, lost every deal he did. His dad even said he did bad deals. And he thought he was a shitty businessman. He was very much disappointed in his son a lot of the time, especially for knocking up women he wasn't married to. His dad took huge issue with that. Anyways, dad, massive racist, Trump, massive racist, but his dad built the empire. Trump was just there to throw it away, right? And same thing, Elon, what does he do? He comes into the country again. Without his dad's wealth, he's nothing. He wouldn't have been able to leverage himself the way he did. He wouldn't be able to position himself in these companies the way he did without daddy's money. So it's all fake it till you make it, right? It's like they both have the same origin story. They both lied. Trump lied about his bone spurs. He lied about his origin story. He lied about fucking creating New York skyline. He lied about his real estate and how much it was worth. He lied about his deals that he made and how much he sold shit when it was at a loss. He said it wasn't at a loss. I mean, the dude lied about everything. Elon Musk, same thing, lied about everything. They're very much the same person. They both womanize. They both abuse women and frown down on women and think that women are just objects to basically just blow a load in. They both can't wear a condom to save their life. I mean, they're literally the same person. There's an age gap, but they are the same person. It's wild. Let's see, your Oppenheimer most likely was given citizenship ASAP. Oh, 100%. 100%. A lot of the people were. The Manhattan Project, yeah. Any German scientists that were willing to, or any scientists for that matter, that came in that knew anything about anything to do with nuclear science, they would immediately be given citizenship because you had to have the allegiance, right? And I bet you that they took issue with them wanting to leave. Like if they ever wanted to leave and go back home or anything, like during the Manhattan Project, it was either rejected or they had people tail them the whole time in handlers because there's no way they were going to let that secret leak. Even if they trusted the people, there's just no way. I'd actually be completely surprised if they let Oppenheimer travel anywhere without people watching him the entire time and following around, making sure he didn't give up too much. But Oppenheimer was recruiting people too, right? So I mean, he had a good reason to leave. But it was just a recruit. He always came back. I mean, he spent most of his time at the Manhattan Project in Los Alamos. James Janus said, this is a case, all social media, Facebook, Twitter. What is the point of reporting? I'll report fake accounts and scam messages and they come, we find no violations and we did nothing. Yeah, reporting does very little. Reporting does very little because they fired most of the people that handled the reporting and they altered the source code so that the majority of the people that the reports are handled for are only people that are counter to the message that Elon wants seen. Keep in mind that if you can go look at the source code on GitHub for X, it completely counters his argument. Elon says it's free speech and everybody has a similar voice, but no, but you have to go look at the source code. The source code proves that you only have a voice if you pay for premium. You have double the voice if you pay for premium plus. You have quadruple the voice if you follow Elon and you do those things. You have like 8 times the voice as long as overall your messages have a positive sentiment in the direction of conservatism or supporting Elon Musk or one of his businesses. And the opposite is true. If you don't have premium and you call Elon on his bullshit, you link to any URLs to competing sites like YouTube, Twitch, or anything, you're effectively shadow banned. Like go create an alt account and go look at the feed. Follow your main account from your alt. Post something on your main account and go look at your alt account and look in the For You feed and look under the following feed. Watch how much shit doesn't show up after you don't have premium. The comment on Elon Musk's posts with anything of a negative sentiment, or linking to any site that's a competing site, or linking to any news article or news firm that has ever reported anything negative about Elon. If you do any of those things, you will not see your messages, the majority of your messages, from your alt account. It's wild. I do it all the time. That's how I make sure that my messages get to people. Is I post a message, and if the engagement is ridiculously low, like I look at the impressions and I'm like, oh, normally I get 400 impressions in the first 10 minutes, and I look at it, it's like 5 impressions. I immediately go log into my other account, go to the For You and following feeds, where I primarily follow myself as the first account and only follow like a half a dozen other accounts. And I scroll through the feeds, and it's not in either feed. It's not in For You or following. And to be fair, following is supposed to show you 100%. Like For You shows what the algorithm picks. Following is supposed to show you everything from the people that you follow, but it doesn't. You can prove it all day long. Go post a bunch of messages where you link to articles on like anti-Elon Musk shit on anywhere. And then go to your alt account and look at it that follows it and see how much you see. It's crazy, dude. It's like, and I've gotten my account a couple of times where it was so shadow banned that I had to actually go to other platforms and get users to screenshot my message and repost it and tag support so that they could see that there was likes. Twice now I was completely shadow banned, or it was a complete blackout, and people were literally contacting me on other platforms saying, why haven't you posted in weeks, when I was posting dozens of times a day? And so I had to get the word out through Discord, through Facebook, through Twitch streams. People went and escalated it, post support, posted screenshots. People were elevating, other big YouTubers were elevating and going, oh, look, this guy's being hidden just like that other guy. And that shit caught momentum. And after enough accounts started getting outed and the media started reporting that Elon was shadow banning people and hiding people without notifying anybody, even the people that were being shadow banned themselves, when that got out, then they had to loosen the reins up on that and say, oh, this is a bug. Twice they got caught doing that. They're like, oh, no, it's a bug. We fixed the bug. No, there's no bug that just shadow bans people that say the things you don't like. Like, that's not a bug. That's a feature. And you can prove it because you can actually go look at the code yourself. That whole negative sentiment thing is so dystopian. You will be positive no matter how bad it is. It makes us money. No, but it's even worse than that, Bear Williams, because they only check for negative sentiment in the context of Elon Musk, conservatism, immigration, homophobia, right? Anti-Semitism. Like the things that Elon is, you can be negative as you want about those. Like if you want to be racist as shit, you're fine. You'll be just fine. If you want to be homophobic as shit, Elon will even be the first to retweet you. He'll tag your shit, like it, retweet it. He really likes that. It's only when you're in support of it and you call out Elon as the person that's against it, that's when the sentiment detector gets called into play. So there's conditions that have to be met along the way. Now, those conditions are hid in the database. Like they publish the source code with the algorithms that look at those conditions, but they don't show you those conditions because those are hidden in a database somewhere. But you can infer them by just creating an alt account, posting messages, and seeing which messages show up in your alt account following your primary and which ones do not. That's the easiest way to start tracing it. Let's see here. Nerdgasm Facebook does this too. I report messages for wink wink, meet and greets, free prize links, and Facebook most of the time is, Facebook does not do anything about reports. Facebook is probably the worst platform for reports. I can't even remember the last time I reported something on Facebook and it was actionable, even when there was like really terrible things attached to it, like death threats and CP. So sadly, Facebook really does not put a lot of stock, because here's the thing. And Facebook and X are very close to the same on this. They had to open the floodgates because Elon chased off all the advertisers by telling them to go fuck themselves. So the only way that Elon can make enough money, and he still doesn't make enough money, he's losing money hand over fist on X, but the only way that he can make the most money that he can from the few bad advertisers that are sticking around is by overcharging them. And the way that he overcharges them is he just opened up the floodgates, removed all the stuff that kept bot accounts, all the verification stuff that required you to have a phone number to verify to create an account to be seen. You have to use your account for 30 days before you're visible to other people and stuff like that. All that shit got removed. He yanked it all out like overnight because he wanted a flood of bots to come in, because his analytics were showing that people were fleeing the platform and the numbers were going down. Engagement was going down. New signups and enrollment were going down. Premiums were going down. So he opened up the floodgates of the bots. And by doing that and allowing the bots that follow the Elon Musk account, because if you're a bot and you follow Elon Musk, you become visible instantly to a lot of other people, even you. If you follow Elon Musk on Twitter, you will notice an engagement spike in your analytics within a week. And it's just by following his account. You don't have to interact with him or anything, because he literally gives you a boost on your visibility just by following him. Because if you follow him, it boosts his following number and makes him, the most followed person on the platform. So what do all the bots do when they learn about this? They're like, wait a second, we get a boost and more people see our fraudulent messages when we follow Elon. So they follow Elon. So about 60 or 70% of Elon's followers are bots. And he knows this. He was the one that opened the floodgates, like on purpose, counter to what he said he was going to do. First thing he said when he bought the platform, he's getting rid of the bots. He did a little tiny work against the bots in the beginning. And then when he chased off all the advertisers, he was like, oh, fuck it, just let all the bots in, because the bots create posts. Posts add things to feeds. More things in a feed mean more ads served per scroll for the average user. And then we can charge advertisers for ads that are served to bots that no human ever even sees or clicks on. They literally just get scrolled by with Selenium bots. So Elon knows he's gaming the system, but he needs to show any prospective investors and people, because he can't have people knowing that the platform's dying. So he just brings in as many bots and he makes it as inviting to bots as possible so that he can show the metrics and be like, look how fast we're growing. Look how many posts. We've had more posts than Twitter ever has in a single day. And it's like, well, yeah, because you stopped handling any reports. You ignored all the reports. You let all the bots come in. I've even had bots that I've reported 50 bots before. And after 6 days, they still weren't banned. After reporting the bots, and the bots are literally just posting the same scam message over and over and over again, replying to random threads. They don't post anything else. There's nothing else about the account. It's literally just, they're not even creative. They don't even add a seed number or anything to change it. It's just the same message. And they used to have a thing in there that if you posted the same thing 3 times, your account would automatically go into limp mode. So if you copied and pasted to 3 different people, you'd go into limp mode where you're not visible for a couple of days. They removed all that. So now a bot can just post hundreds and hundreds of the same reply to random accounts that aren't even talking about the same topic, even accounts they don't even follow. And those people will see it. It's pretty fucking bad, dude. It's like, and everybody can see it. It's like this. I'm not the only one seeing this. Like news is reporting on it. The people analyzing the source code are reporting on it. There's Reddit threads talking about this shit, analyzing the source code. People have, including myself, have uploaded the source code to OpenAI and had OpenAI go through and analyze all the source code and look for patterns and look for potential things and find them. This isn't a secret. It's only a secret to the people that listen to Elon Musk and don't look anywhere else. It's like, if you literally look anywhere else, you can find all this shit. It's crazy. Yeah, it just sucks. But again, it's like Elon has a lot of resources. He owns a very large social media platform and he controls what people can see and what they can't see. So at the end of the day, it's really difficult. Even if like a third of the population is trying to get out the message, screaming as loud as they can to the most people they can, hey, this Elon guy is a fraud, here's why. None of the people that idolize him will see any of that, because he controls what reaches them and what doesn't. And if something slips through because they found a creative way to do it and starts gaining momentum, the community and his employees are already programmed to shoot it down, like for damage control, and remove it from everybody's feeds and make it disappear like it never happened. So a lot of this shit, you end up having to go to Internet Archive to find the original post and the original screenshots, because the shit's deleted or goes into shadow ban. Why can't mathematicians have alcohol? Because you can't drink and derive. That's hilarious. I do miss Twitter. I really do miss Twitter. Elon Musk may not allow criticism, but at least he works day and night thinking of not but the people. Day and night thinking of not but the people. Why does that not make sense to me? I think I'm just too tired. Sprungo said this. Here's the thing. I'm not going to get mad at a businessman for being a businessman, as we need those, but those that are irresponsible and taking credit for things they don't do is messed up. Oh no, fair enough. There's place for businessmen. Like businessmen have a place. They absolutely do. In capitalism, they have too much of a place, but they do have a place. But if your idea of being a businessman is lying to people convincingly to gain resources that other people that are honest can't gain access to, you're not a businessman. You're a con man. That's the difference. Like, there is a difference. Like there's businessmen and entrepreneurs that do things legitimately, even if people don't agree with it, like legitimate and legally. And then there's the people that just do it super fucking illegally, but gain more than they pay if they get caught. And they're in a position to pay the fine because they made so much for their caught. So they're hedging their bets so that they can basically break the law with no real consequences. As a matter of fact, they get rewarded for breaking the law. The biggest one was when Elon did the whole where our stock is going to go public at 420 and he manipulated Tesla's stock. He had a deal with Tesla that if it hit that goal, he would get a shitload, like a fucking metric shitload, because it was a goal that he could never hit. Like, if the stock ever hit that price, it'd be like Tesla going to the fucking moon. Like, they gave him that because they're like, dude, there's no way he could fucking ever hit that. Well, they didn't know he was going to do it illegally. Like, he literally did that knowing full well that was an SEC violation. He successfully hit the target, even though he was fined $20 million, but his stock that he gained was worth billions. So he gained billions of dollars worth of stock, and he only had to pay 20 million as a fee to the SEC, and he didn't have to give back any of the 20 billion in stock, or however many billions it was billions. So let me ask you this. If you committed a crime, if you could go into a store and steal the cash register, but when you walk out and the cops arrest you, you just have to give them $10 out of the cash register to keep the other 20,000. Would you keep going in and grabbing the cash register every day if you could do that? Like, if there's no, you're never going to get shot, you're never going to get taken to jail. You just know that cash register is always going to have more than $10 in it. And all you have to do is give that $10 to the police, and they will immediately just take the cuffs off you, send you home, and you're allowed to do it the next day. They won't even try to stop you the next day. They'll just charge you the $10 on your way out with the cash register. Like, what is your incentive to stop taking the cash register? But here's the problem. Elon Musk gets that because of the position that he's in, because he has that all the wealth and everything and all the clout and everything behind him from other lies that he's done, and starting with his dad's wealth. He has that position. But the people that are smaller than that, if they do the same thing and go in and steal the cash register and come out, the cash register only has $5 in it, but then they have to pay the cops $5,000 to get out of jail. So therefore they can't repeat that because they'll operate at a loss. You see the difference? And that's where our punishment system isn't set up right. Like, we're not set up to punish billionaires because, one, you can't put them in jail, because if they get hurt, you get sued, and the state will lose literally hundreds of billions of dollars because these people are worth so much money. Like, you can't, there is no way to incarcerate them without you just being in constant legal peril. And the amount of money that you would have to spend to keep them incarcerated would be astronomically fucking crazy, right? So the worst they get is like home arrest, like fake home arrest, right? The only way to get them is when they're out of money. They have to lose the money first. They have to lose the money and lose the power and lose the trust first. Otherwise, you can't touch them. All you can do is fine them. And those fines, because of maxes that we have, those fines aren't based on their net worth or how much they gain from the crime. It's just a fixed amount. And it's like, so if you steal the cash register and you only got $100 and you got to pay 5,000, you're fucked. But if you're a person that steals the cash register and it's got $2 trillion in it or whatever, then yeah, you don't have to worry about it. It's like, oh, it's no big deal. So yeah. Let's hear. Zoltan said the algorithm is flagging hateful information. Only specific hateful information, not all of it. There's a ton of hateful information against trans people. Like, I've been noticing a huge amount of homophobia and transphobia being escalated because Elon likes it and retweets it himself, and he'll tag it, and he'll even respond to a lot of people with small accounts that are talking shit about it, even though it's against TOS and against policy. Because he's interacting, because he likes it, he gives them a pass, and none of the reports get handled. And he's pretty much told his team, like, we can tell by the fact that these tweets are being reported in mass and nothing's happening, that he's pretty much told his support team that, listen, even though this is the TOS, just realize that if it's in alignment with what Elon is saying, then don't handle the reports. Because if you start banning those people, they're going to start saying that Elon is woke, and that's going to be bad for him. So woke is another funny thing. I've been seeing people use woke as an insult, like people used to use nerd as an insult. Like, it's like back in the 80s, like, you're a nerd, you know, because the jocks were like so popular. But then the nerds all grew up to be like millionaires, and they were super smart, and they basically run the world now. So it's like calling somebody woke. What does woke mean? It literally means that you're fucking educated. It means that you understand a system of oppression, and you're against people that abuse other humans. It's like, that's literally what it means to be woke. It's like you have been enlightened. You understand how things are supposed to work. You understand the rights of humanity, and you understand your place in society. It's like, by calling somebody woke, you're basically just saying that you're an educated person who's not an asshole that abuses everybody else. So it's the same thing as when people used to call people nerds, like, hey, you're a nerd, you know, go get that nerd. It's like woke in 10 years, woke is going to be a compliment, just like nerd is today. It's like, it's no longer an insult. It's like hurling insults. Like, oh, you're so put together and you wear such nice clothes. Ha, loser. You know, it's like, all right. That's why I think it's funny when people are like, oh, somebody became woke. It's like, okay, well, woke isn't a bad term. Like, you use it like it's a bad term. You've tried to coin it and make it a bad term, but woke literally means that you've been awakened by something. You've been given information. You are now more enlightened. Like, is it cool to not be enlightened? Because that was the whole thing with the jocks, right? The jocks were dumb as shit. So it's like, oh, you're a nerd. You care about knowing things and being smart. You know, everybody knows jocks and muscles get all the pussy. And those guys are all working at the fucking gas station for the rest of their life or dying from steroid abuse. And it's like the same thing. It's like, oh, you're woke. Don't be woke. You should be racist and anti-Semitic and only care about yourself. And women are just fucking Kleenexes. and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, that's not a compliment. That's not a compliment, dude. You think it's a compliment, but it's not. It may be in your circles, but no, overall, logically, it's not. I would much rather be woke by definition. Yeah, I still got my STI. Yeah, GXB, I still got my STI. Probably not for long, though. I'm waiting until summertime when it's probably at its top value, and I'll probably have to sell it. It's been getting too hard to drive the clutch with my back the way it is. And it's just sitting there, and it's eating up too much money for insurance and everything like that. And I don't travel a whole lot or do anything anymore. So yeah, I'll probably sell it. I'm hoping I can find it a really good home, though. I'm hoping I can sell it to somebody that I know so that I can at least go see it again and drive it again someday. But yeah, at this point in my life, my family is more important, and getting enough money to live for a couple of months is the most important thing. All right, I know I said I was going to leave like 70 hours ago, but it is now officially 4:20, so I'm going to go take a nap. You guys know me. If any of you guys are new here and you've never seen me before, you don't know this about me. But yeah, when I usually say I'm done or I'm going to go or whatever, I'm that person that says, oh, I'm going to go, and then I just talk for like another 50 minutes. It's very Barnacules of me. If no one bites on it, is there any way you take down my info? I might be interested. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, GXBE, just hit me up over on X, man. Just at Barnacules me, or tag me at Barnacules on Discord in general, and just tell me you're interested, and I'll shoot you a DM or something. And if it falls through and I can't sell it to somebody I know, I'll absolutely consider you for sure. As long as you're not like on the other side of the country or something. I definitely don't want to deal with the logistics of having to like ship the thing to other states and stuff like that. But if you're somewhere in the ballpark and you can come get it, then I'd be down. Sprungles, thank you for becoming a channel friend. I appreciate it. Yeah, now it's 4:21. See, I waited too long to quit. All right, you guys have been awesome. I love your faces. Thank you so much for stopping by, guys, today. I appreciate you so much. Huge shout out to AuxxZillary. Thank you for doing this for me. Like, I've been really struggling with the camera lately and some mental problems, and he's really helped me to keep doing Tech Talk, even though everything else is falling apart. But the goal is to get back to Twitch. So that's what I'm working towards. But I did manage to shoot a jitter for Patreon. That was the hardest fucking thing I ever did. Like, I was so stressed out. I was so panicked. I'm just glad I got through it and I was able to post it. And now I've got that mental thing locked in now that I'm like, okay, now I can do Twitch, right? I did that. I got through the thing that was like hardest to do. So now I can hit the button on Twitch and just let it ride, and whatever happens, happens. And I just got to get myself conditioned to do that again, where I just do. And once I do it enough times, it'll become natural again. It's one of those things. It's not like riding a bike. It's like the longer you take, the harder it is to do. Like when the mental thing keeps visiting, you keep second guessing yourself and you keep being afraid of the camera. If you keep letting it win over and over again, each time it wins, it makes it a little bit harder each time to come back and try again. It doesn't get easier. So I gotta get back into that cadence, and I gotta just like face it. And I just gotta get going back and hit that fucking streaming button. So I'll do it. I'll do it. Oh, thank you, Lost and Space Things. I appreciate it, man. You just be fair. If you do join my Patreon, the last jitter it's rough. It's really rough. I couldn't even watch it back. It's that rough. So just fair warning. If you're thinking it's going to be like some jitter where it's like I say something that's like inspirational or anything. No, it's just basically falling apart for a half an hour, losing my shit, coming around, losing my shit, getting confused. It's not pretty. But I'm just glad that I did it. I told myself that no matter what, I wasn't hitting the stop button, no matter what, I'm publishing it. So there's a couple times where I stop and I pause and I'm like, can I hit the stop button? Like, they're not going to know if I just shoot it again, right? And I was like, nope, I stuck to it. That was my legitimate first take. Anything goes. And I felt very, very, very vulnerable posting that, but it is what it is. But the fact that I posted was a good thing. Like, I actually do feel a lot better since I did post it. And I feel like I conquered a little thing in my head that's been eating at me. So, but we'll find out on Monday. Monday will be the true tell when I jump on Twitch and I hit that button. You know, if I hover over it and I fucking start having a massive panic attack again, I'm gonna be like, God damn it. But I'm hoping that I can just look at that jitter and be like, I got through that. I can get through this, push the button. Just like my therapist said, if shit hits the fan and I can't do it and I fucking lose my shit, I can always just stop the stream and try again. Like, it's not the end of the world. Like, I need to stop treating it like it's not like if I hit go and things fall apart, that's it, that's the end. But if I don't ever do it, then that is the end. So I got to take the path where there's always still a chance. So I got to keep that thinking going through my head, and then when I panic, not lose my hold on it. That's the goal. All right, I'm really hitting stop this time, I promise. All right, take it easy, guys. I'll see you hopefully on Monday. Peace out.